economy. The first one might call the nature-centered or naturalistic approach, and associate it with the name Aristotle. This approach starts from the observation that we often use the central, evaluative term good as an adjective in conjunction with a noun. Thus, a good cat is one that can do well what cats, normally, are expected to do, or even must, do if they are to survive, that is, it can hunt, eat, and reproduce. Some conception of a goal seems presupposed here. On the other hand, it does not seem to be whimsical to see a cat as an animal oriented toward the goal of surviving and reproducing. Evolutionary theory may tell us a lot about the mechanisms through which cats over the millennia have become good survivors, but that is a separate issue. A good knife is one that cuts well. One does not understand cats at all if one does not understand that and why they need to be able to run and hunt, and one does not understand them fully unless one has some knowledge of how the different parts of the cat come together to allow it to do what it has to do. The same is true of the knife. One natural extension of this way of thinking is to appeal to sustainability, which might be thought to be the economic equivalent of the survival of a biological entity. Thus, Richard Rauch argues very powerfully for the claim that sustainability is not a merely optional feature of an economy, but that a teleological orientation toward a certain minimum sustainability must be part of the very fabric of anything we could reasonably call a human economy. This is no doubt true, but it does not definitively settle the issue. After all, sustainability is relative to a certain period of time. Does the economy have to survive for a year, a decade, or a century? It is not at all irrational, at least not prima facie irrational, to think that our best economy should be one that might last 10 millennia at most. How would we decide it was the same economy that survived? What would be the point of demanding that it be able to survive for longer than that? Would the demands for being sustainable for 10 years necessarily be the same as those for surviving for a century? Furthermore, not a we want or expect of an economy is that it survives. We might perfectly legitimately want it to change in various ways, not merely to stay as it is. For instance, we might wish it to change in the direction of greater efficiency or of more equal distribution of benefits. Even if we make mere sustainability our only criterion, it is perfectly possible that there are a variety of different, but equally sustainable forms an economy can take. So, a limited form of sustainability seems at best to be a necessary condition or a framework for something to be an economy at all, and thus a good economy. There is, however, also another way of thinking about this issue, which is centered not on the nature of things and boom in economic activity as a response to that, tracking it in a more or less successful way. Chi's other approach, which we can associate with the name Hume, begins from our own highly variable and subjective forms of desire and valuation. To say that something is good is to say that I, or we, or one, approves of it, and this notion of approval is finally cashed out in terms of Sorn agents' desires, wishes, and preferences. 50 If I like foie gras, may also ceteris paribus approve of force-feeding geese in a certain way to produce it. Then a good goose is not necessarily one that will live a long life and reproduce itself, but one that will be biddable and produce the requisite pâté when appropriate stuff is thrust down its throat. This second, subjectivist approach is ambiguous or indeterminate in that it is unclear whose wants are canonical and definitive, those of observers or those of participants. That is the Brazilian economy at some point in time or during some period, good or bad, by reference to the general evaluative preferences of someone like me who is an observer, but not a participant in it, or by virtue of satisfying the wants and desires of Brazilians? Whose judgment is to count and how much? The Brazilians are mine, or those of the directors of those international corporations trying to expand their profits in Brazil? The wishes of the Geuss, or of eaters of foie gras. We seem, then, to have found at least 3 dimensions along which we might evaluate a set of economics or an economy as good, bad, or indifferent. Satisfaction of needs, sustainability, satisfaction of wants. For some it might seem natural to think that we could appeal to a 4th dimension, rationality, here, and this might be useful if we could be sure that we had a clear and agreed on idea of what exactly rationality is. Unfortunately, such an appeal would be an instance of what has been called obscurum per obscurius. If we do not antecedently agree on which economies are better than which others, we are unlikely to agree on which of the many standards of rationality that have been proposed are better than others. Thus the appeal to rationality would be a pointless detour. In this way Max Weber makes an important distinction between what he calls formal and what he calls substantive rationality, degree. Weber was notoriously highly pluralistic about the kinds of value judgments he thought people could make, in this respect a bit like Hume. Thus people in a certain society may well value absolute equality very highly, or they may have some notion of merit or desert, such as that those born to particular parents thereby deserve more political power and authority, as in monarchies and aristocracies, or more economic resources and power, as in all known liberal democracies, than others do, or they may give priority to certain religious values that are non-egalitarian. A certain system is substantively rational if it, by its normal mode of operation, generally realizes some value to a very high degree. There are no inherent restrictions on what the substantive value might be. Thus, a legal system could in principle be thought to be very value rational, if it produced to a very high degree a redistribution of property from the poor to the rich. Formal rationality in contrast is not connected with an assessment of the value of outcomes, but of the nature of the procedures by which the outcomes are reached. A formally rational procedure is one where the individual steps are clearly specified, transparently presented, usually in sequence, where reasons are, or at any rate can be, given for the move from one step to the next, and so on. An increase in formal rationality need not mean an increase in substantive rationality. A Gaudi with no formal training, who is perhaps even illiterate, and who consults no complicated code, may give perfectly satisfactory legal judgments, and in fact a Gaudi with broad human experience and sympathy might do a better job of dispensing justice, that is, satisfying whatever substantive conception one wishes to use, than trained lawyers who follow the book. The demand for increased formal rationality has grown in the recent past in Western Europe, but it has coexisted with a demand for the realization of various substantive values. In a way, for Weber, our recent history is one of the conflict between different conceptions of rationality. This discussion started from a clear distinction Berwyn needs, construed as objective requirements, necessities, and so on, and mere subjective wants, wishes, desires, preferences. This was a distinction within the way various people, including both participants in a given social formation and theorists studying this formation, saw or interpreted the world and their place in it. Something was construed as one or the other. Upon closer inspection it then turned out to be more and more difficult in most cases to make the distinction as clear and sharp as it was intended to be. Do the looters really have a need, or just a desire for new trainers? Is Woden's action toward Fricka an indication that he needs her or merely wants her? When the Weidenses allow themselves to be burned at the stake rather than renounce their religious views and practices, does it make sense to speak of this situation in terms of their mere preferences, or did anyone need to refer to a set of objective needs at all? The distinction between needs and desires is mirrored in the difference between the two philosophical approaches just discussed. That is, between Aristotle and Hume. Hither one starts from nature, or objective reality, and sees humans as essentially responding to this. The real world out there imposes demands on us to which we respond, and it has inherently attractive and repellent features we naturally track, or try to track, as best we can. This tracking mechanism is the essential origin of human valuation. If one takes this view, it will seem plausible to give centrality to some notion of objective human needs and then of desires that correctly respond to the objectively attractive features of our world and situation. The alternative is that humans are free desiring machines that produce lists of preferences. The mechanism by which these lists are produced is unimportant, provided one knows that its operation has been unimpeded by external factors, and the relation of these desires, wishes, and wants to the world reduces itself to a discussion of the extent to which and the circumstances under which they can be realized individually and collectively. Here, preterance is king, and anything that resembles it sufficiently to seem an alternative, but is not identical to it, is to be reduced to it in one way or another. Philosophical discussion is often structured as if the first of these two approaches, centered around objective necessity and need, or the second, centered around subjective preference, must win across the board, but I merely note that that need not be the case. Even if I take the general objectivist point that some kind of minimal stability or sustainability must be part of any economy, this will not necessarily allow me to discriminate between the specific forms of economic activity between which societies now need to choose. It will mean that I cannot choose ad libitum as some modern followers of Hume perhaps envisaged, but it will also mean that there is not only room for choice but a need to choose or determine which form is to be considered better from among those that are minimally sustainable. It is possible to be so impressed by the difficulty of distinguishing between political demands, mere human desires or preferences, and needs of different kinds, that one tries to abandon the whole concept of need as a serious component in politics and economics. I shall follow the usage of Adorno in using the term positivist to refer to an approach that asserts that expressed preferences are to be taken at face value and never to be questioned. Adorno connects positivism with inappropriate priority given to immediacy. Liberalism, which fits neatly into the schema of positivist economics, calls this non-paternalism. Actually, there are at least two distinct forms of anti-paternalism. First, there is a cognitivist version. No one else can know better than I can what I want. This is distinct from more elitist approaches, such as the claim that although I might in some cases know what is good for you better than you do yourself, I may not or generally should not try to change your mind, or bring it about that you change your mind, or force you to do what I know is in your interests, even if you do not know, or force you to do what is best for you while claiming that am not using force. Needless to say, these may all be distinct cases. One can find a particularly clear instance of the kind of thinking Adorno called positivist, and that gives a perfectly direct answer to the question of the relation between needs and desires in the views of thinkers who are called representative of neoliberalism. This strand takes up a line of argument I mentioned earlier when discussing the tendency in politics toward inflation of terminology and dramatization. I need is taken by the neoliberal a ways to be no more than a dramatization or for mere intensification of want, not as a claim with a different kind of structure. The typical neoliberal position has two major components. First, it takes liberal anti-paternalism to its final conclusion, namely, that all desires and preferences are to be taken at face value and as equal. Second, it constructs an idealized model of a free market as one wholly without any internal political interference. The state is there only to protect life and property and enforce contracts. This free market is then asserted to be an image of the optimal solution to the basic problem of humans who need to live and work together, namely, that of the coordination of action. This ideal, free market, is supposed to be self-regulating and particularly rational in that it is supposed to ensure maximally efficient use of resources and optimal satisfaction of human needs and wants. The neoliberal position does not lack a certain prima facie plausibility for agents in societies of a certain kind because it does seem to describe some historically transient and relatively superficial aspects of the world that present themselves to individual economic agents in a certain position. However, even the most superficial observer cannot now, that is, after 2008, fail to conclude upon reflection that, whatever else is true of the free market, it is most definitely not self-regulating. Anyone who continues to believe this must have been asleep for the past 5 or 6 years while the purportedly self-regulating financial markets broke down. So if rationality includes minimal self-sustainability, neoliberalism is nowhere. In addition, the notion of rationality is particularly relative and context dependent. There can be situations in which it is perfectly rational to demand something that is impossible. Famously, some students in Paris in 1968 did exactly this with their motto, Soyez realiste, demandez impossible. After all, there is no a priori requirement that one negotiate, much less that one negotiate constructively and in good faith at all. Whether or not that is a good idea depends on the context. HF1 really thinks that the society is completely corrupt or about to collapse in on itself. Perhaps it is in no way unreasonable to put to it demands that cannot be satisfied. This might be a risky or even a very dangerous strategy. Many people, especially those who are relatively satisfied with the status quo, might think it a criminal thing to do, but that is different from saying it is inherently irrational. Many situations can be described in a variety of different ways, and that includes being redescribed so as to show an underlying rationality where one initially seemed to be lacking. So Nixon's attempt to convince foreign governments that he was a lunatic, the madman theory, was, after all, a conscious ploy on his part to increase his power by convincing others that he was not necessarily bluffing when he threatened the use of nuclear weapons. They were supposed to believe that he was deranged enough actually to use these weapons, even though it would have meant suicide. A lunatic in control of nuclear weapons might be thought to be politically more powerful in certain negotiating situations than someone who was known to be sane. The more flexible the notion of rationality becomes, the less useful it is likely to be in giving us guidance about how we should ourselves act. In the neoliberal universe, everything is reduced to a single commensurate dimension. All there is are human desires of different intensities, and the different intensity can be measured by the single yardstick of how much money people are willing to give for the things in question. Of course, neoliberalism has not actually fully succeeded in transforming any society into a place in which human organs can be sold ad libitum to the highest bidder. All drugs are unregulated. Mandatory forms of social insurance are banned, but slavery is permitted, and so on. Nevertheless, it has played an important role in setting the terms of political discussion. In some ways, Sartre and the neoliberals succumb to parallel but inverse errors. He purported to take any and every political demand that got itself articulated as the expression of a need that ought to be satisfied. They accept any expressed demand, just as they accept any desire or preference, at face value. At the same time, they know that only those that are compatible with making a profit in the free market have any chance of being satisfied. In neither case is a distinction between a need and a mere desire recognized. Multi-layered accounts that have a place for qualitatively different needs and desires are more difficult to maintain. They allow at least the possibility of radical forms of criticism. Neither Aristotle nor Hume is right and wins the argument. Rather, the distinction between needs and desires is one it is I am important for us to make. WWE are to be able to lead a fully human life, have some distance to our own actions, set ourselves long-term goals, and engage in any form of criticism. We might be tempted to interpret our needs as strictly objective, and our desires as strictly subjective, on the models, respectively, of Aristotle and Hume, but that is a mistake, in both cases. Of course, we do fail to continue to live if our body has no water for several days running. Our basic human need for something to drink, even at this basic level, is not sine qua identical with that biological fact, but is something in every concrete case structured by our desires, wants, beliefs, and their history. Equally, one cannot understand our desires as fully self-subsistent, independent of the world in which we find ourselves and with which we are always engaged. In the above discussion, no mention been made of what one might think is sent further important concept in the political discus scion of economies. There are needs, wishes, wants, and political demands, but also interests. When in Brussels in early December, David Cameron vetoed the proposed package of reform for European finances, he did so in the name of the British national interest, not of British preferences or British desires. To be sure, British national interest, in fact, was his personal political interest in making a symbolic gesture that would please one wing of the Labour Party that had general reservations about him. Interests, whatever exactly they are supposed to be, are not identical with mere preferences any more than needs are. Vocabulary of traditional politics, and say it is not surprising to find politicians who have no considered opinions or deeply held theoretical beliefs themselves appealing to them in symbolically highly laden situations, even if in other contexts they use the language of neoliberalism. What is important and can be learned perhaps from Adorno more clearly than from others is not so much the indispensability of the category of need, but the absolute importance of retaining in place a conceptual scheme that allows one to reject the glorification of I am immediacy in the realm of preferences and desires, and also to reject the liberal taboo on cognitive paternalism. Need is important because it is one of a whole battery of terms that gives us a standpoint for criticizing raw desires and preferences. If economists find this world of vagrant and perhaps impossible wants, contextually specified and historically changing needs, preferences, and interests simply too complicated, then the reply should be that the world is as complicated as it is. If they argue that they have to restrict themselves to something clear, shapely, and operationalizable, because otherwise their subject could not function as the mathematically organized discipline it is, the use of have to should tip us off that something is wrong. The tail should not wag the dog. It is a bit like the joke about the man who lost his house key at night at a certain place on a dark country road. He looks for it obsessively under the next lamppost 10 meters away because that is the only place where there is any light. If the economics currently practiced cannot give a plausible account of human life, perhaps the conclusion to be drawn is that it is a discipline with inherently limited capacities, a kind of glorified bookkeeping, important enough in its way, but not a model for understanding anything especially interesting about human societies, and certainly not a major source of substantive guidance for politics. This chapter then must end with a practical aporia of a kind that is familiar to modern people in a number of areas of our lives. we can clearly see the utterly destructive consequences of remaining with a positivistic account of the realm of human desire. If we stay with this, the world as we know it will pretty clearly suffocate on its own toxic byproducts within the foreseeable future, if it does not end in a nuclear conflagration before that time. On the other hand, we have no idea how we could plausibly find a way of getting out of the positivist state because all existing authorities have lost their authority, and we do not see how it would be possible to establish any other that would have any standing. One might think that this aporia is simply something we have to learn to tolerate, as an ineluctable constituent of the human condition. Or one might think, as Adorno seems to hold, that it is a feature of we light in this form of society, and as such something no individual or groups can escape simply by his, her, or their own actions. It was, perhaps also a feature of most historical societies, although few people in any of them realized this because the human tendency to self-delusion and wishful thinking, straightforward political and economic oppression, and the social power and intellectual prestige of institutions such as the Church made it difficult for them to see this. The question is whether or not it is an invariant feature of all possible human social life, but no one at this moment knows how to answer that question authoritatively. 9. Can the humanities survive neoliberalism? I would like to focus here on neoliberalism with special attention to its relation to one group of purported theoretical pursuits that are called in English the humanities, and within the humanities I will be particularly concerned with the subject about which I know most, namely, philosophy. For the moment I would like to try to begin in a rather nominalist way, meaning by that I shall not try to give anything like an account of the essential properties of certain activities, but simply a list of the subjects we usually call, in English, the humanities. These will include centrally the systematic study of language and literature, music and art, philosophy, the historical and comparative study of religion, and most of the more traditional forms of history. It will not usually include physics, zoology, astronomy, or geology. These will usually be classified as belong to the natural sciences. In the modern world, at any rate, the humanities constitute a series of academic disciplines that have their central locus in universities. To establish its credentials as a proper subject of university study, a discipline has to contain some kind of theoretical component. Practical skill alone, no matter how impressive, will not suffice. In fact, to call 9966 the humanities academic disciplines is to distinguish them from various forms of disciplined practical activity such as the activity of writing novels, composing music, or conducting forms of religious worship. The relation between theoretical and practical components will differ depending on the specific domain studied. Thus, in the case of anything like music, we actually find a tripartite structure. There is musical performance, which is a practical activity taught in conservatories, and musicology, which is a theoretical study of the principles of music, and perhaps of its history, which is nowadays taught in universities. Both of these are distinct from musical composition. On the other hand, history seems inherently an activity with no practical aspect in the relevant sense. And there is great disagreement in the case of philosophy. Many people have held that doing philosophy is completely distinct from studying it, but others have denied this. I note that this theoretical focus contrasts with the situation of some of the precursors of the humanities. One of the most important of these precursors was ancient rhetoric, the cultivation of effective and beautiful speech. Old-style rhetoric, that is, was practical and also organized around basically aesthetic principles and notions about what would be politically effective. Philosophers, of course, from the beginning had a slightly different take on speaking and writing. They were keen to wrest control of the study and use of the spoken and written words away from professional speech writers, and they were particularly eager to moralize the whole enterprise of learning. To learn to speak well was supposed to be part of the project of becoming a morally better person. The philosopher's approach was theoretical and moralizing, and devoted to the claim that morality required a theoretical framework of some kind. Later, the Christian churches in the West took over the structuration of education in the precursors of the disciplines we call the humanities, attempting to enforce doctrinal orthodoxy and subject them to a control based on an assessment of their possible effect on religiously conceived form of moral behavior. With secularization, the religiously based moral dimension became rather less important, and eventually seemed to fall away almost entirely, but the emphasis on having a framework that was in some sense theoretical seems to have remained important. The social position of the practices that constitute the humanities, and that constituted their predecessors, is also an important factor in understanding their structure. Hegel noted the difference in the social position of philosophy between the ancient and the modern worlds in a famous remark in the introduction to his Rechtsphilosophie. In our modern world, philosophy is not practiced, as it was among the ancient Greeks, as a private art, rather it has an existence which is visible to anyone and impinges on the public. Eine öffentliche das Publikum berebrende existence, either primarily or even exclusively in civil service, im Staatsdienst. Governments have demonstrated their confidence in the scholars who devote themselves to this subject matter, in that they rely on them completely for the development and content of philosophy. But often this confidence has been but poorly returned. This would not matter if it were not the case that the modern state did not contain within itself a need for deeper culture and insight among the citizens, and did not demand that science, Wissenschaft, satisfy this need. The first thing to note about this passage is that Hegel operates with a relatively naive and underspecified distinction between public and private. Ancient Greek democracies provided a variety of kinds of public spectacle and of opportunities for education and training, particularly in the form of the development of the military capacities of young citizens. In addition to these, there was a variety of private forms of training available. So we are told by Plato that Themistocles had his son trained in particular recherche forms of equitation, so that he learned, for instance, to throw a spear while riding a horse. Presumably Themistocles will have hired a private trainer for this. The ancient world had, it should be noted, a third category. Just as Roman law recognized three categories, public, private, and religious, so in Greece, in addition to public and private forms of instruction, there were secret or esoteric ones, for instance, those associated with divination, with cult practices, and with the mysteries. The mysteries were full of errata, things that should not be mentioned. Philosophy, Hegel is right, was not part of the public provision of educational opportunities, and was also, with the possible exception of the Pythagoreans, who seem to have been something between a philosophical school and a religious sect, not a form of esoteric wisdom. However, at the very beginning of Western philosophy stands a disagreement between Socrates and the Sophists about a number of issues, not least of which, however, is the appropriate form for the teaching, learning, and practicing philos. A fee. For both Socrates and the Sophists, philosophy was in one sense a private art, as Hegel states, but for Plato there was the utterly essential distinction that the Sophists charged money for their instruction, whereas Socrates never took a penny and was eager to speak with anyone without charge. There are, then, at least two kinds of private, philosophizing, uncoerced conversations with Socrates that took place outside the nexus of money and formal paid instruction from a sophist, who was a kind of educational proto-entrepreneur. In the passage by Hegel quoted above, one will also notice that he moves from speaking of philosophy having a public existence to discussion of the needs of the state, and even the government. Merely point out that the identification of public with state is not really correct. This is especially the case if one is thinking of educational institutions. After all, for a very long time the Catholic Church played an extremely important role in education and in the cultivation of the precursor disciplines to the modern humanities, and in many countries there still are Catholic universities. The Catholic Church, however, is not a private corporation in anything like the sense in which Siemens or BP is a private corporation. On the other hand, the Church is not, in most countries, part of the state apparatus, much less a part of the government. So to return to the question of the relation of public and private, it seems that one must make at least the following two distinctions. 1. A distinction in the kind of ownership, management where there are three interesting possibilities. A. Owned, managed by the state, city, or some strictly public organization like the police force or army. B. Owned, managed by some other public body, such as for trust, church, and so on. C. Owned, managed by a private individual or corporation. 2. Accessibility. A. Open to anyone, really anyone. B. Open to all those who satisfy some relatively general and universal criteria, for example, examination results, ability to pay fees, and so on. The question then arises whether the criteria are intrinsically connected with the goal of the institution, access by some academic criterion, or not, access by ability to pay fees. C. Not open to anyone, instruction given by Hofmeister or Hausleber, greater than. 3. Fee-paying, non-fee-paying. 4. Profit, not for profit. As I mentioned earlier, the humanities are now to some extent defined by their location in a modern university. There seems to me to be little doubt but that this has had some advantages for them, if only because they retain some of what public standing, authority, and prestige they continue to have in modern societies through their indirect association with what are called in Britain STEM subjects: science, technology, engineering, medicine. People are ably impressed by the development of new techniques for transplanting human organs, quicker means of communication, less labor-intense ways of performing everyday tasks, and a bit of the prestige generated by these technological advances gets transferred from the natural sciences to their sister disciplines in the universities, including the humanities. The disadvantage, which is the reverse side of this reflected glory, is that the humanities come under even greater pressure to assimilate themselves, their methods, goals, and standards of evaluation to those in currency in the natural sciences. Above I spoke of the shift from the ancient study of rhetoric as a practical activity structured by aesthetic and political criteria to more modern modes structured around theory. Now, in addition, the humanities seems to be expected not just to be theoretical, but also to adopt the research-centered structure and organization of natural sciences. By research, I mean a certain ideal type of intellectual activity. It is a temporally extended process that can be analytically routinized. At the end of such a process, if IC has been successful, results, what in the UB are now technically called research outputs. These outputs, or research results, are sets of distinct propositions or formulae that can be detached from the context of investigation and published separately. Although a particular research result can be isolated, it is also the case that the individual research process and its result can be seen smoothly to fit into a larger socially structured context of other research projects and their results. That is, IC can be integrated into a larger whole that counts as a science and has a minimally cumulative structure. Course, it might well be that the ideal type of research that I have described above is not really instantiated in all, or even in any, of the natural sciences. On this point, would like to remain in a state of skeptical suspension of belief, but whether or not this is a correct description of research in natural science, it does seem to me that, whether correct or not, some such conception like this informs public attitudes towards scientific research, and that means also the attitude of the politicians who are responsible for setting educational policy. Perhaps certain low-grade kinds of archival or historical research can be forced into this model, but it seems obviously completely inappropriate as a description of the way the central humanistic disciplines actually operate and also the way in which their practitioners think about what they are doing. Until very recently the humanities were not about reaching results that could be formulated propositionally or mathematically, but rather were about learning to develop increasingly differentiated and sophisticated structures of perception, thinking, and reacting, about asking questions, about constructing and evaluating different points of view, and so on. Through this process people were supposed to acquire an ability to deal with themselves, their past, their world, and others in a free, less rigid, and less constricted, and hence, it was assumed, more satisfactory way. Processes of research that come to a successful conclusion generate new information and new theories that can be applied. The goal of the humanities, however, is not information, but some kind of transformation of the person. It is true that this goal is perhaps most explicitly formulated in ancient philosophy, where it is clearly connected with acquiring a certain kind of theoretical insight. This insight is supposed to lead to practical wisdom and is connected with gaining the ability to lead the right kind of life. This ancient view, however, had not been completely lost even up to the middle of the 20th century. The hope that was constitutive of the humanities was for a life transformation that was not the exclusive prerogative of philosophy, but to some extent shared by all the humanistic disciplines. As an essential component in a system of universities, the humanities were supposed to contribute in some way not to providing jobs for the boys, but to helping maintain a public space of enlightened discussion that was of great cultural and political importance. This brings me to neoliberalism. One can think of this doctrine as constituted by two theses. First, a rather speculative ethical and political thesis about the nature of the good life for humans, and second, a set of interconnected claims about a fictional or theoretical entity called the free market that was supposed to have certain properties. The first, philosophical, part of neoliberalism comprises a certain form of individualism. It is the human individual who is the basic object of ethical concern and bearer of whatever values there are. The good life must be the life of the human individual, and its goodness is constituted by a triad of three components: welfare, as measured by the level of access to goods and services, the satisfaction of desires, and freedom. There is not really any significant theory about the relation between these three because most of the supporters of neoliberalism simply assume in a naive way that what people want basically is access to goods and services, and that freedom either simply consists in such unhindered access or can easily be obtained if one has such access. To be slightly more exact, the freedom in case Tion is a regime of strictly enforced property rights, plus the right to unfettered economic enterprise and consequent consumer choice. The second part of neoliberalism is its theory of the free market. This is an idealized model of transactions between individuals who are imagined as being completely independent of each other, not tied by existing bonds of any kind, and who meet to exchange goods and services motivated solely by strictly economic motives, which means by the intention of maximizing the results of the transaction along some abstract dimension, such as utility, or slightly, but only. Obviously no such market ever existed. The idea of it is a kind of utopian conception, but that is not in itself necessarily an objection, because the question is whether it is a useful conception or not, and, if so, in what sense of useful for whom? For what purpose? What is odd about the free market is not that it is an idealized and imaginary entity, but rather that it is thought to be natural, self-regulating, and maximally rational, efficient. To say that it is natural is an important part of the ideology because, in fact, one of its main goals is to protect the interests of entrepreneurs and corporations against what they perceive as unwarranted depredations by politicians, either in the form of regulation or taxation. The idea seems to be that if IR were once admitted that the market is a social construct, rather than some kind of natural phenomenon, this would immediately raise the question whether it could be constructed in any way rather than the other. It is this possibility that must be excluded. Think of Thatcher's "there is no choice," and "you can't buck the market," and the appeal to nature is what serves that purpose. To be sure, the state, as the sphere of politics, does have a role in neoliberalism, but it is severely limited and essentially negative. It is to prevent violence and fraud, and to enforce contracts. Anything else is both morally illegitimate and economically destructive. The associated claim, that the free market is self-regulating, apparently is a derivative of the so-called law of supply and demand, which suggests that an equilibrium between these two will be re-established, if it is disturbed by external factors. Even if we knew what an external factor was exactly, and if this law turned out in some sense to be true and contentful, it is unclear why it should be thought to be especially important or humanly appealing. After all, it says only that equilibrium will eventually be re-established, but not either when it will be reached or what the actual content of that equilibrium might be. If there is no demand for my apples, continue to show up at the market every day, there is a disequilibrium, which can be remedied if one die of starvation and thus do not show EP on the market square. This is no consolation to me. Equally, as Keynes remarked, in the long run we are all dead, so a process in which equilibrium is re-established after 500 years might not be of much interest to any of us. So, even if one accepts the neoliberal framework, but tries to apply it to a span of time that is relevant to human beings, say, 40 years, there is no guarantee that anything like equilibrium will be attained. Also, simple observation should have sufficed to indicate that, whatever the a priori arguments from economics, the present system has not shown itself to be self-regulating in any humanly interesting sense, and there is absolutely no reason to believe that. This is because deregulation has not been carried out sufficiently thoroughly. What one might think should have been the final nail in the coffin of neoliberalism was the rush by members of the financial services industry, who for decades had preached that any intervention by the state was harmful, but suddenly changed their tune entirely and called for massive state intervention to save the banks during the recent financial crisis, which was forthcoming in many cases, and has actually worked in the cases in which it was tried. It is hard to see how the ideology of neoliberalism could conceivably survive after this, but to jump to this conclusion would be to overlook the investment that established and powerful economic actors have in the maintenance of an ideology that gives them a way of presenting the pursuit of their own narrow advantage in a beneficent light. These, then, are some general reasons for skepticism about the neoliberal project. However, there are also some further deficiencies in the program if one thinks specifically about the humanities, the funding of universities, and education in general. Neoliberalism is loud in its praise of the efficiency of the free market and of its role in fostering the maximization of autonomy. However, the theory of the free market depends on a number of assumptions that make it an especially inadequate model for educational processes. First, it assumes perfect knowledge on the part of the consumer. A. Consumers know what they want. They are the final court of appeal about their desires, wants, and interests. B. Consumers know about the goods offered for sale. The first of these two assumptions is a version of the general liberal thesis that is sometimes called anti-paternalism, but the second goes beyond anything assumed by older figures in the liberal tradition. In some simple cases, it might not be implausible to think that these two assumptions hold, and in fact the even minimal ideologue effectiveness of this assumption depends on this plausibility. I go to the market square, meaning the concrete bit of paved space in the center of the town in which I live, to buy apples. I know I want apples and know that different kinds exist, some of which I like better than others. In general, however, the idea that I'll always know better than anyone else what is good for me, or even what I want, is one that seems grossly to contradict everyday experience. In my own case, am only too aware that in the past I have made very significant mistakes in the judgment of my own desires, wishes, and interests. Even if my friends, empathetic but disinterested, observers, professionals, and experts of various kinds who have to deal with me are too polite to say, I'll now know that I am many cases their judgments about me and my behavior would have been right whereas was wrong. This principle of anti-paternalism that stands at the core of neo-liberalism is, however, multiply ambiguous. LT does not have to be at all the same thing to say that 1. Lam the final judge of what I want, and to say that 2. Lam the final judge of what is good for me, or what is in my interest. Clearly neither of these is identical with 3. Lam the final pidge of what is good gispliciter. 4. Lam the final judge of what it would be good for me to do it. For the sake of argument, we put aside for the moment the other versions and start from the formulation, fam the final judge of what is in my own interest. This statement is still not completely unequivocal. Fear seem to me to be several ways in which it can be taken. A. Whatever judgment I happen to make about my own interests is in face infallible, so if I happen to think that the glass in front of me, which actually contains sulfuric acid, is full of water, my judgment, when I am thirsty, that it would be in my own interest to drink the contents of the glass is infallible. That seems highly implausible. A second way to read the thesis is B. Any judgment an individual makes about his own interest ought always to be treated by others, especially economists and politicians, as if it were infallible. That is, it ought to be taken at face value, not to be interpreted away, questioned, ignored in the name of some higher good or greater wisdom, and so on. However, if my judgments about my own interests are not infallible, why should they always be treated as if they were? A third reading of the thesis is C. Every individual is in principle capable of learning what TS in his own interest, and whatever he defines as in his interest at the end of a learning process should be accepted. This formulation would be genuinely informative only if it were to be associated with a clear further specification of what a learning process was and how such a process could come to an end. The minimalist or default position for such a learning process would be that it was one in which I endogenously changed my beliefs about what was in my own interest in response to new information, that is, information I had previously not had. So I change my views about whether smoking is in my interest by virtue of acquiring some new information about its effects on my health. The most interesting cases of learning, however, go beyond the mere assimilation of new and useful factual information. Thus in the 19th century there was a whole subgenre in German literature of the so-called Bildungs Roman that had as part of its essential content the narration of a process of development in which a young man not only changed his views about his interests in the light of new information but actually came to adopt a new way of living and an associated new set of interests. Often part of the point is that at the start of their process of learning, individuals are not in a position to see things correctly and to evaluate the information that may in some sense, RN principle, be available to them. The central figure must become other than he is, in order to make himself able to learn from what he sees, hears, and experiences. Perhaps the best example here is not Wilhelm Meister, or der Green Heinrich Bar Wagner's Parsifal. At the beginning of the opera, Parsifal is really der Reme Tor, and what characterizes his I am mature status is that he is not even able to ask the right questions about the strange ritual events that are taking place around Bim. Thus he asks Gern Mans, W East der Graal, to which the only answer is that even to ask the question in this form betrays a complete lack of understanding of what is going on. Das sagt sich nicht, because the Grail is not a who but a what. At root an innocent sexually immature boy, Nabe, is not in any position to learn anything about the situation of the Knights of the Graal. What changes things for him is Kundry's kiss, but that is not best understood as a form of transmission of information. There are, then, processes of learning that are not mere sequences of assimilation of new information but ISO changes in one's way of life with attendant changes in one's very modes of perception, in the direction of one's curiosity, in the ways in which one processes information, and in the structure of one's interests themselves. The early Marx makes the central point here with all requisite clarity. Nur unter gewissen Gesellschaftsbedingungen wird ein Marusi Kalisches or Sinn och Tier die Schönheit der Form Kurs, werden erst menschlicher Genitis fahige Srame, Sinn welche, als sensualich Wessenkraft sich bestatigen, teils erst as Gebede, teils erst erzut. Die Bidunige der Five Sinn ist in Arbeit der ganzen bisherigen Weltgeschichte, der unter dem rohen Prack, Tischen Bediertes Befangen sim bat och nur einen Bornierten, Shin. Den Arghungerten Menschen existiert nicht die menschliche Form der Species, sondern mer thr abstraktes Dasein. Als Species, ebenso konnte sie in roster Form vorliegen, und es ist nicht zu sagen, wodurch sich dies Nahrungstätigkeit von der typischen Nahrungstätigkeit unterscheidet. Der Sorgenfall, Wettertige Mensch hat keinen Sinn für das schönste Schauspiel. Der Mineralinkrämer sieht nur den merkantilen Wert, aber nicht die Schönheit und eigentümliche Natur des Minerals. Hat keinen mineralogischen Sinn. Marx, Mu, Erg. 1. S. 541. The natural sciences tell us how to represent complex crystalline structures in a mathematically perspicuous way, what chemical properties different minerals have, and how they can be worked and used. The humanities are structured around an attempt to awaken and cultivate what Marx calls the mineralogical sense by initiating processes of learning in which we transform ourselves into creatures who have an interest in the beauty and specific nature of minerals. If the anti-paternalist neoliberal states that the final question is, what does each individual in question value, desire, and believe is in his interest, the traditional response of the humanities would have been that the questions they raise have a kind of priority, namely, not what do individuals value, but what should they value? Where the concept of should is construed as broadly as possible, and the specification of the content of should is itself part of what the humanities investigate. The world of transformation of our habits of seeing, feeling, and wanting is the world in which the humanities are at home. This is a world to which neoliberalism has no access and about which it has nothing to say. Education is not a commodity or service like others because it is explicitly directed not at providing people with something they know they want, but changing the nature and structure of our beliefs, desires, wants, and interests. This emphasis on the structured change of beliefs, preferences, attitudes, and interests is what distinguishes the humanities, in their highest vocation, Hegel's Höchstberufung, registered, from neoliberalism in any form. One of the most rigorous and influential proponents of neo-liberalism, Gary Becker, devotes much time to discussing a basic assumption he makes, which is that people never change their preferences, they merely respond differently to different perceived opportunity costs. Students are not like the autonomous consumers of neoliberal theory because, one is almost tempted to say, by definition, they are not agents at the end of a building's process, but rather, at the beginning. There are several distinct lines of reasoning that one might mobilize against the central neoliberal conception, that of freedom. First, freedom is not exhausted by the conjunction of the right to secure ownership of property, the right to taking certain types of unregulated economic initiatives, and free consumer choice among a large universe of alternatives. At the very minimum, it must also comprise some condition to the effect that the individual subject who is free is both while informed and enlightened about his or her own desires and interests. Premature exposure to uncontrolled choice among uncategorized options may well in fact have the effect of confusing subjects and preventing them from coming to develop a well-grounded sense of what is in their own interests, especially in view of the existence of addictive options that offer corporations the possibility of effectively enslaving individual consumers: cars, drugs, cigarettes, electronic gadgets. Second, even if one did, for the pure poses of this argument, suspend any reservations one might have about the neoliberal idea of freedom as essentially ownership, entrepreneurship, and consumer choice, the free market does not obviously provide me with unlimited consumer choice. Rather, 1am systematically offered only such options as will be compatible with the continued existence of a particular market structure. I may have free choice among dozens of brands of soap or toothpaste, but if my basic preference structure is one in which what I really want is to live in a society where there is security of employment for everyone, no advertising on the streets, the expectation of a reasonably comfortable retirement for any except the most feckless, or even including the most feckless, public institutions such as newspapers, radio, and universities in which informed, open discussion of human life is possible, these will most definitively be on the list of things a free market will in fact provide. Part of our human freedom is our ability collectively to think about the future and take care for it. Neo-liberalism is committed to the view that we ought not to make use of that ability, but leave the future to individual planning in the free market. It is hard to see this as anything bad, an attempt at boom and self-mutilation. It is, of course, perfectly possible to argue that the humanities could never in any case live up to their ideal vocation. The dream that there could be a public social space in which we could study and participate in rationally controlled processes of self-transformation, in which our desires and interests became more enlightened, might just be another lovely illusion. Just as, then, there were precursors of the humanities, there might also be successors to them, if, for instance, neoliberalism were to be able to refashion the universities completely in their image. The universities would then become factories for the production of a certain kind of luxury good, or salons providing a certain prestigious service, that is, something like a jeweler's workshop or a high-class massage parlor. Neither of these are vantage points from which one will be likely to satisfy the traditional aspiration of the humanities to contribute to a general improvement of human cultural and moral life. Identification and the politics of envy. Aninilba Bab Pono. In 1844 Marx was living in Paris, and for his own edification he wrote a series of texts that in some sense represent his first theoretical breakthrough in coming to a new understanding of the society in which he was living. These texts remained unpublished during his lifetime, but have since come to be known as the economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844. In an oft-cited passage of one of these texts, he discusses what he calls crude and thoughtless communism, Gier und Gedenkentos Kommunismus. This text reads, Der nach ganz Roh und Gedenkenlos Kommunismus will, alles vernichten, was nicht fähig ist, als Privatigentum von allen besessen, zu werden, will auf gewaltsame Weise von Talent etc. abstrahieren. Der physisch, unmittelbar Besitz gilt, ihmals einziger Zweck des Lebens und Dessens, die Bestern. Rang des Arbeiters wird nicht aufgehoben, sondern auf alle Menschen ausgedehnt. Das Verhältnis des Privatigentums bleibt das Verhältnis der Gemeinschaft zur Sachenwähler. Dieser Kommunismus, in dem die Persönlichkeit des Menschen überall negert, ist eben nur der konsequente Ausdruck des Privatigentums, welches dies Negation ist. Der allgemeine und als macht sich constituierende Need ist die versteckte Form, in welcher die Habsucht sich herstellt und nur auf eine andere Weise sich befriedigt. Der Gedenk jedes Privatigentums als eines solchen ist wenigstens gegen das reiche Privatigentum, als Need und Nivellierungssucht gekehrt, so dafür die Sager das Wesen der Konkurrenz ausmachen. Der Roh-Kommunist ist nur die Vollendung dieses Neges und dieser Nivellierung von dem vorgestellten Minimum aus. Hat ein bestimmtes begrenztes Mafi. Wie wenig dies Aufhebung des Privatigentums eine wirkliche Erneinung ist, beweist eben die abstrakte Negation der ganzen Welt der Bildung und der Zivilisation, die Artigkehr zur natürlichen Einfachheit des armen, rohen und bedrängnislosen Menschen, der nicht über das Privatigentum hinaus, sondern nicht einmal bei demselben angelangt ist. The still rather crude and thoughtless communism wishes to destroy everything that is not capable of being possessed as private property by all. It wishes to abstract in a violent way from talent, etc. Physical, immediate possession is for this type of crude communism the only goal of life and existence. The category worker is not transformed and done away with, UFGE. Haben, but extended to apply to everyone. The relation of private property remains the relation of the community to the world of objects. This form of communism, by negating the personality of the human being everywhere, is precisely nothing but the consistent expression of private property, which is this negation. The envy that forms part of this form of communism, an envy that is universal and has constituted itself as a power, is the hidden form in which greed takes hold and satisfies itself, and it does so merely in a different way from the way in which such greed satisfies itself in current forms of society. The thought implicit in any instance of private property as such TS envy and the desire to flatten things down, at least as turned against any richer instance of private property, so that this ever constitutes the essence of competition. The crude communist is only the full-blown form of this envy and of the desire to flatten everything down to some merely #imagined minimum. He has a specific limited measure. V's apparent transformation, abolition of private property is not genuine appropriation of it. How little this is the case is indicated by the fact that this crude communism abstractly negates the whole world of culture, Bildung, and civilization, by its return to the natural simplicity of the poor, crude, human being. We has only few needs, a human being who is not beyond private property, but who has not yet even reached that stage. By crude communism, Marx seems to mean a modern equivalence of the kind of social and political regime that, following Aristotle's discussion in the Politics, was traditionally ascribed to Plato's Republic, and is usually expressed by the formula, community of goods, women, and children, xei, Silicet, in Plato's Republic, Yap 6. LWK Pethna Pnoi Bave Zorve TD Texva Chi Tak Uvinak Savai Kat Tak. Extrasts Fas Aristotle puts ice in politics, 1262 This Aristotelian vir, scion of Plato, is written from the traditional male perspective, so the tacit assumption is that communism means equal use of goods by all the men in the community, ekpril, sexual access to wernan, for all the men, and equal disciplinary control of children at nd women by all ihe men. Given Plavo's views about the equality of men and women, his version of community would have a different structure from that described by Aristotle. The Greeks, of course, had no concept of a right, and so, a fortiori, nothing like the notion of a modern property right, but if one tries, however, to imagine an analog to Plato's version of ancient community using the modern discourse of property rights, one gets something like each adult member of the society has an equal common ownership right to all the goods produced, and parallel equal access, control, and use rights to all other adult members and children. Fies means, Mars claims, that the society as a whole has a relation to all objects, which is like the relation that in the 19th century an individual owner had to objects that were his private property. Marx's characterization of this as crude communism already indicates that he does not see it as an especially attractive way of organizing society. In fact, he says that it, as it were, exhibits some of the moral deformations of our society, associated with the institution of private property, in an even more intense and concentrated form. It is, as he says, a universalization of private property, not an overcoming of it. A properly humane form of society, Marx claims, would not simply reproduce the mechanisms of private property while universalizing and equalizing them. It would not be structured around the legal fixation of an absolute right to use or abuse, merely redistributing the participation in the exercise of such rights equally throughout the populations, but would find some way of allowing people to have access to and be able to use what they needed without recourse to such an abstract framework of rights. How exactly a society like that would be organized, if not around property rights to labor power and its products, is extremely difficult to say, and Marx gives us practically no help because of his opposition to utopian speculation, but still that seems to be a different question from the one at issue here. Marx's own view, of course, is that absolute or abstract egalitarianism is incoherent because people in fact are all different, and any attempt to make them the same along one dimension will simply increase difference along some other dimension. To think that there are two opposing views called egalitarianism and anti-egalitarianism makes sense only if one misunderstands the nature of the concepts of equal and unequal. These are not substantive, categorical concepts like blue or wet or sharp, which designate some feature of the world, but they are what Kant calls concepts of reflection, which locate something correlatively on a particular scale, and no scale has any absolute priority. Choice of one scale rather than another is a pragmatic, or political, decision. Two things are not just equal in the way they can be blue or sharp, but they must of necessity be equal in some respect, and whether or not we call them equal or unequal depends completely on the respect in which we choose to compare them. With sufficient ingenuity, anything can be described as a state of equality or of inequality, depending on the dimension along which comparison is being made. The British NHS is equal because everyone gets free healthcare, but unequal because those who are more frequently ill get more care than those who are not. The chaotic, pay-as-you-go forms of healthcare available in the United States can also be described as equal to the extent to which those who can afford it can get the same level of care, and as unequal because some people who need it get treated and others do not. Describing anything as equal or unequal per se is cognitively completely empty, but it can also be actively misleading. It has the appearance of being substantive. The reason for this is that more often than not some one scale of comparison is singled out, usually tacitly, as the only one relevant, and all other scales are ignored. What this means is that an ideal of absolute equality is not merely unreachable but literally incoherent, because there is no naturally or absolutely given standard or respect with reference to which one must compare them. Or rather, there is one such standard, and that is complete identity, but this is politically completely irrelevant, if not incoherent. Political proponents of absolute equality do not mean that every person should be identical to himself or herself, or that society as a whole should be equal in the sense of being identical to itself. Because that is not an ideal to be aspired to, but something that is in any case true of every society no matter what its internal structure. The illusory temptation to absolute egalitarianism is one that arises in a society dominated by private property, because in such a society, there does seem to be one designated yardstick or dimension for comparison that in fact overrides all others, and that is the amount of private property one owns, usually measured in monetary terms as the market value of one's property. Thus arises the illusion that all one would need to do would be to equalize ownership of private property. Crude communism draws the egalitarian conclusion from that illusion, and if one could get rid of property, one would also pass outside the realm in which egalitarianism would even seem to make any sense. The crude communist pursues the false goal of overcoming the deficiencies of a regime of private property by equalizing the distribution of property, in addition to giving a description of what he takes this crade communism to be. Marx also gives a further diagnosis of it relative to a characteristic set of emotions associated with it. The form of reductive egalitarianism the crude communist preaches, and of which, if he is actually honest and authentic, he is an instance, Marx says, is nothing but the full establishment of universal envy as a major social power. Even this envy, Marx holds, has a capitalist form, because it is pain that results specifically from the observation that another has more property than I do, not from the fact that he or she is handsomer, quicker on his or her feet, or more intelligent than I am. The poor take it very much amiss that the rich possess more than they do, and the imposition of egalitarianism in the form of a restriction of ownership to an equal share in collective property, and the denigration of anything that cannot thus be shared and possessed equally, is thus the revenge of the have-nots against the haves. Two strands come together here. One is a claim about the role of envy, and the second the idea that envy becomes established as a power in society. I think these are actually intended to be two slightly different things. To become established as a power need not be a throwaway remark, because much of Marx's early social theory is Hegelian in inspiration, and thus it is obsessed with the issue of how human powers, in the widest sense, come to establish themselves as separate social institutions. Thus, from a sufficiently global point of view, the police in a certain society are, roughly speaking, nothing more than a structured way in which the forces and powers available in that society are deployed to ensure order of a certain kind. The police, that is, have no access to some supernatural or occult source of extra power. Whatever power they have is a power humans in the society grant them. On the other hand, the whole point of having something like a police system is that these powers are lodged in a separate institutional structure in such a way that makes them not immediately under the direct control of those over whom they are exercised. Politics, as we usually understand it, is par excellence the realm of such an institutionalization because it has to do with the attempt to wield, resist, evade, or influence the power of that great separate institution, the state. One of Marx's claims, as we know, was that the state as such an institution would wither away. And he often expresses this by saying that politics will cease. This does not mean that there will be no more conflicts of power, merely that they will not take a specifically political form, that is, they will not take the form of a struggle for control of the state apparatus. So the act of taking control of part of the state apparatus, such as the police, is merely a preparatory and transitory part of a revolutionary process. The real revolution, Marx holds, starts afterward when people begin to develop forms of social interaction that replace those associated with that particular institution, which we today call state, and render any form of state regulation of social and economic life superfluous. It should be obvious, he thinks, there is no way I am. Which we might say how such rules will look. Totally new conditions will require innovations in our modes of behaving toward one another, and our ways of regulating such modes that cannot be anticipated. Utopian speculation, thus, is pointless. Want to suggest, then, that der sich als matched constituerende need, does not merely mean that envy will be a powerful motivation for people, but it also means that envy that will be congealed, as Marx thinks many human powers have come to be congealed, into an institutional form and will become part of the political structure of the radically egalitarian state as it exists under crude communism. In such a society, if it could become a stable and relatively enduring one, something one has good reason to think Marx would think highly likely. Taking a Stradivarius away from a gifted violinist will not be some thing in need of special explanation. This line of argument from envy to egalitarianism is, as far as no original to Marx. In the ancient world there is a similar line of argument in books 1 and 2 of Plato's Republic, but the apparent similarity makes the differences even more striking. Thus Glaucon, at the beginning of Book 2 of the Republic, speaks of the canons of justice in distribution as arising as a kind of rational compromise. Everyone would really like to take or get assigned as much as possible, but each rationally fears that some stronger person will also want to take as much as possible, and thus in a free-for-all they will end up with little or nothing. So they agree on equal shares for all. Note that envy plays no role in this construction, although fear does. The reflective preference the weak have for having equal shares for all rather than allowing the strong to have more is a perfectly rational preference, based on fear of what otherwise would occur. If no fam weak, of course I prefer for all to have equal shares rather than to be dominated by the strong. Rational terror is, however, one would have thought, a completely different emotion from envy. The purported connection of envy and egalitarianism is one that was to have a long history after Marx, mostly of course in the form of appropriation by figures on the political right who were keen to reject some specific demand for a particular kind of equality for spec-ifiable reasons. Usually this takes the form of claiming that envy was a kind of anthropological invariant, which cannot be abolished, and the necessary persistence of which would make any form of egalitarianism impossible. This, of course, is multiply irrelevant to Marx, who, first of all, nowhere asserted or implied that envy could be abolished, although he thought the form it took could be transformed. Marx thought that the envy that comes to be universalized in crude communism has its origin in the particular extreme form of envy generated by individual property relations in a capitalist society, but this, too, in no way implies that there could be any form of society in which no envy at all occurred. Marx's basic criticism of capitalism, after all, was that it subordinated diverse individuals in their variable manifold richness under repressive abstract categories, such as money or mere notional units of homogeneously conceived labor, time. So he was against the rigid domination of these categories over human life, not against the fluid play of natural human emotions. He was against envy generated, if one wishes to put it that way, by artificial differences in wealth, social status, and political power. Not against the envy of one man against another for being quicker and more reliable at doing mental arithmetic, or of one woman for another who can run faster or is more charming, more witty, or intelligent than she is. What is wrong with capitalism, Marx says in the passage from the Philosophic Economic Manuscripts cited at the beginning of this chapter, is that it abstracts from real talents and replaces them with abstract symbolic differences calibrated finally in monetary terms. Second, Marx in any case did not take egalitarianism as a positive social ideal, because he thought that as such a general ideal it would be incoherent. Marx would be perfectly happy and could perfectly consistently grant the merits of various specific equalities, but in each case he would be arguing for a specific equality in a specific dimension of human life for a particular reason. Thus, it makes sense for all the runners in the race to be equal with respect to their starting time, because we want to discover which one can run quickest over a given distance, and we can tell that most easily if they all start together. Yet it is easily imaginable that in some situations, say, in a situation in which very young children compete in running against adults, assigning different starting points to different children would count as providing equal chances. Up to this point I have assumed that the nation of envy was clear enough for us to take it for granted, but is it really so clear what we mean by envy, and how exactly it comes into this discussion? Envy seems to be a complex emotion with a rather obscure genesis and a number of historically highly variable forms. Despite this, there would seem to be at least two properties that something would have to exhibit for us to call it envy. First, envy is a Hermann emotion involving three variables. Paradigmatically, envy you because of some property that I take you to have, and that for the purposes of discus scion is assumed to be some kind of good, or l'envy you in some respect. L'envy Mary beer green tham, Victoria her fluency in Russian, and Adelaida her way with cats. I envy Teddy bis complete inattentiveness to his environment. Envy Michael his library. So there is a subject of envy, in this case me tilde a person who is the object of envy, Michael, and finally a good that is the cause of envy, Michael's library. This tripartite structure of two persons and some good is part of the basic framework that must be given before one can begin to consider whether one is confronting a case of envy. Second, envy must be some kind of painful or negative or distressing emotion. If lamb pleased that you have some goad, for instance, I shall be said to admire you, or, if you are a close relative with whom identify in an especially strong positive way and you have achieved something good, the emotion feel might not be envy, but, for instance, disinterested pleasure or pride. One traditional analysis that proceeds in this way is that which Aristotle gives in the Expitorica, in which he defines an emotion which he calls pbievic as being distressed, adin, because someone else has good fortune or is well off, aeompage, where presumably being well off can encompass sither what are sometimes called goods of fortune, such as possessions, valued objects, or wealth, physical or psychological properties, such as swiftness of foot, a persuasive manner, or social relations, such as having many friends, social position, winning contests, or finally positive states of soul, such as courage, satisfaction with one's life, and so on. I will assume all these can be referred to as instances of ebrpia degree. This seems at least to be moving in the right direction, although there are two queries that immediately arise. First, does one really wish to speak of envy as such a passive state of being affected? Do I really envy you if lamb merely distressed by your good fortune? Do we not rather actually use envy in the full-blown sense only when we are not merely distressed, but when this distress moves us to some positive act of hostility? Not that we necessarily act on the hostility, but feeling the distress is not in itself enough. The schema that I envy you if lamb pained by your good fortune seems to cover a number of different kinds of case that it is important to distinguish. First, there are cases in which you have some good fortune that pains me, so that I wish you did not have that good fortune. You are my enemy, and it pains me to see that you enjoy such ruddy good health. I wish you dead, or gravely and painfully ill, or at any rate not in such a state of enjoying such visible and uninterrupted robustness. Here one might say that in cases like this I might say, I begrudge you your good health, mifsgunnen, but I would not really say, I envy you, unless I was myself in poor health. So, one might claim, there is a comparative element in envy that is essential to it. Let us then call the first kind of case, envy, equals begrudging, and the second case, where the comparison between your good fortune and my lack of good fortune is constitutive, negative envy. However, I also in everyday life repeatedly say that I envy people when I by no means wish that they did not have the good fortune I lack. I can say, and have said, I envy Michael his library, meaning that he has a stock of books that is definitely much larger and in some respects better chosen than mine, including rare works it would be very difficult for me to acquire. This good fortune of his pains me, because I would like to have such a library and do not, but I do not wish that he did xot have that library. Rather I am pleased for him, but I wish I had one like that, too. The comparative element in this is important, as it was in the second case. But this is a kind of positive or constructive envy. In addition, we can nowadays use the term envy in a full-blown way but also metaphorically, as a form of mere politeness, as an exaggeration, or as a kind of joke. So I may really and vividly envy a person who has been a long-standing rival and accomplishes something, have tried in vain to achieve, but I may also say, perfectly tragically, to the taxi driver, that I'll envy him his detailed knowledge of the geography of London. I do not mean by that even that, would myself prefer to know the city better than I do, because I do not finally care that much about the geography of London. 1 a.m. certainly not in any serious sense pained by my lack of knowledge or his superior state of knowledge. To say envy him his knowledge of London is not false. Knowing London is something I fully recognize as a good thing. A world in which no one had this knowledge would be lacking something. Nev, earthless, L cannot honestly say that I feel deprived or pained by my relative ignorance. Aeltha it is a good, it is not that important to me. This is at best a mere shadow of real envy. Actually this kind of envy looks very much like a case of rather disinterested admiration, which is usually taken to be something like the opposite of envy. There is a second question about Aristotle's analysis arises with regard to the reasons for which one is pained. To say that 1 a.m. distressed, in the sense either of simply being made sad, the weaker, more passive case, or being made hostile, the more active case, by your good fortune does not seem sufficient as an account of envy, at any rate if one thinks that such an account should allow us to distinguish envy from some other phenomena. If lamb distressed by your good fortune, but that good fortune consists in occupying the only source of water on the island, then my distress is more likely to be a kind of fear than envy. Lar distressed because I fear what that good fortune means for me. Lamb suddenly at your mercy. Aristotle, as usual, is analytically useful here because he does pay attention on the reasons toward which feel pained and or hostile, specifically mentioning that envy is to be distinguished from fear. Fat is, if fam your neighbor and know that for years you have wanted to build an addy onto your house that will have the effect of overshadowing my garden, but chat you have not been able to do this because of lack of cash. The news that you have come into an inheritance will not fill me with glee. Stull, I see would seem odd to say in this situation that I envied you your good fortune. Rather lamb disturbed because I fear the consequences of that good fortune for me. The reference to the effect on me is not essential to this argument. If I have sufficient imagination, I can be pained by the thought that a developer in Italy has had the good fortune to acquire funding and licenses to build on a historically significant or especially beautiful site, even if I will myself never be in a position to visit that site. This, too, is not really envy but fear about bad consequences of what is for someone else a stroke of good fortune. At this point Aristotle makes a further instructive distinction by referring to a distinction that he posits between three slightly different terms in Greek for forms of pain at another's good fortune. The first is a set of related terms frequently used in a wide variety of contexts in Homer, but that by the 4th century had become slightly archaic. The verb vugot v, the verbal noun to vipitive, and the noun vewiats. This is usually translated indignation, or rig, TTS anger. The other is the term that is most usually translated into English as envy, p8dvoc. The third set of terms is associated with aoc, usually translated something like emulousness. The distinction between the first two of these is that to vpiov really has to do with quasi-moral disapproval, as Aristotle puts it. Rhetorica, 13874, L yap et to veneod voteo bal etlth pat 1 view. Avagan less than g everpave, for if we assume that being indignant is being distressed at a faring well which seems to be undeserved. Nepeoic seems originally to have been the emotion a person feels toward an other when the other shamelessly goes beyond the bounds of what is appropriate or decent. The gods feel it when humans get above themselves, and Aristotle claims then that it is the correct name for the emotion I feel toward you, if I have a morally tinged disapproval of the fact that you have enjoyed some undeserved good fortune. This, Aristotle says, distinguishes it clearly from et d6 voc, that is, from what we call envy, because p at dvoc completely lacks the quasi-moral dimension of vewiach. In envy, in contrast to vewiat's notions of what is warranted, appropriate, deserved, or merited play no role. Aristotle writes, Rhetorica, 1387b23, Ltep eotiv 0 podvoc on ti cent. ETLEUTPAYVIAPAIVOLEVYTHVAP in UEVWVAYAUG MEPL 2 UOIOUG, UNTVAT ABTA. A ad Dr. Exivus, envy is a certain distress caused by the fact that some other people like oneself seem to have done well with respect to the aforementioned goods. The subject envies these others not because he wants the goods in question for him, herself, but because they have them. I envy you merely because you possess sore good, have some stroke of good fortune, or are signally well off, regardless of whether that is deserved or not, and even if one do not myself wish to have the particular good or benefit you enjoy. So if you cheat to win the race against me, and lamb hostile to you because you cheated, that is, rig. TTS indignation, epeoic, but I may envy you your success, even if you did not cheat because, as we would say, I begrudge it to you that you win. To be sure, we may surmise acts of hostility properly thought of as instances of envy, may for various reasons try to sanitize themselves by presenting themselves as expressions of indignation, but that does not show that there is no difference between the two. This is all perfectly compatible with Aristotle's theory, provided that one admits that there are some cases of genuine vehemente, and that not everything that presents itself as indignation is really envy. Aristotle, however, also distinguishes envy from zeal, or Laschen, Caius, Rhetorica, 1388232, et yap eociv gia kaumi tic emi. Pat vuevi tapusig dyabdv evitui cat evixiapavan atir abave, repla tobi oolotes th bear, odstigaawgaasti cal abth photive. For if emulousness is a certain distress caused by the fact that some other people who are by nature like themselves seem to possess toin valued goods, which it is possible for people to acquire. People are emulous not because someone else has these goods, but because they do not have them, too. This distinction, too, is conceptually clear enough. In emulation, tam pammed when you get some good because I want that good myself. In NVL might or might not want the good you have myself. But the point is that I do not wish you to have it. In envy lamb focused on the person or persons whom envy, not on the good he or she has or they have, which is not, of course, to say that the good involved is completely irrelevant, as it might be in the case of mere irrational, or, as we say, blind hatred. Begrudge you your having that good or your doing well, even if one do not myself aspire to having that particular good. This deeply non-constructive aspect of envy, what I really want is for you nor to have the good, is one of the reasons this emotion has such a bad press in Aristotle and others. What I really want is not attain or possess the good you have or indeed any discernible objective good, but that you not fare well. One final aspect of the analysis remains. Aristotle is clear that I envy only those whom I perceive to be like me. How much like me, and in which respects? This has been a highly controversial claim, but it does not seem to be simply one of those Aristotelian throwaway remarks, a comment to which he has given no thought, because it recurs several times in his writings, and indeed in other ancient works. The idea might seem intuitively to be something like this. The peasant in a society in which social hierarchies are taken seriously may hate the aristocrat, and might even zealously wish to emulate the aristocrat, having the goods the aristocrat has, but strictly he does not envy the aristocrat. Once social hierarchies break down and once the Christian message of universal moral equality has had time to percolate throughout society, the way is open for universal envy, but that is because in such societies everyone is construed as like, or equal to, all others. Envy makes sense only among equal competitors in the same game. So I have to make a twofold imaginative leap. I need to have activated a rather complex kind of identify cation. This young woman whose speech I can scarce understand, or this terminally self-satisfied government minister is really, like me, a human being and co-citizen of the European Union and United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. In addition to this, I must imaginatively construe the two of us as engaged in some kind of competitive project in which we are rivals. Similarity means some kind of equality, and to be a competitor or rival means for there to be some kind of common framework within which comparative loss and gain or advantage and disadvantage can be calculated. These are also two ways in which envy is different from simple hatred. I can hate almost anyone, and perhaps it is even possible to hate non-human entities, but I envy only those humans who are sufficiently like me to be some kind of rivals or competitors. I hate enemies, but a competitor is not per se my enemy. In fact, there is some evidence that certain Greek thinkers thought envy was particularly closely connected to friendship, that it was a particular perversion of friendship or of a relation much like friendship, registered Raquel, Toa, that what really irked his opponents was Julius Caesar's clementia. One might think that clemency just meant kindliness, a relaxed tolerance or forbearance in the face of error or miscreants, and hence that it was a human virtue. In the context of the politics of the Roman Republic, however, clementia was much more ambiguous than this would suggest. The reason is that it could be thought to be a virtue that was associated with pretensions to kingship. To be clement was to exercise a free choice vis-a-vis someone who was in one's power, and to be fixedly and universally clement could be construed as being or claiming to be above the fray, as a king was constitutionally. An aristocrat in the Roman Republic was supposed to take the others seriously, engage and compete with them on terms of rough equality, and sought to be above the battle with them. Too much clemency expressed the wrong attitude, as if one did not consider an opponent a possible threat or competitor. At the end of the Civil War, one of Caesar's great adversaries, the arch-republican Cato, committed suicide rather than surrender to him. On this occasion Caesar is reported to have said, "Zero arditwe. Hove kor tal g javatu kai yao bior thccwrnptagegtdvycac. Cato, envy you your death because you envied me my sparing of you." Here instead of envy, we would probably say begrudge. In the second part of this I see how Caesar uses the same word in Greek. For both, Caesar envied Cato because Cato has begrudged Caesar the opportunity of showing clemency to Cato. That is, Cato knew that Caesar would kill him but would spare him, and that this would be seen as yet another instance of Caesar's clemency, and would thus contribute to consolidating Caesar's pretension to be above the fray. Caesar thinks that this pretension is justified because he deserves the status he claims, so for him Cato's refusal even to be put in a position in which it might be thought that he could possibly accept Caesar's clemency is merely an instance of envy on Cato's part. Sparing Cato was a good, because an expression of Caesar's superiority, and Cato was distressed at the thought that Caesar might have that good. Cato's own views about this are not recorded, certainly not as pithily as Caesar's, but we can assume that, if they had been recorded, and if he had been speaking Greek rather than Latin, he would have denied the charge of envy and said he felt not patdvoc but vawiach, since he thought Caesar's airs of superiority were unmerited, or, at any event, ought not to be in any way recognized or tacitly acknowledged in a republic. Caesar in the first part of his statement admits that he is pained by the fact that Cato possesses a good, namely, the good of refusing to allow himself to be treated as a person toward whom it would be in any way possible to show clemency. So, too, that in modern English we usually say that I envy someone some good, if I jack that good. Not, of course, that I necessarily want that good myself, but I do not want you to have it. On Aristotle's analysis of the Greek expression there is no such I am plication. I usually envy you if lamb distressed at your good fortune, when I am less fortunate, but I can in principle speak of envy if lamb pained at your success even if I'm equally fortunate myself. Here, of course, Caesar is in a situation in which either the broader Greek sense or the narrower English sense would apply. Cato owes the good fortune of a death that demonstrates irrefutably that he was a man of a certain kind. Caesar, even if he at the moment has a firm sense of his own superiority, has not yet had the opportunity to show this by granting clemency and seeing it accepted by Cato. Nor can he even yet show his equality to Cato by a similarly appropriate death. This example shows that in the discussion up to now we have abstracted to some extent from one final important aspect of situations in which we speak of envy. We have treated the things that are the objects of envy, health, intelligence, possessions, as if they were non-positional goods. My state of health is not directly dependent on your state of health. You could have a large library, and that in itself would not prevent me from building up an equally good one. Not all goods that are objects of envy have this property. If you are healthy, that in no way prevents me from being healthy, but if you are the winner of the race, I, of necessity, am not. Reputation, status, social standing, however, are all positional goods. To have the standing of being the uniquely best at anything or in any respect, for instance, implies that all others are less good. Once the social world is fully monetarized, positionality becomes a basic property of social life, and the way is open for a massive expansion of the realm of envy. Beyond a certain point, one cannot compete with others about one's respective health, but there is always more money too. It is easy to see how envy can disrupt politics and render forms of social cooperation very difficult. If envy you, that means that I wish you ill, and do not wish you to have some good, even if I do not myself want that good. This, of course, can put a serious spoke in the possibilities of smooth human cooperation, and will do so if there are no stronger countervailing motives. One line of thought that has been tempting to many is the idea that if we are cooperating constructively, we should in general be willing to change our society in those ways that will increase our welfare. To increase our welfare, in turn, seems plausibly interpreted as meaning to act so that the welfare of the individuals who constitute our group is improved. In particular, it seems irrational to refuse to do something that will increase the welfare of any one member of the group, if that can be done in such a way as not to decrease the welfare of any other member. Increasing the welfare of at least one member while not decreasing the welfare of any other is sometimes called moving in the direction of Pareto optimalicy, and is described as a minimal condition of economic and thus also of political rationality. Suppose, then, that everyone in some state of society, call it state A, with the exception of a tiny fragment of the population who are earns between €1,000 and £5,000 a month of disposable income, abled or have been exceptionally unlucky. In this state, some people might envy others or begrudge them their good fortune in various dimensions. I might envy you your fluency in Russian, or I might dislike you intensely and begrudge you your health, your musical abilities, or even the fact that you earn the minimal €1 a month. Compare state A now with another state, B, in which some handful of people earns €1 million a month, while everyone else still earns €1, 0 Then state B is, on this view, thought to be more rational. If you are one of the people who will earn €OOC, I am state B, and I envy you in Aristotle's sense, am not likely to support a shit from state A to state B, even though in B fam no worse off. Might even be unwilling to move from state A to a possible state C in which I earn €2,000, while you take in X. This might, if one looks at it in a sufficiently detached way, seem irrational or even perverse. I seem to be cutting off my own nose, refusing an extra €1,000 to spite my face, as they say. Of course, LL might be envious or spiteful, but the impression that that is the on-why explanation of my refusal to move is incorrect and results from a characteristic underspecifica of the situations in question. Marx would have said, the situations are described too abstractly. It is, namely, assumed that the only thing relevant here is the simple quantitative amount of money available to each person in each of the various scenarios. Now what, Marx would ask, does this difference in level of monetary income mean? What will be its systematic effect on society? JF, and this is a big if, it simply means the amount of money available to each person for purposes of personal consumption, that is, if the money is used merely for buying wine, taking a trip, or making merry with one's friends, that is one situation. However, in our society, money means power. To have 30 euros more than I do in your pocket means to be able to buy a better bottle of wine than I can, and that you drink a better bottle of wine than I do will have no effects except perhaps on my feeling if I envy you, but to have several thousand times more money than me in a society where money will buy almost anything means something rather different. For instance, it might mean that are able to send your children to a fee-paying school, thereby draining good teachers, who are a scarce resource, from the state sector. Or it might mean that you can have private medical insurance or visit a private hospital, thereby contributing to the establishment of a two-tiered system of healthcare, with all the negative social consequences that would have. Or you might even be able to make significant contributions to funding particular political campaigns that, if successful, could change the conditions of life, or exercise influence on politicians in some other way. It might mean that you could buy a factory or a quasi-monopoly on some scarce resource, or a newspaper or a radio station, like Rupert Murdoch or Silvio Berlusconi, exercising the power and influence that posses scion of huge amounts of money in modern societies can buy is an altogether different matter from having a higher level of consumption, and so as long as differences in income are connected in this way with differences in power, it is by no means so obvious that I am being envious rather than rationally fearful if, all things considered, I prefer not to give you that differential power over me. In contrast to proper envy, I may not be focused on you, the specific person, or have any negative attitude toward your level of consumption per se. Rather, it is reasonable for me to fear any person who has an amount of wealth, power that threatens the health of society. Equally, it might be right for me to have righteous indignation toward those who undeservedly have an especially high level of consumption, given the unclarity about what, if anything, constitutes desert. Here, there could be constant grounds for disagreement here, unless Anne empties the concept of desert of its meaning and its ability to provide independent justification by simply identifying what someone deserves with what he or she end up with in the chaotic lottery that is the economic life of most modern societies. Neither rational fear nor righteous indignation are forms of envy. Envy is both painful and non-constructive, and thus it is understandable that it is an object of disapprobation. As a consequence, to attribute some political initiative to envy is usually a canny strategy, if the attribution can be made to stick. The haves will, thus, have a strong motivation to attribute envy to the have-nots. The face that the haves even bother to formulate this criticism of the have-nots means that the haves realize that they in some sense need some kind of cooperation from the have-nots. Even if what is at issue are not differences in relative power, as discussed above, but mere relative levels of consumption, it is not in general clear why the have-nots should not strive to get as much consumption as possible by whatever means they can employ. After all, greed is not in itself a terribly attractive property, either, and yet it is accepted as a necessary and legitimate motor of our economic activity. If the have-nots adopt a principied strategy of obstruction or non-cooperation with the haves, and this strategy results from envy, what exactly is wrong with that? Is envy so much less attractive than greed? In addition, in many situations systematic intransigence, which could look very much like a form of the politics of envy, might well result in a bargaining advantage for the have-nots. In that case, why would such a policy not be perfectly rational? I merely note that if one takes the ancient distinction between envy and indignation at Geuss and Vewiach seriously, the have-nots could always in principle claim that they were not motivated by envy, but by indignation, since in fact most of the most extreme forms of economic difference between agents in our society are due to completely accidental factors, such as being born the child of someone who is wealthy, or being accidentally at the right place in the market at the right time, and are not the result of anything that could be counted as merit or desert. This line of argument is not open to Marx, to be sure, because he has an extremely extensive battery of various arguments, which there is no time now to expound, against taking merit or desert particularly seriously as cognitive substantive categories, rather than as mere ideological constructs. Still, although Marx would not have taken the view that the poor are indignant rather than envious seriously, because this would require one to have a concept of merited and unmerited economic success, and for Marx no such concept is available, we might wish to disagree with him on this. Surely, we might argue, sometimes agents, with great ruthlessness and a quickness to deploy low animal cunning, are very strikingly successful. One might not morally approve of such personal qualities or find them particularly attractive, but that is a different matter. Why do they not constitute a clear concept of economic desert? Such individual cases are, of course, highly publicized by the powers that be in our society because they reinforce the idea that there is some sense in which merit of a kind is rewarded. However, these cases seem to be individual exceptions, and in fact are often explicitly presented as such exceptions. Whatever merit might mean, by no stretch of the imagination could the only son of a billionaire be said to have merited his inherited wealth, and in fact accidents, including the accidents of birth, are pretty clearly, as Hayek saw, the key to the prosperity or misery of most people. How, then, can we deal with this emotion in the political realm? There is every reason to believe that the solution envisaged by crude communism will not work, because it is a commitment to the pure suit of a task that is finally incoherent. If one assumes that envy could be abolished if only the mirage of true, complete egalitarianism was reached, this initiates a diabolical cycle in which envy refocuses itself on increasingly minor advantages, and it is tempting to think that the remedy for every failure is a search for yet further dimensions of human life that have not been equalized. Envy, however, turns out to be very sensitive to a number of imaginative constructions. I must identify certain people as sufficiently like me to be possible objects of envy, and time must construe them as rivals or competitors, and these boundaries are not at all fixed in real ITV. Modes of imaginative identification, however, are notoriously difficult to control. So the project of abolishing or even reliably channeling envy into non-toxic directions does not seem very promising. In principle, this still leaves intact Mary's early proposal for a depoliticization of envy, but to accept that in its full-blown form requires one to take on board the idea that politics, including, of course, the whole state apparatus, could wither away. Envy, in its various different forms, will surely be with us for the foreseeable future, and although we can hope to try to manage the forms of imaginative identification, both positive identification and negative identification, so as to control the worst excesses of envious action and insulate the political realm against envy as ovich as possible, there are probably very narrow limits within which this is possible. Realistically, we should not expect to be able to create a totally envy-free politics, and forms of political thought that abstract from the phenomenon of envy have lost touch with reality. Nevertheless, not every political project that might in some way look like an expression of envy, and that powerful eco-nomic groups have an interest in presenting as motivated by envy, really as envy rather than rational fear or righteous indignation. Identity, Property, and the Past. The title of the recent book Who Owns Antiquity? By James Kuno, the former director of the Courtauld Institute and the Harvard Art Museum, and current president and director of the Art Institute of Chicago, seems to announce a general philosophical discussion, along the lines of an early Platonic dialogue in which Socrates asks questions like, who has been the real benefactor of the people of Athens, or, can virtue be taught, or, what is justice? Or, alternatively, perhaps the reader will expect a dystopian fantasy like Orwell's 1984, in which a political party physically holds all the levers of political power and, by controlling all the archives in the present, also controls possible interpretations of the past. In fact, however, Woe does not give a mere semantic or philosophical analysis of terms. Nor does it see itself as a work of fantasy. Rather, Kuno stakes out what is a clear substantial position on a number of issues concerning the ownership of what are now called cultural properties, while trying to take into account the real politics of our age, since ideas about ownership are almost everywhere deeply connected with other moral, legal, political, and religious conceptions. And these change dramatically through time. Slavery, once common, is now outlawed. It would make sense to reflect on the ownership of antiquities and of cultural objects of all types historically. In her Art as Plunder, Margaret Miles discusses late Roman Republican conceptions about the role of art in society, and particularly of the ways in which works of art could legitimately be appropriated, owned, or transferred from the control of one person or group to that of an other. Her particular emphasis is on forcible or non-voluntary transfers of control or ownership, or seizure of objects as booty in war, or the coercive acquisition of them by the use of constituted political power. A major source of information about Roman Republican beliefs and attitudes is the series of speeches composed by Cicero to prose. Ecute gains Verres, the former Roman governor of the province of Sicily, for his savage and oppressive behavior toward the Sicilians and for various kinds of financial malfeasance. Although Che Fornal charge against him was the rather narrow one of extortion, we pay cunis repetundis, in verum t.10, ap 129-133, ancient prosecutor had the freedom to range widely over the character and actions of the accused, inciting the freedom to allude to matters not obviously relevant to the case at hand, and any prosecutor would be tempted to blacken the character of the accused in any way he could, including by appeal to widely shared social prejudices. Thus, Cicero describes in varied and extensive detail the reign of terror which Verres inflicted on the Sicilians under his rule, including, for instance, his crucifixion of an innocent Roman citizen, Publius Gavius, in Syracuse Verum. 2.5.158-164, ap 133, even though this had nothing at all to do with the charge of extortion. More directly relevant to the charge was the fact that Verres seems to have been an art thief on a massive scale. Wace House in Rome was stuffed full of statues, paintings, and other objects forcibly taken from the Sicilians. Cicero's account makes clear that the Romans of the Republican period made a number of important distinctions between kinds of property. Thus, they strictly separated res sacrae, for example, cult statues of gods, from res profane, and among the latter they distinguished res publicae gore example, statues of municipal benefactors, erected at common expense in public places, and res privatae, for example, utensils belonging to individual people, ap 158-6y, and this Distinction was connected with different views about the way it was appropriate to treat each such object. The distinction between res profonde and res sacré seems to parallel the two distinct impulses that give rise to the physical objects which we call works of art. On the one hand, people who live above a certain level of subsistence seem to have an irrepressible desire to make the objects they use more pleasant and appealing to sight and touch than they would otherwise be, that is, to decorate them. On the other hand, humans, at least occasionally, have experiences of the overwhelmingly impressive, the powerful but unpredictable, the uncanny, potentially, at any rate, the terrifying, in short the numinous, and they often try to limit and placate this radical other by representing and housing it. One might think of this as the theoplastic or theodulic impulse. If the decorative is reassuring, soothing, and comfortable, and has an affinity with the domestic and familiar, with the profane realm of Roman private law, the theodulic is what gives to art its edge, its frisson, its infinite aspiration to being taken with ultimate seriousness. This is the aspect of art that emphasizes its close connection with religion and the sacred. AP4. If, then, Aristius Fuscus owned a nice piece of decorative art, a pleasingly painted pot or cup or vase, he could transfer it to me by gift or sale, and if I had tried to steal it from him, Roman private law might have given him some hope of redress, but who exactly, if anyone, owns the cult statues of gods in Sicilian temples? In one sense, the citizens might collectively own it, but this might not be the end of the story. If the temple really is even potentially the dwelling place of the god, it might be best to keep the place especially clean, and in general to act with particular circumspection there, not to touch, or perhaps even approach too close to, the god's image, and so on, for who knows what could set off divine wrath and what the consequences of that wrath might be? To the extent to which people believed in the gods and their power, bracketing for the moment the tremendously complex issue of what belief might have meant in one or another part of the populations of the ancient world at one or another time, this in itself created a distinctive form of protection for temples, cult statues, and so on. This notion of a temple as a distinctive sacred space, cut out, and set apart from daily life, and hence not subject to the rules of everyday use, trafficking and commerce, is etymologically sharp in the Greek tewevuk and the Latin remplum, the first pretty clearly derived from tef, and the second arguably from some similar Indo-European root. For those who wish to take art with the greatest possible seriousness, its association with religion and the sacred can be or become problematic, for instance, because religious authorities might try to control certain forms of artistic expression. It can also have some positive consequences, because as long as the sacred exists, it is passable for the mundane, the political or the economic, or some combination of these, completely to dominate society. However, as religious authorities, at any rate in the West, began to weaken, and eventually a reliable sense of the sacred began to seem under threat, during the course of the 19th century, attempts were undertaken to fill the vacant space. It is as if we all felt the lack of the protected space that temples and churches literally and dogmatically founded systems of bellic and action metaphorically had provided. But without the god who was the traditional protector of the temple and guarantor of the code of conduct. That is, keep the space inviolable, but dismiss the entity who used to guarantee the special status of the space as merely imaginary. Art itself was one of the first candidates as a substitute for God, with various 19th century thinkers speaking of the religion of art, replacing more traditional forms of dogmatic bellic and practice. Another candidate, which in fact did significantly more damage than the first, was nationalism. Finally, various other thinkers proposed history as a final frame work for evaluation to replace God, or authenticity, at any rate, as the highest value in my choice of the kind of life I wished to live. Durkheim went so far as to propose the cult of individualism as a modern replacement for ancient religious systems. And the 20th and 21st centuries have brought us religions of human rights and the worship of the free market. None of these substitutes seems to have worked very well, although, as we will see later, despite the current economic crisis, the last mentioned has retained some appeal, particularly to those to whom it brings financial or other benefits. Miles in AP also discusses a second major distinction that played an important role in Roman Republican conceptions of the way in which art could be appropriated, that between time of war and time of peace. What is permissible in one situation, for instance, appropriation of the property of the citizens of a city just defeated by the Roman army as booty, would not be permissible in time of peace, because the victor was construed as owning the property of the defeated as booty by the laws of war, but the right of forcible appropriation lapsed with the end of the war. One of the origins of museums TS in the exposition of war booty, where presumably the main criterion of exhibition was not the aesthetic value of the individual pieces exhibited, but the indirect exhibition of the power that Rome had defeated. AP 33-34. The need to increase one's own prestige and potentially to intimidate opponents remains one of the major motivations for the public display of objects. A second, of course, is the inherent desire to see objects that have aesthetic value, whether of the more decorative or the more numinous kind. To this will eventually be added the third possible motivation of wishing to satisfy human cognitive interests. This can range from simple human curiosity, see how peculiar are the pots this other tribe makes, to the highly sophisticated desire to attain a theoretical understanding of some portion of the past or present. Needless to say, these three motivations are not mutually exclusive, and desire for enhanced prestige, easy direct access to beauty, and increased knowledge can easily coexist among those who found or manage museums. There are individual examples of generals in the ancient world who did return the art looted from defeated enemies, two of them being Scipio and Caesar, but these were, as it were, supererogatory acts of generosity and magnanimity. AP 96-104, that did nothing to abolish the validity of the law of booty that was generally thought to continue to hold. The first real systematic break with this tradition was Wellington's behavior in Paris after the fall of Napoleon. Wellington both insisted that arts looted by Napoleon be returned to its original owners and did not loot French museums for appropriation of art to Britain. 4p 332-324. In principle, we live in a world in which war is no longer a universally recognized way of acquiring rights to ownership over works of art and other bits of cultural property. A Hague Convention and a complex network of further TNTER national agreements, 4H 47-60, 160-168, are supposed to regulate that, and the use of direct effectively unlimited political power in time of peace arbitrarily to confiscate statues and other objects in the way Vers did is also not a pressing contemporary problem. Still, although this does give us some information about what we conceive to be the proper rules governing the ownership of cultural objects, not even the victors in a fully legitimate war automatically own the cultural artifacts of the defeated. This is not a fully complete response. James Cuno in 14:0 tries to give just such a fuller account of cultural property, which places it in its wider context. Our contemporary world is full of relatively powerful nation-states and politically rather weak international organizations. Woe 26-27, Go 49. The nation-states differ among themselves greatly both in their power along different dimensions, as economic, military, diplomatic power, and in the way in which their identity is formatted, that is, the way in which they see themselves and the sense they have of their own past and future, and their relation to it. Some forms of national identity may refer to religious or ethnic ties. It may be an important part of being a Serb that Serbs belong to the Orthodox variant of Christianity. Some may make special reference to a specific history, such as the oath that in 1291 founded the Swiss Confederation. To the outsider, the distribution of us and not us in many of these cases may seem peculiar. So the territory of the contemporary Hellenic democracy sees itself as continuous with the number of small democracies that operated on part of its present territory in the 5th and 4th centuries BC, but discontinuous with the Ottoman Empire, which included much of the contemporary Hellenic democracy during the 15th to 19th centuries, a period significantly longer than the brief flourishing of the ancient democracies. There are also differences in the extent to which this process of historical identification is thought to be located or connected to physical artifacts or cultural products. Thus, a religious tradition, or form of customary life can be relatively disembodied, but the Parthenon and the Theatre of Dionysus are actual physical buildings. Not all forms of national identity need be based on a positive attitude toward history, be it a religious tradition, a set of established folkways, or a collection of outstanding cultural achievements. Thus, the old Soviet Union tried, and can be seen now to have failed, to create a stable identity for its citizens based on a wholesale rejection of the past and a shared commitment to the scientific use of reason to structure human life collectively. Similarly, the United States undertook a more successful experiment in creating a national identity based on a rejection of a European past considered inherently decadent and corrupting, a decision to treat history as if it did not matter in the Novus Ordo Seclorum, as if, in Henry Ford's memorable words, it was bunk, and an attempt to make the present and the future tabulae rasa for the pursuit of individual human happiness. Depending on the specific role history in general, and the cultural history embodied in physical artifacts in particular, plays in the life of the nation-state in question, one can expect different nations, national groupings, and nation-states to pursue very different kinds of cultural politics. Who owns antiquity has a negative and a positive part. The negative part presents an attack on nationalism in general and on nation-alist retention policies regarding historical artifacts in particular. That is, on laws asserting the ownership rights of individual nation-states over objects found on their territory and making it difficult or impossible to export them. The positive part of the argument can be seen as defending two subtheses. First, that there should now be a completely free and unregulated market for the international sale of antiquities, and second, that the ideal framework for the exhibition of antiquities is the encyclopedic, or universal, museum of the kind, archetypically instantiated by the British Museum or the Louvre, that is, the museum that aspires to be as universal in its coverage of human artifacts, freely open to the public, and maximally cosmopolitan in its orientation. To start with the negative thesis, Kuno gives four specific arguments against nationalism and retentionist cultural policies. First, nationalism is evil in itself, dividing a humanity that should be considered as a single integrated whole. Woe 19. Second, nationalism is based on a mistake, because nations are imaginary political constructs, not realities. Woe 80. Go. 129-130. Third, to construe cultural property along nationalist lines by asserting state ownership. Whole domain should not be one in which politics plays any role. Woe 9, 11. Fourth, nationalist retention policies have been ineffective in stopping the looting of archaeological sites. Woe 5 to 7. The first of these three arguments is slightly vitiated by a failure to be very clear about what exactly is being discussed. Thus, Kuno, nation-state, and government, more seems to use state, nation, or less interchangeably, and there is little clarity about what a nation is and how it is related to the idea of the nation-state or to nationalism. Sometimes belonging to a certain nation is supposed to depend on ethnicity and language, but it turns out that the conflict between Shia and Sunni in Iraq is an instance of nationalism, as is the wearing of Islamic costume. Vo 131 to 132. Sometimes Kuno seems to find the very existence of nation-states threatening, that is, the very existence of political entities committed to the idea that the boundaries of nation and state should coincide. Sometimes the difficulty seems to be not the nation-state itself, but one specific kind of claim which nation-states sometimes make, namely, their claim to own the antiquities that are to be found within their borders. Sometimes his difficulty seems to be not with the nation-state, but with the state tout court, and sometimes the problem is diagnosed as one of politics, which is a domain of human life about which he is deeply suspicious. Sometimes, finally, the culprit in the drama is not the state, the nation-state, nationalism, or politics, but the government. To be sure, terms like nation, state, and nationalism, on the one hand, and state, nation, government, on the other, are often used rather loosely, but that would not seem to be an excuse for the extreme slippage between these terms that one can find in Kuno's book. Thus we read, national governments regulate archaeologists working within their jurisdiction. As these regulations are in the service of the state, they inevitably have a nationalist agenda. Woe 53. See also A14. Politics is always motivated by a national, if not nationalist agenda. GVO 66. Recent critical studies of archaeological practice have shed new light on the inevitable nationalism of modern states with a rich archaeological heritage within their borders. 4 feet 083. If nationalism itself is supposed to be inherently evil, because it divides a humanity that is or ought to be a single cosmopolitan whole, then is any division of the human species also inherently evil? So individual families, or local community groups, or clubs, or political parties are also inherently evil? The second argument against a nationalist cultural politics, Woe 124, is that one of the characteristic claims of the nationalist is an illusion. The nationalist claims that all works of art and all significant artifacts produced in the past in what, say, is now called Italy, for instance, in Sicily, are part of the national patrimony of Italy. This, Kuno argues, is not true because for most of history, Italy was a mere geographic expression, and the island of Sicily had generally not been thought to be part of it. Italy, in our sense, that is, as a nation-state, did not exist until Italian unification in the mid-19th century. No Greek-speaking craftsman in the city-state of Syracuse in the 5th century BC could have imagined their work as contributing to Italian national identity. Therefore, it is wrong or distorting for the works of such craftsmen to be exhibited in museums devoted to the cultivation of Italian identity. Italy, then, should not be permitted to claim automatic ownership of objects found in Sicily, and any existing Italian legislation to this effect should be considered to be null and void. Woe 31 to 40. So objects removed in violation of its national patrimony laws are not really to be considered to have been stolen, in the commonly used sense of the word. In the United States, Woe 4. From this, Kuno seems to be suggesting it is plausible to conclude that there should be no restrictions preventing the entry of objects found on the territory of present-day Italy into the free international market in antiquities. Some of the components of this line of argument are undeniably true and important, but some are dubious, and the parts do not fit together in a way that actually supports the purported conclusion. Thus, it is true that 5th-century Sicilian craftsmen could probably not have imagined that their work would be construed as a contribution to Italian identity, and thus we are putting their work in a context that would have been cognitively inaccessible to them. However, we have equally little reason to think they intended to make their pots as a contribution to the world's common artistic and cultural legacy, Woe 18, or that they could have imagined that these pots would end up in the British Museum. As far as we can tell, ancient artisans intended to produce something for contemporary consumption, for local cults, or as signs of familial or civic pride, not for exhibition in an abstract environment like that provided by universal museums such as the Louvre or British Museum. Both Italian national identity and the world artistic heritage are imaginative constructs that would have been outside the ken of the original, and in that artisans, myths, one likes that way of speaking, the two constructs are on a par. If nationalism was an invention of the 19th century, cosmopolitanism was equally an invention of the philosopher Diogenes the Cynic, who coined it as a way of trying to deflect criticism of a way of life that was considered by most of his contemporaries to be politically feckless and morally defective. Finally, Che's very idea of an encyclopedic museum seems to have been an invention of the Enlightenment, and the free market is at best an imaginative idealization of certain features that would obtain if the existing exchange of goods in the world was perfectly regulated by a legal and social framework of a certain kind. So that national identity is an imaginative construct does not seem a very powerful objection to it. Sometimes Kuno tries to claim that modern cosmopolitanism is more than just one ideal construction among others, by arguing that it has a real basis in the facts of artistic production. Thus, Kuno ar. Geuss, Woe 126. See also XXXV, SXXVI. A. No important past culture, including the ancient Hellenic cultures, was completely self-contained in its artistic product, but all were actually Coasarnopolitan from the beginning, because they were open to influences, new techniques, expectations of potential buyers of their artifacts. Therefore there is something distorting about placing these objects in a modern cosmopolitan museum than keeping therein, merely, or explicitly, national galleries. Although A is true, the inference to B does not follow, and what is more, it is incompatible with the position Kuno expresses at other points in the book. Thus, at Woe 124 he had argued against nationalism by appeal to the artisan's own conception of what he, or she, was doing, and construing that as what was most important, if not definitive. If those ancient Sicilians had no conception of themselves as proto-modern Italians, then it is wrong to treat their artifacts in that way. Now there is a shift. It is not the self-conception of the artisans that is definitive, but what was actually the case, regardless of what they thought. So the fact that the ancient Greeks distinguished strongly between themselves and barbarians, and would not have been best pleased to be called cosmopolitans, suddenly becomes irrelevant. It is unclear how one can have it both ways. So, pointing out the imaginary nature of national identity will not by itself get one very far in the direction Kuno wishes to go. Still, he might reasonably wish to distinguish between imaginary constructs and illusions. An illusion, he might claim, is a factual belief that is, perhaps, is clearly false, such as the belief that Gustave Flaubert invented the jet propulsion engine in 1870. Many of the beliefs that are at issue in this discussion, however, do not have that kind of clear-cut epistemological structure or standing. They are not claims about facts in this sense. Thus, if a 20-year-old man, born of Greek-speaking Orthodox parents in Athens in 1990 says, "We invented democracy," this assertion requires of us a very considerable imaginative leap via an understanding of his identification with the actions of certain agents in the ancient world, but then the use of "we" generally invites us to take a leap of some kind. However, this belief is not in itself straightforwardly false in the sense in which the belief about jet propulsion is false. To focus exclusively on the truth, or falsity, of statements like, "We invented democracy," is to miss an important point about them. When politicians during the French Revolution identified with Roman republicans, this was not primarily a way of making a claim about the nature of reality. Robespierre as Cato, as Cicero was Tully, but of trying to mold their world, a way of trying to cause their co-citizens to emulate the purported virtues of a certain past way of life. If there is nothing strictly and factually false and nothing inherently reprehensible about it, why should not the modern inhabitants of the Hellenic democracy be permitted to identify with the ancient Athenians? Why should not we respect this identification? If it is just a form of self-congratulation, what is wrong with allowing that? In fact, if this identification tended to give Greeks the force to resist the fascism to which their country succumbed in the 1960s under the so-called colonels, might well applaud it. On the other hand, it was used to exclude women from political office, by appeals to the fact that Cleisthenes would not have permitted this, would have a different and negative attitude toward it. Naturally, from the face that I find the Greek myth of their identity with certain ancient tribes harmless in the present political context, it does not follow that I need approve of all similar myths. In particular, need not approve of myths that are used for more reprehensible purposes such as providing a legitimation of the forcible ejection of an existing popula, from a desired territory. Kuno's third criticism of nationalism, that it politicizes cultural property, Woe 11, would be more convincing if one could imagine that in a world without nationalism cultural property would necessarily not be an object of political concern. Kuno's confused failure to distinguish clearly between the sphere of the state, politics, and the ideology of nationalism seems to make it difficult for him to take this point. If declaring all antiquities property of the Phrygian Republic is to politicize them, is putting them up for sale on the open market not to politicize them? Is there 20 political aspect to the massive shift of artifacts from financially relatively poor, but archaeologically rich countries like Greece, Iraq, and Egypt to wealthy individuals and to wealthier and more powerful, but antiquities poor countries? It is true that cultural property is a political construct, Woe 9 grams, but the same is true of real property. After all, relations of ownership and also property are equally political constructs. Kuno assumes that there is something inherently more dubious about nation-states asserting ownership of antiquities than about a purchaser asserting ownership. What grounds would one have for that particular assumption? For that matter, why assume that the person who finds an antiquity has an automatic and impeccable claim or title to it? I drop my wallet and you pick it up, is it obvious that you automatically own it? Needs not that share is no reason at all to think it is usu. Ally best to allow finders to be keepers, but this is not an a priori truth about nature, or part of Che fundamental structure of rationality. It is, like AIF Che above ascriptions of ownership, finally a political decision. Kuno recognizes in principle, with O15, that possession is power, and notions of property include notions of control, but does not draw any of the obvious consequences. Even if the power given by money is not political, is it inherently less reprehensible than that given by political authority, even legitimate political authority? Is non-olet really the final word here, and should it perhaps be inscribed on the new wings of universal museums under the names of their private benefactors and donors? This leads to the fourth of Kuno's criticisms of nationalism. The looting of sites of archaeological interest is a serious problem, and as long as there is a free international market in art objects, the poor in countries with rich archaeological heritages have a very strong incentive to engage in uncontrolled excavation in the hopes of finding something worth selling. Such uncontrolled excavation, however, has devastating effects on the archaeological record itself, destroying the context that gives found artifacts their cognitive significance. A. 33-7, 81-91, LL 15-51, MC 69-72, 77-78, 222-229. One does not know what the presence of an object in a certain place means, archaeologically, unless one knows in exactly what place in relation to exactly what other objects it was discovered. Even the meanest and most apparently trivial object, for example, an ugly, badly thrown pot, can be informative if it is found together with other objects, giving us knowledge about trade patterns, movements of people, social structure. What it might tell us will depend on the details of the find, and that is precisely what an uncontrolled excavation would be very likely to destroy. There is, of course, a perfectly legitimate formalist theory of art that emphasizes the strictly aesthetic value that can be found even in objects that have been extracted from their original context of production and use. See Wo 9, and arguably it is the undeniable aesthetic appeal of such detached objects that causes people to be willing to pay enormous prices for them, and thus fuels the destruction of the archaeological record. However, regardless of this, a supporter of the cause of universal, encyclopedic museums cannot really subscribe to the purely formalist view with too much fervor, because part of the point of such museums is not merely to give visitors aesthetic pleasure, but also to give them knowledge. The promise of the universal museum, as Kuno puts it, Wo XXXI, is that of the museum as a repository of things and knowledge, dedicated to the discernina tion of learning and to the museum's role as a force for understanding, tolerance, and the dissipation of ignorance and superstition, where the artifacts of one time and one culture can be seen next to those of other tires and other cultures without prejudice. Thus, such museums include not merely the aesthetically attractive and exceptional, but should also encompass those banal objects that will be srnashed by the tomb robbers in their eagerness to get to the potentially sellable artifacts, and it should give an account of the contexts that give the exhibited objects their archaeological meaning. Seroply putting all archaeological finds under the protection of a nation-state, however, Kuno argues, has not worked. Nationalist isolation cannot be effectively enforced, and tomb robbing and the destruction of ancient sites continue unabated. 4b 16-17, Wo 33, 37, 49-41, 92-105. The very measures that were intended to preserve the historical record can have the perverse effect of giving people a motive to destroy it, because export is illegal. Tomb robbers have a special positive motivation to mystify and deceive potential buyers about the provenance of a piece. Kuno has put his finger on an important unsolved problem, but it is possible to wonder whether he has not overstated the lack of effect of nationalist regulatory measures. Al 29-30, 119-131. That the present regime for preventing illegal excavation and export in many countries is not very effective does not show that it could not be made more effective. Finally, if looting is the problem, and nationalist measures, or nationalist measures alone, are not the solution, it still does not seem plausible that Kuno's alternative, lifting regulation and allowing a free market in antiquities, will be any more effective in solving the problem. None of Kuno's four arguments against cultural nationalism, then, in the specific form he presents any of them, seems to have much to recommend it. What, then, about the two contemporary institutions Kuno argues for, the Encyclopedic Universal Museum and the free market in art? The idea of an encyclopedic museum is not simply that of a place where objects are collected, but rather it is that of a place that instantiates a systematic ordering of all knowledge, and exhibits representative or typical specimens of all important existing types of object. Thus, it is not just that the museum collects in principle anything and that it is not partial or prejudiced in any way, but more importantly it embodies and presents a privileged point of view. It gives you knowledge of things by locating them in their correct thematic context, the context that tells you what they really are. This otherwise unremarkable piece of stone is actually a prehistoric flint scraper. That object is a Chinese pot from a particular period in a particular style. This is a grave stele from 4th century Greece. In each case the museum, ideally, lets you understand better what the object really is by explaining it, locating it for you in the developing sequence of human artifacts, informing you where it was produced, where used, and where found, what other artifacts it was usually associated with, and what it allows us to infer about the life of the people who produced or used it, making it easy to compare the artifact in question with others. No prejudice is shown in favor of artifacts found in one particular part of the world or at one particular time. Flints from southern France lie in the same kind of vitrine as bronzes from Benin, or objects found in Bohemia, Mexico, or China. There is little doubt but that the Universal Museum is a wonderful human invention and represents great human cognitive and moral progress, but two questions remain. First, is there really a single, privileged view from nowhere? Could there be competing, universal, views, like the all-encompassing views of European, and world history one used to be able to find, in the 1950s to 1980s, in the museums of the NATO states, on the one hand, and in the member states of the Warsaw Pact, on the other? If there are differences, will they always be politically neutral or anodyne? Was the old museum of the history of religion and atheism that used to exist in the Cathedral of the Madonna of Kazan in Leningrad, as the city was then known, necessarily more universal than a contemporary museum devoted to religious artifacts? If not, is not any universal museum less neutral than it presents itself to be? Second, Kuno claims that encyclopedic museums are counter-arguments to prevailing tendency to divide the world up. Wo 123. Yet the view from nowhere, even if it existed, must, paradoxically enough, be concretely located somewhere. The museum must stand in Petersburg, Paris, Mexico City, Beijing, or Isfahan. Kuno recognizes this in principle. Museums are there for the public, and that public is always local. Wo 13, but fails to recognize that this I itself divides the world into center and periphery. People who now have the good fortune to live in Paris, Petersburg, London, New York, or Berlin, or one of the other cities in which there are encyclopedic museums, will take the metro, the tube, or the S-Bahn for an hour or so and have direct access to the universal perspective from which all things make sense, but those who live elsewhere will not perhaps have a similar institutional center within thousands of miles of them. The real effect of this will be to endorse a claim like the following. We here in the Louvre, or the Hermitage, have the true universal encyclopedic view. UGN Greece, LRAG, China, have only in each case your limb. Ford national view. Therefore, if you really want to know who you are, what you have done, and thus what you could or should aspire to, come to us. We will tell you through our exhibits. Iris November. L. Submit. Hard to comprehend why some Greeks, Iraqis, and Chinese might find this less than fully satisfactory. To say that one can overcome the difficulty of spatial localization through electronic media or the internet is not an option for Kuno, because to do that would require him to give up one of the main assumptions of his argument, which is that the cultural benefits of the museum depend on allowing people to have a direct encounter with the real objects themselves. Malrus, Musée sans Murs, and Benja Mins, das Kunstwerk in Zettelter seiner technischen Reproducerbarkeit, may have correctly drawn attention to various ways in which our experience of art is of necessity different from that of previous ages. Because of the omnipresence of mechanically reproduced images, but, for the modern director, the task of a museum is not merely to give a picture or an image, but to allow autopsia of the thing itself. GVO 128. The Greeks do not want even a perfect replica of the Elgin marbles that is visually indistinguishable from them, they want the very stones themselves, and one can understand why. In a way it is exactly the tension between the highly abstract, theoretical, and all-encompassing perspective that is expressed in the architecture, the mode of presentation, and the labeling of the exhibits in the encyclopedic museum, on the one hand, and the direct encounter with real objects themselves, on the other, that constituted one of the main attractions of the traditional Universal Museum. As far as the free market is concerned, there is no reason to believe it will in itself stop looting, or that under such a system individual wealthy buyers will have a strong motivation to give their precious acquired objects to universal museums rather than keeping them for their own enjoyment. Despite Kuno's self-ascribed internationalism, A18, and his very vocal support for the impartial Universal Museum as an institution, certain parts of his book breathe a rather different spirit, which is perhaps closer to certain versions of the nationalist view than he realizes. Thus in a chapter entitled, The Crux of the Matter, Woe 1-20, we find a series of remarks lamenting the way in which various existing international laws, regulations, and practices purportedly disadvantage American museums vis-a-vis foreign institutions, and, in a footnote, Woe 176-27, we read that the strict enforcement of laws devoted to the international protection of archaeological sites must be balanced against the right of U.S. citizens to participate in a legitimate trade in antiquities. At a deeper level, even CU knows universalism has a distinctly American inflection. Its central features are extreme individualism, a general unwillingness to acknowledge the importance of existing historical connections, deep an inherent distrust of the state, and a passionate devotion to the free market. Thus we are told, Woe 11, that culture is personal, not national. This statement is a half-truth of the kind that often plays a pivotal role in ideological discourse. I take it that the statement is part of Kuno's general attempt to downplay the role of Soctal groups and collectivities, and to install individualism at the heart of the museum's self-understanding. Personal and national, however, represent a false dichotomy. The Parthenon was not a national work of art in the sense that it was produced by a nation state in order to glorify that nation state, but it does not follow from that in any interesting sense that it is personal. Personal, to for whom? For Pericles, Ictinus, Phidias, or, to take another example, opera as an institution would not exist without individuals. Ouls, persons who played the prescribed roles on stage, and persons who were sufficiently keen on the institution to form an audience. And each one will have some kind of personal attitude toward the practice, but it does not follow from that one can understand what we call opera, without reference to various collective, impersonal, and traditional aspects of the genre, the conventions and rules that govern it, and the tacit social context within which it exists. I may, personally, like to whistle along with the orchestra, but the custom is that, do not do that during a performance, so the fact that I do not whistle, although I would rather like to, requires some explanation with reference to traditions, collective expectations, and so on. Similarly, ancient patirs did not in general simply produce pots in general or merely express a personal vision, but rather they created instances of one or another of a highly complex set of kinds or types of pot, an olp, a calyx, a cyther, and one cannot understand what they were trying to do without understanding this non-personal aspect of their activity, just as in the New World traditional social ties and allegiances and established hierarchies of status were to play no role, and only differences in wealth would effectively count. So for people who hold the ideological position Lamb ascribing to Queneau, the real historical aspect of cultural artifacts is not relevant, they are detached objects of aesthetic contemplation or academic study, and because they have no organic connection with any place or any population, they become universally and promiscuously available for appropriation or acquisition by anyone, which in the contemporary world means available to purchase by the highest bidder. I have already had occasion to mention Queneau's skepticism about any form of political, state, or government regulation of the cultural heritage. States, we are told, make self-interested decisions, Woe 44. But financiers, art dealers, and, I dare say, museum directors do not. Further, more, because national regulations governing archaeological sites are in the service of the state, they inevitably have a nationalist agenda, Woe 53, also a sharp 14. I note again the tacit identification of state and the nation-state, and the collision of both with nationalism. When the Turkish archaeologist Mehmet Özdoğan defends Turkey's policy of state ownership of all artifacts found within the territory of the Republic on the grounds that the past belongs to all of us, Woe 85, Queneau's comment is, how can it belong to all of us if it belongs to the state? The answer to this would seem obvious if one notes the ambiguity in three different senses of ownership or belonging. Something can belong to the Turkish state in the sense that the state affirms ownership of the object, and yet it can also belong to all of us because the Turkish Republic exhibits it in a museum open to all, and because it is an object that pertains or is relevant to all of us. Anyone who has trouble understanding how a vase can belong to the Turkish state, that is, be owned by, and also belong to us, that is, be relevant to us and exhibited so that we all can inspect it, should have equal trouble understanding how if our common cultural heritage ought to belong to all of us, some of it could be permitted to belong to, that is, be owned by, private owners or for that matter by the French state, which after all owns the Louvre. Should, then, the buying and selling of cultural artifacts in any form, then, be prohibited on the grounds that they should belong to all of us? How can the past belong to us if it belongs to, that is stored and exhibited in, a universal museum located so far away from me that I will never have any real access to it? In contrast to his suspicion of governments and states, Queneau T.S. relaxed about the role of private financiers in the control of cultural property. Thus his book contains glowing praise of the philanthropists and collectors of antiquities, Shelby White and Leon Levy, Woe 200-201, and less fulsome, but still positive, remarks about the Activities of George Ortiz, Woe 23. Some of the other works under discussion give a very different view of White, Levy, and Ortiz and their traffic in unprovenance antiquities. For White and Levy, see LL 28-35, 44, 71, and MC 126-128. For Ortiz, LL 30-32, 44, and MC 133-134. To put it in the crudest possible way, the argument of this book can be summed up in one question. We, directors of the major U.S. museums, at the moment have more money and resources than anyone else. Who are you to tell us there is something we cannot buy? To this the obvious reply is, we are the internationally recognized, legitimate government of the Republic of Turkey, or the People's Republic of China, and so on, and we wish to retain these objects in the interests of our respective populations. Although this reply does not die itself settle the matter, I submit that there is more to this response than Kuno gives it credit for. The distinguished archaeologist Malcolm Bell-Lille puts the point in a slightly more ironic way. 37. We may want to ask whether the claims of Forsen museums and collectors are stronger than those of the local community. At the beginning, I said that Woe was not a dystopian fantasy, and throughout the book Kuno, 415, calls on archaeologists to recognize the reality of the conditions in which they work, at the mercy of governments who often pursue a nationalist agenda, but the reality of his, and our, situation is that he wishes to live in a world in which those with largest checkbooks still can appropriate the world's cultural heritage ad libitum, even if much of the historical record is thereby rendered definitively unreadable. It is true this is not a dystopian fantasy, but it is an inappropriately sanitizing and glamorizing account of what is in fact our rather sordid reality. Watson and Deschini describe in depressing detail the virtually industrial scale conveyor belt leading from organized tomb robbers at Omberoli, in Italy to the Getty Museum in Los Angeles, which in the RG80s and RG Geuss provided that museum with a continuous stream of antiquities that were looted from illegal excavations or straightforwardly stolen from other collections. While this gained the museum the nickname Museum of the Tomberoli, MC 87-99, a number of other reputable museums seem to have been only marginally less culpable. This is the reality we must face. It is hard to avoid the scion that the only way to deal with this problem is through even tighter legal regulation at the national and international levels combined with the political will to enforce such regulation effectively. This is compatible with a great increase in initiatives for voluntary, or even obligatory, exchange between museums. 4-38-41, 116. 117, 1 Section 5-159, but not with the continued existence of a virtually unregulated international market in antiquities. 12. The future of evil. There are fashions as much in vices as in virtues, and these are neither completely dependent on, nor completely independent of, changes in social institutions and transformations of the available moral vocabulary. It is often very difficult to distinguish changes in customs or habits, changes in modes of evaluation, and changes in vocabulary. Do vices become extinct, and if so, how does this occur? In his Summa Theologiae, Thomas Aquinas discusses the vice of simony, the desire or attempt to purchase or sell spiritual powers. Then by extension the buying and selling of ecclesiastical office, which he classes among the vices contrary to religion, vitia opposita religioni. Simony still merited a separate topological location among the most serious vices in Dante's Inferno, but one would be hard put to find a discussion of it in any contemporary work of virtue ethics. It has probably succumbed to a combination of societal and economic changes and widespread skepticism about the very existence of spiritual powers. we are disinclined to believe that spiritual powers, even if they did exist, could be acquired by purchase. The result of this is that attempts to purchase non-natural powers seem pathetically stupid rather than vicious. In addition, changes in the internal regulatory structure and the relative economic position of the Church have caused the market for the sale of spiritual powers to dry up to such an extent that it is difficult or impossible for individuals to develop a fixed disposition to try to buy or sell the power of the Holy Spirit, or to purchase or offer for purchase bishoprics, monastic offices, or a place in the College of Cardinals. Simony is not the only vice to Sutter. The good old Christian vice of gluttony, gala, seems to have disappeared, being reinterpreted as a medical condition, or a morally neutral, although perhaps aesthetically repellent, lifestyle choice. In the Middle Ages, too, curiosity was often considered a vice. It is now no longer considered at all objectionable, but rather is something that, on the whole, we are inclined to admire. Vices, therefore, can apparently disappear. Can new ones also come into existence? Was there always as much pedophilia and child abuse as there now seems to be? Have the dissolution of social taboos and the omnipresence of news reporting caused something that always existed suddenly come to people's attention in a way it did not previously, so that people are forced to make up their minds about its exact evaluation in a way they could have avoided in earlier periods? Was it always there, but accepted, or at any rate tacitly tolerated, but is now very explicitly and vividly repudiated? Or was it previously hiding under some other more general term? CME of the ways in which Nietzsche presents his project in the Genealogy of Morality is as a historical account of the development of contemporary morality, including the development of our virtues and vices and our conceptions of virtue and vice. His account arises, he claims, out of two philological observations about the history of the word good, or rather about the meaning and history of some earlier terms, xaadc, diets, bonus, that are usually construed as meaning the same thing as our word good. The first observation is that good, and its historically existing semantic equivalence, has had and continues to have two distinct opposites. That which is bad is definitely not good, and that which is evil is also definitely not good, and yet, had and evil do not mean the same thing. Furthermore, Nietzsche claims, bad and evil are not merely semantically distinct because, for instance, evil is a subspecies of bad, so that evil means intensely bad, or intentionally very bad. If that were the case, bad and evil would not mean the same thing because everything that was evil would also be bad, but not every thing that was bad. For instance, that which was merely mildly or moderately or unintentionally bad would also count as evil. This simple kind of difference in meaning is not what Nietzsche intends. Rather, Nietzsche holds that originally, bad and evil were used characteristically by the members of two different groups of people, and that they were used in such a way that their extensions did not overlap. This is a very strong assertion indeed. Nietzsche's second historical observation is that the pair good, bad is older than the pair good, evil, and this stimulates him to the hypothesis, to the development of which the first essay of the genealogy is devoted, namely, that good, evil, should in some sense be seen as arising out of good, bad, through a revolutionary change in the system of valuation, a reversal of all values, Umwertung aller Werte. Evil, of course, is not itself a vice in the normal sense of the term. That is, it is not on the same level of abstraction as proper vices like indolence, cruelty, simony, duplicitousness, envy, or impatience. They seem in the first instance to refer to complexes or patterns of behavior, which, to be sure, count as vices only because they form stable stellations that are taken to be the result of persisting psychological states. Evil, on the other hand, seems not to refer primarily to any externally discernible kind of action, but rather to be a second-order interpretive term, which shows how these individual vices are to be understood by reference to some underlying structure feature that they all have. A very strong philosophical traditional view would have it that although specific vices might fall into desuetude or die out, evil is a structural feature of all vices, and so as long as any vice at all remains in existence, evil will still exist. Christians, of course, have traditionally held that the possibility of doing evil was an inherent part of human free will, so that even a society that, per impose Sibyl, was utopianly good would have a use for the concept of evil. Since for the Christian, free will had to stand in the center of any ethical reflection, then as long as humanity continues to exist, the concept of evil would retain its relevance and its importance. If Christians and post-Christians are right, its future is assured. Nietzsche's views on this topic were deeply influenced by his study of the Greek poet Theognis, whom he cites in the genealogy as the 995 mouthpiece of the Greek nobility, and describes in his unpublished notes as a poet as philosopher. Degree Theognis was a 6th century aristocrat from Megara who wrote elegiac distichs of a vaguely ical character. Many of the verses are addressed to his young boy friend, Kynos, and contain, as is common in works in this tradition of pederastic pedagogy, advice to him about how to live a proper, upper-class life. 'Tis perfectly true that Theognis was, as Nietzsche states, a man who formulates in an especially explicit way a certain self-conception of the Greek aristocracy, but what is almost more striking about his work is the way in which it reflects and expresses Theognis's own sense that the world of traditional certainties in which he had been brought up and had lived was being completely transformed in radical ways over which he had no control and of which he deeply disapproved. Nietzsche was obsessed with what he calls the slave revolt of morality, by which he meant the process in which old aristocratic values of prowess in war, glory, successful self-assertion, and associated traits were systematically devalued and replaced with virtues of non-aggression, cooperation, benevolence, and so on. Theognis's own preoccupation is not exactly the same as Nietzsche's. He is rather sensitive to the destructive effect of new wealth on traditional social hierarchies, but his particular fear is not the devaluation of aggression. He is, however, living through a process of Umwertung aller Werte, which has some significant Saint-Milari ties to what Nietzsche calls the slave revolt, and he observes the effect of this transformation of society and its values on language itself. The very meanings of words seem to change. Degree. Thus Theognis writes, Kynos, this city is still a city, but the people are different. Those who used to have no knowledge sither of laws are pu dements, wore clapped-out goatskins wrapped around their middles, and wandered about aimlessly grazing outside the city, like deer. They are now goad, dry ot, and those who used to be noble, aebact, are now worthless, say 1a0t, cowards, and, in what seems to be a separate passage, Kynos, those who used to be good, ia8oi, are now bad. Kakot, and those who used to be bad, kakot, are now good. Oya8ot, who could stand to see the good, tavg and ya8ovc, having less honor, atpatepots, and the bad, kakshiv, getting honor? A noble man, ao8 adscent and vnp, even goes courting, the daughter of a bad man, kakoi. I have translated this in a particularly bald way to bring out the parent confusion of linguistic usage and the crude juxtapositions of opposites that would be lost in a more idiomatic version. This is a time and a world in which meanings are shifting so radically that it is unclear at first glance what exactly is being said, and contradictory Tory statements seem possible. When Theognis writes that the good are now bad, does he mean that those who were bad, in an agreed on sense, have now changed their nature and behavior and actually are good, in the agreed on sense, or that those who were, and still are, bad are now called good? Called by whom? Written Greek of the 6th and 5th centuries BC had practically no punctuation and, in particular, did not have quotation marks, so one could not distinguish in a text between "they are good" and "they are good." It is difficult to see how one could try to read passages like these without asking what is meant by good. Are people good by virtue of having some psychological or behavioral properties, by virtue of coming from a respected stable family, by virtue of their wealth, the honors they receive, their position in society? Does "the bad are now good" mean men of good families are now no longer given the positions of honor to which they are entitled, or men who really have merit are not given appropriate honors, or good families are no longer producing men of genuine merit, perhaps because they are ignoring the Agnes's own eugenic advice, or something else, or all of the above? This passage does not support Nietzsche's specific claims about evil, but it does indicate a complete dissociation of linguistic usage, with the very same lexical items used to designate that are completely different, and incompatible. On one usage that was current in Theognis's society, the former wearers of goatskins are good, or example, they are honored in society and get to marry Warren from the best families. On another, they are definitely not good, they are still former wearers of greasy goatskins, and presumably still smell of cheese and garlic and have unattractive personal habits. Nietzsche's first claim is that just as Theognis noticed contradictory uses of good and bad in his period, so historically there has been another and philosophically more significant kind of contradictory use of the term good in Western moral theory. In Genealogy of Morality, Nietzsche argues that virtually all forms of the moral life in the post-Platonic and post-Christian period in the West, and particularly in the modern period, have been inherently both self-deceived and duplicitous in that they present themselves as inherently unitary, coherent, and all-encompassing, but are actually a jerry-rigged congeries of potentially incompatible elements. Whatever modern morality is, it is not a form of Sittlichkeit. That is, a coherent form of moral beliefs and habits of individual and social action. OMCH as its representatives might protest to the contrary. The apparent anity of good as a central concept in morality actually masks the fact that the good in question means two very different things: good as the opposite of bad, and good as the opposite of evil. The body of the Genealogy of Morality gives the well-known development of Nietzsche's historical hypothesis. In the first of three successive treatises, he describes the origins of the evaluative pair of concepts good, evil, out of a process of revaluation of the previously dominant pair good, bad. A second treatise treats the way in which humans learn to deal with their aggression by turning it against themselves. The third treatise discusses the role the ascetic ideal plays in the history of morality in Europe. However, although it is clear that genealogy is supposed to be an essay in real history of the erai, dry as dust kind, not just a kind of conceptual analysis, it is not say clear what the point of this historical account is supposed to be. Why is Nietzsche telling us this story? What, if anything, are we supposed to learn from this historical account practically? Is it supposed to change us in the way we live? And, if so, how? In the preface to the Genealogy of Morality, Nietzsche states that his ultimate aim in undertaking the historical analysis he gives in the body of work was to ask the question of the value of morality. Western philosophers have for the most part simply assumed that morality, in their preferred form, had great or inherent or even absolute value. rather than considering in a spirit of genuine inquiry what kind of value, what kind of moral conceptions could be expected to have. One way, then, of seeing Nietzsche's overarching project is as trying to ask two coordinated questions, where previous philosophers have asked only one. They asked only, what is the good? Or, what is the final end of human life? Or, what ought I to do? But really, they should have been asking questions of this form and also, what value does the good have? Or, what value does doing what I ought to do have? To claim, as Nietzsche does, that modern morality is not a seamless whole, coherently derivable from a single concept or a single form of valuation, but as a disjointed compromise conjunction of various different and potentially incompatible parts might suggest that modern morality is completely chaotic, exhibiting no order or structure at all. The structure it has is not an internal logical order, but a rough and ready one imposed on it by one specific element that is dominant and that coerces the disparate parts into some kind of coexistence. This dominant element has been Christianity. Nietzsche thinks that Christian and post-Christian forms of valuation have had the upper hand historically in the West for a sufficiently long time now for their specific form of valuation, which is based on the dichotomy of good and evil, to have a special standing, not just because this is the way in which Western morality has understood itself, but also because moral views based on this dichotomy have had a real effect in making modern Western populations what they are. Nietzsche does not think that evil, and the associated conceptions of sin, guilt, and so on, are mere misunderstandings in the sense in which, say, the belief that I have £1 million in the bank is a simple false belief, of which I can in principle disabuse myself by unprejudiced inspection of my bank statement. Sin and guilt are realities, states of real psychic discomfort rooted in my own somatic constitution. It is merely that these states are not, as Christianity would have it, a universal, necessary part of the human psychic apparatus. Rather, they are specific psychic somatic realities that have been produced historically, and have been reinforced, if not generated, by the operation of Christian social institutions that have successfully inculcated them in me. It is extremely important to realize that Nietzsche thinks there is no contradiction between saying that sin has a somatic component, it is a state of physical discomfort, and also saying that one was caused to acquire this physiological state by the operation of specific historical institutions which were ultimately acting under the guidance of Christian beliefs of various kinds. Hegemonic Christianity, through its institutions, creates a kind of person. This means, among other things, that replacing Christian and post-Christian moral conceptions will not be as easy as replacing my erroneous beliefs about my financial state with correct ones. Simple observation, the ace of empirical methods, and even Socratic dialogue with our own contemporaries, or rather Socratic dialogue between Nietzsche and his contemporaries, will not necessarily do the trick because, by hypothesis, those contemporaries are the fruit of 2,000 years of the operation of Christian institutions and have a particular somatic constitution, particular acquired needs, particular forms of feeling, and a particular attachment to certain forms of thinking one cannot simply suspend or chink out of existence. For this reason, Nietzsche thinks, if one wishes to ask his ultimate question about the value of our morality, it is imperative to try to find a standpoint outside our current ordinary language and the usual empirical generalizations we will be inclined to make if we observe our neighbors. He tries to find this in part by studying the natural history of moralities, that is, in a kind of ethnological or anthropological study of other cultures, and also in history. Given Geuss' own epistemic situation in the 187 OS and 1880s and also his training, the historical approach looms especially large. Using one of the spatial metaphors Nietzsche often favors, one might say that to see ourselves and our morality in such a way as to allow us to ask the question about the value of morality, rather than simply reproducing slightly sanitized versions of our own prejudices, requires us to find a position beyond that morality, and since good and evil basically structure this morality, a position beyond good and evil. It is, of course, one of Nietzsche's most fundamental tenets that placing oneself beyond good and evil does not necessarily mean putting oneself altogether outside the realm of morality, of any conceivable morality, since evil, for him, is connected with a highly specific form of negation. Being beyond good and evil does not necessarily mean being beyond good and bad. In addition, the phrase, put yourself beyond good and evil, is not, for Nietzsche, a universal injunction to all humans telling them how they ought to live. First of all, Nietzsche does not believe in a single universal moral code for all humans. Second, he does not believe in a moral ought. And third, he thinks preaching is usually pointless because the very basic level people do not have much choice in being the sort of person they are. Rather, the injunction, Forderung, is to philosophers to free themselves of the illusions of traditional morality. The relation of this philosophical investigation to human practice would need to be further explored, and would replay further discussion. What about evil, then? Nietzsche thinks that EVD is a term that has a complex use. To designate a certain type of characteristic action that is the natural expression of a certain human type, that is, of human impulses that are associated with the special unreflective vitality of a dominant social group, especially those that inflict harm on a subordinate group. To interpret actions of the type so designated by relating them to a complex psycho-metaphysics of the soul, freedom, intention, responsibility, and guilt. To express a contra-attitude of an appropriate kind toward actions of that type. He also thinks that traditional forms of Christianity-derived moral thinking have made some kind of tacit assumption to the effect that good-evil is not merely one evaluative pair, but that it is fundamental, basic, primordial, or definitive. To put this in terms closer to those developed by some later philosophers, evil has an extension or reference, and a meaning, and using the concept expresses an attitude. The extension of the term is archetypically to the actions of a dominant person acting on exu. Burrent Hernan impulses in such sent way as to inflict pain, damage, or harm on a weaker subordinate person. The meaning is the whole tacit metaphysical theory of human agency that Nietzsche thinks underpins attribution of evil to agents. To say that agent X has something that is evil is tacitly to assume that X has an immortal soul that possesses the metaphysical property of freedom of the will, and that X employs this freedom to decide to inflict harm intention. It is further tacitly presupposed that X can and should be held responsible for freely acting as he has done, and should feel guile in using the term evil to designate such an action, or the impulse to perform such an action, or a person who feels such an impulse, express my own contra-attitude toward it. This contra-attitude, Nietzsche claims, arises out of my resentment that X is able to act powerfully in ways in which I would like to act myself, but that I feel myself too weak to do successfully and with impunity. Part of Nietzsche's own detailed account of evil is directed at showing that above is a set of untenable beliefs. He takes extremely seriously the fact that, on his view, requires commitment to a full-blown metaphysics of the human subject as fundamentally an immortal soul having a non-empirical property of free will, and he thinks he has shown that no obvious version of that psycho-metaphysics could actually be true. Another part of his discussion purports to show what strong motives people, especially weak members of dominated groups, might have for believing that evil is a well-defined and indispensable concept. It allows them to take revenge in thought on those who are stronger than they are, and they, in some sense, need the imaginary sense of power that this conceptual revenge gives them. One might think of this account of the motivation for calling some act or some person evil as a further part of item C above. The contra-attitude was one inherently motivated by a certain kind of vengefulness that arises from a deep-seated need to overcome, even if only in the imagination, one's own sense of comparative weakness. Let us suppose now, for the sake of argument, that Nietzsche has demonstrated to our satisfaction that we can no longer hold to be true. One possibility is that evil will simply stop being used. After all, the theory on which the application of the concept rests, a metaphysics of human freedom, has been shown to be refuted. This might conceivably happen, but if Nietzsche's general account is correct, it is highly unlikely, given that evil refers in a relatively clear way to a recognized set of properties and that its availability and use satisfies a well-entrenched need for a simple way to express our vindictiveness. It is too useful simply to give up. If we did give it up, our underlying need would probably just lead us to create some other lexical items that essentially served the same purpose. Nietzsche clearly himself thinks that for most people the project of getting rid of resentiment is hopeless, because resentiment arises naturally from weakness, and basically one is simply as weak, or as strong, as one is, and there is nothing more to say. Evil, then, will always have a future, at least with the majority of the members of our society. In fact, it seems likely that he expects discourse about evil to flourish because with the increasing psychological sophistication and devotion to truthfulness Christianity itself propagates, we will gradually come in some sense to see, or to half see, the untenability of the metaphysics on which evil is based, but will not be cause of our need to express our resentiment, be able to give it up. A situation in which we almost see the internal incoherence of a concept that for deep-seated reasons we simply cannot give up is highly pathogenic. The use of the term evil will be likely to become more obfuscated, hysterical, and toxic, as indeed it has. On the other hand, if we in fact get rid of our underlying need to react to our own powerlessness by venting our aggression on more powerful or uninhibited others through labeling them in this way, we might no longer need the term EVD in the same way. Nevertheless, we might think that historically this term has in fact been used to refer to a large number of things that are genuinely especially bad, or harmful, although of course they are bad for different reasons from those which would have been cited when Christians characterized them as evil. The path might be clear for a revaluation of evil, which might, for all anyone knows, retain the word while interpreting its meaning and shifting its extension. Thus we might reserve evil for especially serious forms of the bad, or for the inventional infliction of great harm. Or we might have recourse again to Thomas Aquinas and his theory of capital vices. 6. Thomas held that just as there were, as it were, simple virtues, but also cardinal virtues, 50 also there were simple vices and capital vices. Cardinal virtues were thought to be the hinges, ardo, on which a good human life turns. That is, they were qualities that were structurally central to the good life, qualities that were not only good in themselves, but that formed the basis of, and brought along in their wake, other good qualities. So, similarly, we might reserve the term evil for defects that were not just undesirable in themselves, but also had the property that they tended to bring in their wake many other bad things, vices from which other vices arise. Visia ex quibus alia ori. WNTUR. Registered thus, one might think that such things as censoriousness, or personal vanity, or officiousness were bad human traits, for whatever reason, but also that they did not in themselves generate any further harm. They were simple vices. On the other hand, one might think that avarice, or duplicitousness, were both bad in themselves, and also caused those who were afflicted with them to develop other undesirable traits. These were capital vices. One does not have to find these specific examples convincing to take the underlying general point about certain traits playing a more basic structural role in human life than others. Presenting this theory in a convincing form would, of course, require us to have a view about the good life and its constituents, but Nietzsche would have no objection to that, and we would very likely not call the same things evil our predecessors did. What we would call evil under this new scheme would depend on the positive view of the good life which we had formed. Provided that the use of this new term was not connected with imaginary vengefulness, it would effectively be a re-valued, umgewertet concept, that is, a concept based on a form of valuation completely different from that in Christianity. Whether one calls cheese evil, taking over for convenience the old name, or invents a new name for itis, for Nietzsche, irrelevant. So we might carve a niche for a post-Nietzschean concept of evil, if we meant by that concept simply the idea of intentional action, directed at producing something we thought was especially bad, particularly if we also thought that the agent should have known and prevented the damage or harm in question. We might be extremely open in giving a further specification of what the signal badness in question meant, and also rather open-minded about what should have known means. Nevertheless, it would not be a foregone conclusion that being evil, in the transvalued sense, was, hierarchically, as it were, the very worst thing there is. Small structural defects in a person's character might not be thought automatically to be worse than anything else one could imagine. An evil but impotent person, that is, someone with a psychological disposition to do that which was bad intentionally, but with no particular power to exercise these dispositions, might be thought less of a menace than someone who pursued what he or she genuinely thought was an acceptable political course, but which was in fact very destructive. In that sense, evil might well have a modest future. At this point one might be tempted to object that this whole discussion has focused on the concept of evil, or even the term or word evil, not on the reality. It is one thing to ask whether we will still use the term polar bear in 30 years, another to ask whether any polar bears will really have survived the complete melting of the summer ice at the North Pole that we now expect in the near future. This objection misses the point. Evil is not a thing, a substance, or an objective feature of our world. It is nothing like a polar bear, or a chemical element, or a topographical feature of our Earth, such as an isthmus or a promontory. If Nietzsche is right, not only is evil not a thing, it is not originally even an imaginary term that anyone uses to characterize his or her own action. The dominant, aggressive masters in Nietzsche's story do not set out to do evil, and they would originally never have applied the concept at all. Evil is an imaginary characterization used by the weak originally to describe the actions of others, who are oppressing them, and applied in a spirit of revenge. With the demise of the spirit of vengeance, the monochrome reduction of the world into good, light, and evil, dark, that it imposed would come to an end, and a world of complex coloration would appear. We would have moved out of the world of bleached white classical statuary into a world of highly colored, moving images like those in the films of Pasolini or Antonioni. The reflection that many of the classical statues were themselves origami clothed in rich fabric and vividly painted might, as Nietzsche hoped it would help us with the transition. The real question about the futility of evil, then, is the question of whether we are able to control or get rid of our need for vengeance. 13. Satire. Whom. Sometimes the events themselves force us to take a position on the thorniest questions without permitting us the luxury of being able to structure the discussion as we would wish. The lines are already drawn, and there remains at best the possibility that they are not yet set in stone. Such was the situation after the attack on the office of the satirical magazine Charlie Hebdo on January 7, 2015. Do you support the freedom to engage in satire and thus, it is assumed, even when not explicitly said, freedom of thought and speech, or do you side with the terrorists? This question is a purely rhetorical one. That is, it is not really a question at all, but rather a particularly forceful statement that conceals itself behind an interrogative form, and arranges the space of discussion in such a way that no other answer than the desired one is possible, for who would want to confess to terrorist sympathies? The apparent obviousness of the expected answer is an artifact of the way in which the question is posed. Sometimes certain questions cannot be answered because they do not make sense, they can only be replaced by better but completely different questions. We know very well the heroic stories of certain great satirists, the Roman poet Naevius, for example, who in the 3rd century BC attacked the powerful Metelli family, although admittedly, his satire did not, by modern standards, have very sharp teeth. His verses contained, so far as we can judge, no general or fundamental social criticism, but only personal insults at which, moreover, were not even especially witty. For example, his line, Fato Metelli Rome fiunt consuls, only by accident did the Metellus become consuls in Rome, is not exactly brilliant. Who today would be much roughed by such a declaration? True, one consul belonging to the Metelli family, Cac. Siltus Metellus, was clearly concerned enough to respond to the poet with a verse of his own, Dabant malum Metelli Naevio poete, auth. Metelli will give Naevius a nasty surprise. Needless to say, the level of sensitivity to satire is a historically variable matière through and through. Oh, the same, one might be surprised by the touchiness apparent here, for the Romans, a people of brutal warriors, serpal-minded farmers, grasping traders, and decadent aristocrats, hardy, distinguished themselves as having a particularly high degree of Haman or artistic sensibility. They had little reason to be proud of their cultural achievements, which barely went beyond bloody gladiatorial games, and they themselves knew this as well as we do. Excudent alii spirantia molitus era, credo equidern, vivos ducent de marmor vultus, or abunt causas melius, caclic metus, describent radio et sergentia sedera descent, tu regir imperio populos, Roman, memento. Chi tibia runt arts, pacisque imponere morum, parser subiectus et debilere superbos geniados v1. 846–853, leave it to others to sculpt bronze more subtly and bring out living faces from marble. I grant they can do that, and they will also be better at pleading cases at law, and will mark out with their stick the motions of the heavens and be able to predict the rising of the stars. You, Roman, remember to rule peoples with your command. These are your arts, and to impose on them the habit of peace, to spare those subjugated, but war down the haughty. Many of the ingredients of a glorification of Roman imperialism are packed into these lines. The exercise of power is not simply a way of affirming one's own position over another, or of enriching oneself, but an art's a runt, like sculpture or astronomy. It is no pleasure for the Roman to govern, but a destiny of burdensome responsibility that is imposed on him. He is relaxed and peaceable by nature, and so has always to remind himself of this thankless task. Memento. Regir imperio. It would be an offense against the divine order for him to let himself go and give in to irenic disposition, and thus to forget to extend the imperial power to ever more distant peoples. Indeed, the latter need to be conquered by the toga-wearing masters of the world. In fact, the Romans must teach the conquered to live in peace, passus imponere morum. We know, to be sure, that this Pax Romana did not appeal to all non-Roman peoples, and even the Romans, or at least some of them, knew it too. In his text Agricola, Tacitus has a British general say about the Roman policy of pacifica. Tion ubi solitudinem facient, pacem appellant, they make a waste land and call it peace. And those who are not prepared to be let themselves be subjugated, subiectus, are, uppity, superbos, against whom it is legitimate to wage war to the death, that is, until they too are vanquished, debillare. Intriguingly, the only literary genre that is, according to Roman estimation, an original product of the Roman spirit is satire, satira. Tota nostra est, satire is wholly our own. Quintilian x 1.93. This assertion depends, however, on a rather formalistic definition of satire. A Roman satire is a ragtag collection whose contents are a mix of humorous barbs, containing poetic flights in various meters, biting provost couplets, insulting songs, and perhaps also prose elements. But at the origin of the poetry of invective that has been handed down to us we find not a Roman, but the iambic poet Archilochus, who wrote, in Greek, in the 7th century. Tradition has it that Archilochus wanted to marry Neobule, the daughter of a certain Lycombes, but that Lycombes refused to grant the pair his consent to the marriage. This prompted Archilochus to write the following verse: Natep avukdupa, moiaf e euro pp dao tos, tik o kctapnelpeppe, nc to tplvnprp euro 9a, vof day 514 toalc. Skodoial patvat Yahweh, Father Lycombes, what has got into your who scrambled the wits you used to have? Now you are a booge laughingstock to your fellow townsmen. Pipe, Lycombes, according to ancient commentaries on the text, hanged himself after hearing these lines, a reaction that, to us in the 20 report is false. The fact that the anecdote was told repeatedly in antiquity indicates that people at that time saw this as a plausible or entirely appropriate way to respond. According to the Roman definition, these lines of Archilochus's are not satire, since they are not part of a literary work that mixes verse and prose. On a less formalistic definition, their satirical character cannot be denied. To come back to the conflict between the poet Neves and the Metelli family, the fact that the consul Caecilius Metellus was able to meet Nevius with the retort cited earlier dabant malum metetal, Nevio poetae, suggests that Caecilius Metellus, too, was no sous-chat repartee, and this could lead us to suspect that what we are dealing with here is no more than a literary game between the two. We also know, however, that Caecilius Metellus had the poet arrested. If this was a game, then it was not one without real danger to the poet. Augustine tells us, De Civitate Det 2.9, that in the time of the Republic, the publication of libel was subject to the death penalty. It is clear that the Roman consul's quick-witted comeback is only the beginning of a story that is continued with the incarceration of the poet. In more modern times, Voltaire's pleasantry at the expense of the so-called Chevalier of Rohan was a case where the personal insult was part of a general defense of bourgeois meritocracy against the pretensions of the hereditary aristocracy. The point of conflict between bourgeois citizens and the nobility was the question of the title. Who deserved which name and which title? Only the bearer of a noble title could get away with having a bourgeois author like Voltaire beaten on the public street without having to fear the consequences. When Voltaire goes on the offensive with Eoris's vinfame, he certainty has more in mind than simply crafting personal insults. His ideological victory is rightly counted as one of the most important steps on the way to the alteration of the European spirit. There is one element that one's present to some extent in all so-called cultural works, but that stands out with special clarity in the case of satire: its contextuality. Satire is not in every case subversive, progressive, or praiseworthy. Think, in the ancient context, of Aristophanes, Horace, Juvenal, or Martial. These are traditional. Aristophanes are conformist. Horace, souls. Think of Jonathan Swift, a stolid Tory, who preaches a politics of religious intolerance. Think of the satirical tirades in the works of the deeply anti-Semitic supporter of the Vichy regime during the Second World War, Louis Ferdinand Céline. Besides, if it is true that bitter satire can inflict deep wounds, it is equally true that soft satire may humanize its object, as, for example, with the gentle mockery of the British royal family that is sometimes found in England. We are also familiar with festivals such as the Saturnalia or the Carnival, which have the function of reinforcing social hierarchies precisely by playfully inverting these hierarchies for a limited period of time. It seems to me of particular importance in the case of satire to distinguish between its possible objects and to take into account, when judging it, the historical context and the specific circumstances that obtain. Who is making fun of whom? For what reason? And under what conditions? On the one hand, there is the biting satirical critique of the great and the powerful, which attacks the King of England, for example, or the Metelli family, or an influential institution like the Catholic Church in the time of Voltaire. Along the same lines, we might think of a satire of some typical representative of the currently influential ideology of neoliberalism. This kind of satire may perhaps constitute a stimulus to laudable political actions, although one should not suffer any illusions as to their efficacy. On the other hand, there is also a second form of satire, which takes aim at the poor and the abused, the little people, and the victims of power, and showers them with additional abuse, taunts, and insults, as the German saying has it, "W'r den Schaden hat, braucht FTIR den Spot nicht zu sorgen." The joke is always on the loser. It is a form of blaming the victim. It was the inquisitors in Spain who forced their victims to wear a dunce's cap at the stake. The burning of the body while still alive was apparently not enough of a punishment. Do we poke fun at the inquisitors, or at the victims of the Inqui? Novel Don Quixote by pointing out that Cervantes always takes the side of the inquisitors and taunts the victims. Thus he writes, Cervantes could have fought against the Inquisition, but he preferred to ridicule its victims, i.e., the heretics and idealists of all kinds. Or, what else is he doing but mocking when he tells how the sick man is made the butt of jokes at the court of the Duke? And do you really think Cervantes would not have laughed even at the heretic at the stake? We would do well to keep in mind this Nietzschean distinction between derision of the perpetrators and derision of victims. When it comes to the evaluation of satire, even the most cutting satire is doubtless a poor weapon against the inquisitors, but someone who satirically mocks the victim is no plucky champion of freedom. He should be ashamed of himself, as should anyone who helps to distribute this kind of satire. We may make fun of whom? This is an eminently political matter. One cannot escape responsibility for one's own reactions by excusing laughter as a purely natural function, for while laughter may have physiological roots, it is in the last analysis a human phenomenon, and as such is part of the never-ending education sentimentale of Ba. mankind and of cash individual. The images from Abu Ghraib show naked prisoners, forced to form human pyramids or to go around like dogs on leashes. Funny, no? No. And anyone who laughed at this would be doing something morally and politically offensive. The fact that what we are dealing with here are W's ages, that is to say, artificial and arguably even artistic products, is in this case not even a mitigating circumstance, but an additional outrage. In Abu Ghraib, there is reason to assume these pictures were not taken only after fact, merely in order to document what had happened. The intention from the beginning was to ridicule and humiliate the prisoners, and photographing them in the process was a conscious and deliberate intensification of this humiliation. The pyramids were formed so that they could be photographed, and I am ordered to degrade the prisoners still further. Newspaper cartoons of the Prophet of Islam and the images from Abu Ghraib cannot sinaply be thrown into the same basket. But is the attempt to think about both together so completely absurd? How valuable is the freedom of speech that eggs a lynch mob on? Even the dyer and pedestrian, S. Mill saw that the answer to this was not a foregone conclusion, but it was a question worth asking. How about the freedom to produce images that incite military planners to use cluster munitions, phosphorus shells, and hellfire rockets on civilians? Aside from those simply and directly killed and maimed by war, in Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, and Yemen, how many more innocent Muslims will pass through the gates of Guantanamo? How many people have disappeared into dark corners like the secret CIA prisons in Poland, Romania, Diego Garcia, and other places about which we know nothing, not even a name? According to statistical inquiries, half of all mosques in the UK have been hit by an anti-Islamic attack. Half. To insult the King of England in 1750, the bishops of the Catholic Church in the 16th century, the president of the World Bank in 1990, or the research director of Microsoft today is in no way the same as to attack the beliefs, even the ill-founded beliefs, of poor Muslims against whom war has been being waged for countless years. Is the belief that the life of the Prophet is an exemplary life really less rational, or less well-grounded than the opinion that the rich in our societies have earned their privileges? Or than the doctrine that there is no alternative to our society's policy of wasting resources on a massive scale? Or the thesis that the extreme concentration of economic power in the hands of a few hundred of the super-rich will profit the rest of the world as well? Philosophers are especially adept at identifying and classifying forms of fallacious argument and inference, and doing so has a tradition stretching back at least to Aristotle's treatise on sophistical refutations. Within the traditional classification of sophism, there is the post hoc ergo propter hoc fallacy. Z comes after Y in time, therefore Y is the cause of 2. There is also affirming the consequent, if my cat Tabitha has already eaten, then her bowl is empty. Her bowl is empty. Therefore, she has already eaten. But what if I have forgotten to give her breakfast? I would like therefore to introduce a new category of sophistical argument, the Tony Blair, which hinges on the construction and insinuation of a false dichotomy. If you are against the invasion of Iraq, you must fully and unequivocally support Saddam Hussein and accept his crimes. Behind such false dichotomies lies deep fear, and the invocation of this fear has unfortunately all too often shown itself to be an effective political means to circumvent rationality, prevent understanding, and dampen empathy. One might also call this the argumentum bystericum. Saddam Hussein can hit us in 45 minutes, ran the headline in one of the tabloids, and we know from documents now in the public domain that Tony Blair and his spin doctor Alistair Campbell worked energetically and strategically to produce exactly this headline. Implore you, dear reader, not to commit the following Tony Blair If you think that it is a shameful act to insult Muslims with the publication of artlessly obscene images of their prophet, you are justifying the murder of journalists. No. To march together, arm in Paris, with Netanyahu, Cam. Aaron, various African dictators, and Arab rulers, even if it is under the banner of freedom of speech, and even in the absence of a Rumsfeld, a Cheney, or a Blair. No, thank you. 14. The radioactive wolf, pieing, and the goddess fashion hat to oets originally the Christian doctrine of the last things tag exata, and it took two forms, theories about the end of days, that is, the way in which the world as a whole, at any rate as we know it, terminates, and views about the end of my days, that is, my death. On the traditional view there are four last things: death, judgment, heaven, hell. At my death, according to the Orthodox view, I undergo a particular judgment at the hands, or perhaps eyes, of God, the final judex fortis et justus, who issues a definitive ruling about me and my life, assigning me to unending bliss or eternal torment. Similarly, at some point in time our world as a whole will end, with an apocalyptic day of reckoning, a day of general judgment, after which there will be no more earth, it will itself die, and there will exist only heaven and hell. Utopian projects are anticipations of heaven, dystopian of hell. In Christianity, death is not the end, but merely the beginning of the end. In 2009, Adrian Genny exhibited a painting entitled Dada is Dead. Who exactly, or what, is dead in this painting? There was disagreement about the meaning of Dada from the very beginning. One of the people who claimed to have invented the word was Hugo Ball, who opened the Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich in Adrian Genny, Dada is Dead, 2009. Copyright Adrian Genny, 1916. He stated, in Romanian Dada means yes yes, in French it means hobby horse. For Germans it is a sign of naive silliness and philoprogenitive connection with the perambulator. It is an international word representing the vernacular languages of the original members of the Dadaist group who performed Tien Cabaret Voltaire. Germans: Hugo Ball, Emmy Ball Hennings, Richard Holson, Beck, Walter Cerner, a bilingual Alsatian, Hans Jean Arp, and two multilingual Romanians, Marcel Janco and Sammy Rosenstock. Tristan Tzara. Sometimes, to be sure, the benignly philoprogeny type father with his pram loses interest altogether. Ball A. So says that Dada means, ciao, please get off my back, see you some other time. Greater than, or even turns into an anti-philosopher, driven by demonic skepticism, demonish skepsis. Tristan Tzara, perhaps the most energetic and uncompromising member of the original group, pronounced some of his early Dadaist manifestos in the persona of the anti-philosopher, Monsieur Pyrene. Pyrene en bon Dadaiste was tolerant of contradiction and immersed in the ephemera of real history, hence the prominence of newspapers, dated announcements, and so on, in Dadaist collages, rather than being devoted to a speculative contemplation of the unchanging degree. He was a lover of processes rather than finished products, and of puppets and masks, rather than a stoic sage with an unwavering character and moral disposition, and an aspiration to assimilate as much as possible to God's eye view of the world and its inhabitants. An artistic movement that began in neutral Switzerland during the First World War would be unlikely to be completely without any relation to politics. Once again, Hugo Ball provides the most telling comment. While we were involved in the cabaret at Spiegelgasse 1 in Zurich, M. Ulyanov Lenin lived just across the street in Spiegel. Gas 6, if M not wrong, Ball is wrong. It was Spiegelgasse 14, is Dadaism as sign and gesture the opposite, Gegenspiel, to Bolshevism? Does Dadaism put forward the utterly quixotic, non-functional Zweckwiedrig, an ungraspable side of the world in opposition to destruction and complete calculation? To say that a certain movement is a Gegenspiel to Bolshevism strongly suggests at least that one is playing the same game, just on the other side. At the end of the war, the center of Dadaism moved from Zurich to Berlin, where in 1920 the first Dada International Fair was held. In the Galerie Burchard on Lietzow Platz, Geuss's painting is a re-working in 2009 of a photo that was taken by the photographer Hannah Hoke of that event. The original photo shows walls covered with politically charged paintings by Otto Dix and Geuss, most of which were later destroyed by the Nazis, and with the slogans the Dadaists like to employ. Dada ist die Willentlichkeitsersetzung der bürgerlichen Begriffswelt. Dada steht auf der Seite der Revolution dren Proletariats. Dada is the willful dissolution of the bourgeois world of concepts. Dada stands on the side of the revolutionary proletariat. Dilettanten erhet euch gegen die Kunst, Dilettanti, rise up against art, and Dada ist politisch. From other photos of the same event, we know that a further slogan was Die Kunst ist tot. Es lebe die Masse. Kunst Tatlins, art is dead. Long live the machine art of Hannah Hoke. First International Dada Fair, Berlin, 1920. Photographer, unknown. Hoke seen in profile, sitting on left. Tatlin. Vladimir Tatlin was a Russian avant-garde artist who in the 1920s planned a complexly rotating tower that was to be a techno-logically sophisticated steel monument to the Third Internationale, larger than the Eiffel Tower. So at this point Dada had moved away from the position apparently assigned to it by Hugo Ball and was hardly still a form of opposition, Gegenspiel, to Bolshevism, though one could argue that putting up a sign in a gallery reading Dada is political, whatever one might think of it as an artistic geste, was not much of a political act. Still, it is difficult to see how admiration for Maschinenkunst is compatible with devotion to non-functionality. Zweckwiedrigkeit. In reworking the photo, Geuss changed the brightly lit and perfectly salubrious looking room in the Galerie Burchard into something dark, derelict, and slightly sinister looking. The chairs and upholstered benches are gone. The walls are soiled and covered with empty picture frames and with the mere traces of the pictures and slogans that used to adorn it and seem to have been removed, or to have fallen away by themselves in the passage of time. The long, horizontal picture frame on the left center of Geuss's painting, surrounded, in 1920, Otto Dix's painting 45% or Wearbesfabrik, which is a satirical image of four men who were grotesquely mutilated in World War I. The second man from the right has no legs and is being pushed in a rudimentary wheelchair. The third man from the right is represented with three overlapping heads, which is presumably a way of trying to depict the tremor or nervous twitching of the head he has acquired as a result of wartime injuries. The point, transmitted by the title of the painting, is that, despite their horrific injuries, they have failed to receive a state pension for disability because they were considered still to be 45% able to earn a living. This painting was confiscated by the Nazis, exhibited as an instance of decadent art at their Great Exhibition in Munich in 1937, and then destroyed. Geuss in 2009 is in fact painting from a photograph of an earlier painting by Dix that has now disappeared, and trying to represent what that earlier painting would have looked like if it had not been destroyed in the 1940s? What would have had to have happened to it since then for it to look as it does in Geuss's painting? When exactly is the scene depicted supposed to have taken place? Is it a painting of what Galerie Burchard would have looked like in 1945, had it survived to see the Red Army entering Berlin? Or what it would have looked like in 2009? If one looks carefully at Geuss's picture, it looks as if part of the paint in Dix's original had run, or fliefen, dripping out of the frame. and down onto the wall below it, forming a stain. This stain seems to form the image of a phantom leg on the wall, that is, outside Dix's original frame, as if to replace the limb, which the crippled man in the original painting lost in the war. In fact, it looks as if the stain forms the image of a military-style boot. The booted foot does not seamlessly connect with the hip of the crippled soldier, but perhaps that is intended. If one thinks of the two major stands in the philosophy of art as emphasizing, respectively, the production of the beautiful, harmonious, well-ordered, symmetrical, and the production of the meaningful, significant, worthwhile, then Dada rejected both of these strands. They were, however, obsessively concerned with the limits of meaning. To say that something has meaning, significance, however, is usually to connect it with an assumed frame work of reference. That gesture, for example, squaring the figs, has no meaning here in Britain, although it did have a meaning in medieval Italy. To say, equal goes it loose, makes no sense in English. Although Glurch Gellet es Foss is a perfectly good sentence in German. To rotate your pawn on a given square, rather than moving it to an other square, has no significance, as a move in chess. What, then, is inside and what is outside any given framework is always of importance. Can things slip, drip, or ran out of one frame into another? From Dix's painting to Guéni's, the wooden frame of Dix's original painting does not now define the visual sense of what is inside it. Rather, Guéni represents Dix's frame as cutting off the soldier's leg. Actually, the soldier has a leg in the form of the stain on the grey wall face, and Guéni's painting is as real as the rest of his body. Has Guéni replaced the soldier's leg? Completed or finished Dix's painting? It would be an odd form of completion that turned a picture of a cripple into a picture of someone with a healthy leg. Is this an imaginary or a real replacement limb? What would affirming either of these alternatives amount to? Or are we to imagine that very passage of time, the time between 1920 and 2000, has by itself caused the paint to run? Natural processes, without any human intervention, seem, then, to have created this image of a boot in the stain. Be more exact, natural processes of dissolution, moisture seeping down the wall of an abandoned room, seem to have produced a stain which we, with no special prompting, naturally see as containing the image of a boot. In that case, Guéni is not responsible for changing Dix's image. He has simply painted what the contingencies of the passage of Ume have actually done. What actually destroyed Dx's original painting, though, was not natural processes, or passage of time, but the historical event of National Socialism. In Guéni's painting, the carefree and sociable Dadaists of the original photo are now gone, replaced only by the single wolf who now occupies the center of the painting. Although in reality wolves are relatively gregarious animals who live in well-ordered social groups, in the Western imagination the wolf generally figures as a solitary and savage figure. Homo homini lupus does not mean that humans naturally form highly cooperative packs, registered rather that beneath the thin veneer of civilization and sociability humans really are still wolfish to each other. This wolf looks slightly like one of man rays, solarizations, or a rayogram. A sliver of intense light from the right illuminates his hindquarters. In contrast to the crippled soldier who is only an image, the wolf is real. He casts a distinct shadow in the painting. There is also an odd white light on his ears and eyes. Conceivably that might be the result of another shaft of light or some play of reflection, but it seems to emanate from his ears and eyes. Is the wolf perhaps ever so slightly phosphorescent or radioactive? The wolf seems to be in a rather self-satisfied state with a slight grin on its face. Perhaps he is pleased to have done something very naughty and got away with it, or he has been sent to stand in the corner or even told to leave because of the way he has behaved, but thinks it was worth it. How naughty would one have to be ejected from a Dada event? Or has he just had a good meal on the corpses of dead Dadaists and is smiling with repletion? Or perhaps the wolf is simply the last Dadaist, reduced to his true human nature, radioactive but still standing in the now abandoned gallery, and the picture captures his final moment of reflection and perhaps nostalgia before exiting through the door. In the mid-1930s, Walter Benjamin wrote about the need to see art as teleological. Technically specific forms of art often seem to be trying to achieve with great difficulty through traditional means effects that would come naturally when later techniques were developed. Thus much of late 18th century painting seems to be trying to attain effects that would later come of themselves with photography. Dadaism, he claimed, was in one of its aspects the attempt to anticipate film. So the tremor of Dix's war cripple would be easy to capture with a cine camera. When Benjamin wrote, "Every epic dreams the following epic," he did not specify whether the ensuing reality would be a utopia or dystopia, heaven or hell. Part of the mechanism that holds history, especially the history of art, together is the series of pretensions, references to, anticipations of, expectations about the future, and retentions, memories and associations form the past. Man-rays solarizations and rayograms cannot now, in retrospect, fail to make us think of Hiroshima or Chernobyl, although we know that radiation does not actually make left publicity postcard of Hugo Ball in cubistic costume to promote the program of the Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich, 1916. Photographer unknown. Image reproduction courtesy of Wikimedia Commons. Right, prisoner, being tortured with electrical shocking devices at Abu Ghraib prison, 2003. Photo by the United States Armed Forces. Humans visibly glow. Equally, Hugo Ball's Dada costume of 1916 must now be seen as a proleptic reference to that great monument of U.S. foreign policy in the early 21st century, Abu Ghraib. The most energetic and uncompromising early Dadaist, Tristan Tzara, stated very baldly, Dada ne signif't rien. It is not, however, that easy to imagine anything that fails to signify at all. Meaning, for conscious creatures like us, is almost inescapable. We are virtually condemned to make things make one kind of sense or another. The real question is not whether or not we can find or invent some category rise and a framework of reference into which we can fit any given phenomenon we encounter, but whether there is one final set of categories or framework within which we can locate everything, and particularly whether there is one antecedently given set of such categories. Imagine that I sit down to play chess and instead of making a recognized move, I extend my index finger and rotate it gently in the air in a circular pattern. My opponent might well say, that gesture has no meaning, and, of course, he or she would be perfectly correct. If it was completely clear that the universe of significance was restricted to possible chess moves. If, however, the room was very warm and my opponent was seated next to a powerful fan, he or she might take me up on my attempt to change the context and see that my gesture was not intended as a part of the game, but as encouragement to turn the fan on so as to cool the room. So it did signify something, just not anything recognizable as a move in chess. The rules of chess, after all, do not exhaust the realm of that which has meaning. By changing the context we can also see how what means nothing in chess can still have significance, if one wishes to put it this way, in another realm. Sometimes rule-governed domains are embedded in yet larger rule-governed domains. The individual game of chess may be part of a tournament in which there are strict regulations about how games are played. The tournament itself may be governed by rules set down by a chess federation, which, in turn, may be a corporation subject to legal regulation, different regulations, in different jurisdictions, and so forth. The legal system itself may operate in a wider domain of institutionalized and non-formalized, everyday gestures, of which my rotation of the index finger might or might not be part. How would we know that such a gesture was or was not part of a given domain, or that it is right even to speak of a system here? The gesture of rotating my finger is not, arguably, part of any existing system of meaning that I activate. It is something I more or less make up, assuming you too will be able to rise to the occasion and see the point of what I have done. How I do this, and how you do whatever it is that you do in this situation, is exceedingly obscure, but that is a separate issue. Must we simply accept that there are different systems of signify? Kant's the universe of chess, the British legal system, the DIN system for referring to standard sizes of paper, the Mesopotamian division of the year into a series of 12 months, the set of hand gestures people use to point to things in the environment or to encourage others to perform certain actions, for example, the stop gesture or come on, continue gesture used by traffic controllers. Some of these may be formal and more or less closed systems, but many of them are open and constantly evolving hand gestures. In any case, they stand in at best contingent relations with each other. Rules for determining paper size so that one can almost always change the notion of significance by shitting the contest, or must one assure, as many philosophers and virtually all Christian theologians do, that this process of changing the context cannot continue ad libitum. There is and must be a final framework that is, as it were, the game of games, the absolute game we are and must be playing, a game about which the Christian theologian will be happy to give you much more information of a highly detailed kind. To put this another way, Platonists, Christians, Kantians, and other believers in the great game hold that nothing can signify nothing at all, because we can always invent a way of accommodating anything as meaningful, implies there is one final framework of meaning, which accommodates everything. This is, however, a bit like saying, no man lacks a legal father. We can always assign him one, implies there is one father of all men. If, then, there is no absolutely final framework of meaning, no God, no fixed and definite structure of consciousness, no logic of language, then the realm of meaning, significance, and our ability to violate any given structure of meaning, significance may both have radically indeterminate boundaries. What we can, or could not, mean will become a matter of having a more or a less tertile imagination, or of our inventiveness, not of logic. Failing to obey given rules, breaking the code, can be a way of bringing to our attention something, for instance, that our forms of intelligibility are more arbitrary than we usually take them to be, or even that they are severely limited and deficient. Zara's Dada ne signifie rien, then, need not refer to a mere absence. It is not a Wibble privet RVWMN, but it might approach Hulsenbeck's view, which would have it that Dada is the signifying nothing in which nothing means something. CDA's bedeu, tenda nichts and dem nichts etwas bedute, degree Dada's nothing, is a nihil significativum, as when the accused in a court case fails to enter a plea. That is, the fact that something, say, an event, a gesture, or a work of art, does not signify in some particular way can itself be significant. Thus, if my answer to your question fails to make grammatical, or some other kind of sense that fact can be significant, might be confused, a foreign speaker of your language, or trying to make fun of you. If one presupposes a fixed context within which CONEFV is taken in an antecedently narrowly specified sense, then It is easy to imagine all kinds of things that do not signify anything. In that context and in that sense, the way we live will determine our sense of what is intelligible, and if our way of life is sufficiently rigid, unreflective, and conformist, it will be all the more difficult to find any deviancy even intelligible. That Dada means nothing to any of us might reflect badly not on 7, but rather on OWR, IFE and our conception of significance. Cesara's Dada ne signifie rien can be seen to be complementary to the 1920s slogans, Dada ist die Willentlichkeit, Zersetzung der bürgerlichen Begriffswelt, and Dada ist politisch. Dada does not mean anything because it has no place in that bourgeois world and fits into none of its categories. It becomes political to the extent to which it becomes a project of deliberate dissolution. This also makes clear to what extent there is the possibility for collaboration between Dadaism and Marx-inspired political movements, but also the limits of such collaboration. Both Dada and Marxism are committed to the dissolution of the world of bourgeois concepts, but all good Marxists are also committed to dialectical thinking, and dialectictans, whatever else one might think of them, are rational ISDS of a kind. One might even say, hyper-rationalists, in that they can find a kind of logic, eventually, even in that which seems random, chaotic, inexplicably painful. Rationalism, in any of its forms, is not one of Dada's characteristic stances. What would it then mean that Dada was dead? Its project of deliberate dissolution could be thought to have become historically irrelevant. In Berlin in 1920, the lay figure hanging face down from the ceiling has on the uniform of a Prussian military officer but the head of a pig. This work was entitled Prussian Archangel, Preußischer Erzengel, and he held in his hand a paper on which was written, Vom Himmel hoch da kam ich her. In the original 1920s installation he was represented as being a specter from the recent past, but no longer really able to intimidate the members of the public. A figure, at best, of ridicule. He is certainly dead, but part of the point of representing him in 1920 by such a lay figure was that in one sense he was never really alive. The Prussian officer only ever had such power and authority as he was endowed with by the human collective imagination. Heine once said about Kant that he tried to put a Prussian gendarme inside the breast of each individual human, and so one could also imagine this painting being entitled Kant f's Dead. The empirical self with all its inclinations, Negungen, is still there in the form of the wolf, but he is toxic, irradiated, and these moribund. If the Tien raised bis eyes to try to behold the starry heavens above, he would behold the pig-headed Prussian archangel, the closest earthly approximation to the ideally rational will. By 2009 the public has disappeared. The works of art on the wall, too, are gone or have run and smeared, although the process of smearing has created a new image in the form of the phantom leg, and if per de possible the officer, who is after all only a stuffed doll, ever tried to exercise his imaginary jurisdiction on the radioactive wolf, he would get nowhere. In another of Guéni's paintings from about the same time, 2008, Nickelodeon, we seem to be in roughly the same kind of visual world as Dada is dead. In both cases we see the claustrophobically enclosed interior of a shabby and rummus room painted in somber tones of dark brown and gray with a strong sense of three-dimensionality. If anything, in Nickelodeon there is an even greater sense of enclosure within a roarn of phosphorescently rotting wood. The painting is a juxtaposition of two canvases of 210 cm by R20 cm, positioned side by side, but it is not a traditional diptych because the image spreads continuously over both canvases and does so in such a way that the vertical juncture between the two panels is still visible. The perspective reinforced by the strong converging lines of the floorboards, and, on the left side, what seems to be a pile of long, cent sections of iron, railway tracks, draws both halves of the painting together and also pulls the viewer's eye very powerfully into the frame. Nickelodeon is associated with a series of works Geuss did on pie fights, especially cinematic-style pie fights of the kind in which Laurel and Hardy specialized. The Nickelodeon was a very Carly form of cinema, a theatrum mundi on the cheap for the very early 20th century. The painting shows a group of men who have just visited a Nickelodeon. The men are dressed in overcoats of a style more characteristic of the middle than of the very beginning of the 20th century. Some of them, a small group on the right, are simply standing together, perhaps talking. Others, the figures in the Adrian Geuss, Nickelodeon, 2008, copyright Adrian Geuss. Center and on the left are beginning to walk forward and slightly to the left, following the lines made by the cracks between the floor boards. None of the faces of the men are clearly visible. Some still have pie on their faces. Remnants of pie surround the heads of the two figures on the extreme left, giving almost the impression of a halo. The face of the figure in the exact center of the painting, the visible joint between the two panels runs right through his shoulder, is a white blank, presumably his face covered with pie, and both of his hands are raised to the area of his mouth and chin as if the pie were a mask he was desperately trying to pull off. A pie you have thrown. That covers my face. CS a kind of mask, albeit one you impose on me, not one I have chosen to put on. The Dadaists were in any case very keen on puppets, dummies, lay figures, and masks. These pie masked faces, then, belong with the Prussian Archangel exhibited in Galerie Burchard in 1920. Pets and dummies are imaginary others, allowing for a play-along. The boundary of the living and that which is not really living, just as a mask can be an imaginary self. The poet Aeschylus is not there anymore when he puts on the mask and steps onto the stage. In his place stands Clytemnestra, who, however, is in another sense not alive. The possibility of this play along the border between living and not living, present and not present, and not fully real, traditionally made philosophers deeply suspicious, and the possibility of deception, of hiding one's real self from others, that the mask presented was construed as a deep moral danger. The active fascina with and positive valuation of the straddling of these boundaries was one way in which the Dadaist is an anti-philosopher. Even worse than the possibility that a mask may hide from others my true self is the thought that I might in some way come to fail to have a real self. Nietzsche's conception of the radically anti-traditional philosopher as a person who loved to change masks continuously is the precursor in this of Dada's empirene, the anti-philosopher. Perhaps Nietzsche suggests the real philosopher does not have any final licts of Bisson at all, just as mask adopted for some occasion, and beneath the mask there was no real face, rather only a farther mask. And beneath that mask yet another, all the way as far as one might wish to go. Even to speak of a mask, then, was in one sense a mistake, because the term made sense only if mask could be contrasted with real face beneath the mask. One can trace a similar suspicion of traditional philosophical views about masks and faces back to another figure who lived in the zoo, rich in the 1830s. Georg Büchner was on the run from the police for having founded a revolutionary group in Hessen, and also lived for a short time in the same street that in 1916 hosted Lenin and the Cabaret Voltaire. Buchner was the author of Danton's Tod, and it was while living in the Spiegelgasse that he worked on the unfinished Wasik. Eine Scene Traum Daniens Tod. Danton's supporter Lacroix reports on a meeting of the convention he has just attended. Lacroix und College Schrie wie besessen, man mies die. Mask in Abreifen. This is the traditional view that people can keep certain thoughts, intentions, and feelings locked into their hearts. God, the divine judge, might see this, their real face, even though they put on a mask when dealing with others. The task of the convention is to tear off these masks and reveal the reality beneath it. Danton's comment, Danton, Da worden dick Gesichter mitgen, has the implication that the very idea of a sharp distinction between mask and face is inappropriate. If one wears the mask for long enough, it becomes reality, and finally what human reality could there be but one shaped by the historical succession of forces of various kinds. I am 99 posing different masks, including masks endowed with moderate amounts of self-regulation and transformation. The central figure in Geuss' Nickelodeon is perhaps not so much trying to wipe the pie off as frantically trying to palpitate his face to see if it still exists, and, if so, what its nature is. He is spectral, because although the upper part of his body is fully realized, the bottom part of his body seems to peter out. The other figures seem firmly planted on the floor, but his legs and feet are transparent, like the phantom limb of the cripple in Dada is Dead. In addition, his upper torso seems to be behind the two figures on either side of him, and yet his phantom feet are just barely visible enough, though, for us to see that they are in front of the plane on which the two figures on either side of him stand. That suggests that he both is and is not part of the world of this antechamber. There is something about all the other men, and about the grouping, that immediately makes one think that they are party members, of what party one does not know, members of a delegation, plainclothes policemen, or security agents. The Nickelodeon itself, that is, the room in which the audience sits for the performance, is not visible, but in the back depths of the painting in the upper right-hand side of the right panel, there is something that seems to be a door at the end of a corridor, and that is presumably the entrance to the auditorium itself. The men have just emerged after a performance from this room into a kind of foyer or antechamber. Why would these men have pie on their faces? One possibility is that they have just come from a meeting in the Nickelodeon that has degenerated into a pie-throwing contest. Or are they members of the Securitate who have come to close or censor a performance and have been attacked by the members of the audience? This would explain why the men in this group do not, apart from the spectral central figure, seem terribly upset or disaccommodated by what has just happened. This, after all, may be part of their métier, and they also may know that they can return the next day or the day after that, and then the joke will very definitely not be on them, but on those who threw the pies at them. Where, though, if this is the scenario, would the audience have acquired the pies in the first place? Is it customary to go to a performance with a proleptic pie in case one feels the need of it? Did they know they might be raided by the Securitate? A second possibility is that there was a live theatrical performance going on in the Nickelodeon, but that this performance has taken a Dadaist turn. The Dadaists, after all, were some of the first to reject the idea of a closed and finished work of art, and of a sharp distinction between performers and audience, just as they wished to destroy the distinctions between art and politics, everyday light and art, poetry and painting, sense and nonsense. All of these ideas were part of the Bürgerliche Begriffswelt Dada was out to destroy. Dada performances were events that did not usually have and follow detailed scripts but evolved unpredictably as they were taking place. Greater than these performances could be seen as unique organic processes, and any images formed were formed in the way in which the Phantom Lee in Geuss' version of 45% or Wearbesfibig skirms to have been formed by the unintended action of natural processes. Usually, too, the audience took an active part in making the performance the work of art it was. The public, shown in Hoax 1920. photo are not anonymous members of a general public, but individual recognizable Dadaists. The audience was the artists. At one of the very first Dada events in Zurich in 1916, Richard Huelsenbeck read a manifesto that contained the words, "I hope you shall not suffer any bodily harm, but what I have to say to you will hit you like a bullet, lay bof, das Elnen kem korpertisches Unhell Widerjahren Word. Aber was were human jetzt zu sagen Baben. Word sei wie eine Kugel treffen, degree." So perhaps what has happened here is that the actors in the performance have at one point replaced a statement that will hit the audience like a bullet with pies, and have thrown them at the members of the audience, who are the people we see exiting in Geuss's painting. A Nickelodeon, however, was not simply a theater, but a cinema showing short films. So a farther possibility is that Laurel and Hardy have thrown pies at the audience, who are seen emerging from the Nickelodeon. Something, that is, has happened to the boundary between the imaginary, what is represented in the film on the screen, Laurel and Hardy throwing pies at each other, and the real men depicted in Geuss's painting, who presumably constituted the audience. Some of the pies thrown by the actors on screen in a cinema have flown out of the film into the audience and hit some of the people watching in the face. To be sure, to speak of the real audience or the real men in the painting might seem to be highly peculiar, because, although they are real, as it were, relative to figures on the cinema screen, they are also figures in a painting by Geuss, and so we might think of them as imaginary relative to the people around me in the gallery in which I view Geuss's painting, each of whom presumably has a national insurance numbers, valid credit cards, and a unique spatio-temporal physical location. The Theatrum Mundi was supposed to give us distance from the events of the human world and allow people to see it as a whole and thereby form an overall judgment about it. Benjamin thought that the aestheticization of politics was a characteristic feature of fascism. Presumably B was thinking of phenomena like the Nuremberg rallies, and that the appropriate response to this was the politicization of art. Whatever exactly he meant by this, he presumably thought it compatible with the application of some aesthetic category rise to politics and history, as Marx does when he remarks at the beginning of the 18th Brumaire that events in history generally happen twice, the first time as tragedy, the second as farce. Here the judgment seems to be that history is a comedy of a sort, not in the sense in which Dante's poem is a comedy ending in a vision of saved human souls in paradise, but a distinctly brutal and absurdist farce in which most of the participants end up with pie on their faces. If Ball was right that the two main alternatives presented by the dissolution of the old bourgeois world in World War I were Bolshevism and Dada, then this painting would suggest that Dada is perhaps not dead, but rather that it should be seen to have emerged victorious over its only serious rival. One might consider pieing, as it is now apparently called, a quintessentially neo-Dadaist gesture because it hovers uncertainly between the real and the merely symbolic. No organic damage or bodily harm is done to those who are pied, but, presumably, it is uncomfortable and embarrassing, and between the ludic and the serious, what might be a joke for those watching could easily be serious for those pied. People who have been pied, and are widely perceived to deserve it. Who finally makes this pageant? Bill Gates, 998, or Rupert Murdoch, or, suffer a moment of indignity, but their power to continue to do evil is not seriously reduced, and many of the most active agents of evil, high-ranking agents of security forces, are so well protected as rarely to be possible targets for this kind of action. Finally, pieing will work only on individuals, so corporations, banks, law firms, and investment companies are immune, except through actions directed at representative persons, but picking the chairman of the board may also backfire, in that it can contribute to fostering the illusion that individuals are really responsible for what corporations do. Gates and Murdoch would perhaps like us to believe that they are the very embodiments of their respective corporations and indispensable to the success of the nefarious project of getting monopolistic control of all informa, tion and human opinion. Microsoft and Fox News could easily continue to be forces of darkness without these individuals. Corporations, after all, are really very much like individual persons or even groups of persons, or rather than structures of a very different kind, and judgments about their systemic effects do not reduce to evaluations of any of the individuals of which they are composed. Although the painting is not a diptych, for the reasons mentioned above, the visible crease down the center does raise the possibility that it was supposed to be imagined to swivel on this axis and fold over in the middle. The question would then be which way it was intended to be folded, since this central puncture runs directly through the spectral figure in the center. If the painting is to be folded, i.e. will pivot on him, which way? Should the two sides pivot backward, so that the painted surface was on the outside? Then, one would have a continuous wraparound scene, perhaps indicative of a panoramic view of the scene or even of recent history. There would, of course, be a vertical strip down the center. This strip would be twice as wide as the depth of the framework on which the canvas is stretched. It would run directly through the left shoulder of the spectral figure in the center, and, for all we know, it might be unpainted. He might then be thought to be a man torn apart by his Tory. If the painting is folded in this way, one might be tempted to open it in the way one opens a book, but would then find that the inside was blank, because one would see the unpainted side of the canvas, like a prayer book with a highly ornamented cover but no text. Or perhaps the painting was supposed to be bent in the opposite way, with the painted side on the inside as if it were precious content protected by a simple canvas cover, the back of the painting. We see here the suggestion would rather be that the painting was a depiction of esoteric knowledge or of a nightmare in the soul of the spectral figure. Perhaps one is supposed to think of the painting as double-jointed, to be opened or closed in either, both directions. Dada is Dead was a painting based on a historically extant photograph of a destroyed painting, which itself represented an imaginary street scene. Nickelodeon represents a parallel nested set of different frameworks of reference in which the distinction between image, appearance and reality shifts, and eventually becomes problematic in a number of ways. Geuss's painted image invites us to imagine a group of men from the 1950s who are exiting a turn of the 20th century Nickelodeon, or to imagine a real group of people who have real pie on their faces that was thrown at them by the imaginary figures on a motion picture screen, and a spectral figure without real feet and who exists on a different spatial plane, apparently standing among them. What would have been serious and unpleasant in reality, pie in the face, becomes comedy by being presented on film, but then reverts to something serious if the event depicted in Geuss's painting had actually happened. But it is imaginary. Much of the interpretation of these two paintings by Geuss has depended on taking the title of each painting particularly seriously. Using titles in this way, one might think, is problematic. Titles have two distinct origins, and there are two different traditions for thinking about them. In one such tradition, titles are construed as completely extrinsic to the work itself. Thus, in the ancient world, most works had no titles, they did not need them. For an Athenian, the image in the Parthenon did not need a small attached plaque reading Athena. The title becomes necessary when the original text is lost, when it is possible to ask about the statue of the young woman with helmet, owl, and shield. Who is this? Or if one is running a library or a museum and must have a catalog. The title, then, is merely a handle, and often a handle assigned after the text by someone who had no connection with the original process by which the work was produced, I see was thus irrelevant to a proper appreciation of the work. This strand gets further support from the view that the proper aesthetic reaction nrust be one to the work itself that does not appeal to extrinsic or collateral information. If Che work roust stand on its own, by itself without external support, one would be foolish to use a title to interpret the work. The second tradition comes from forms of human self-aggrandizement, Ciali perhaps on funereal monuments. Floruit want to be remembered. I may have an elaborate tomb made to draw attention to myself, but the effect will be lost if LDO not have my name inscribed on the tomb. Here the title, for example, Lama Bronze Maiden, and have been placed on the tomb of Midas, or simply Catus Fuit, is an essential part of the intention. Or a craftsman may sign a work, Daito, choose fake it, for instance, on a pot. Or a political figure may claim credit for something, Agrippa fake it, on the Pantheon. None of these is a title in the modern sense, but the Latin word from which title is derived, gitulus, means any kind of notice or board, bits of paper, or inscription conveying information. Eventually, the term comes to be used for information about the work in what comes to be taken to be the preeminent sense, namely, what its name is. That is, once the viewer begins to need further information about the work, because the context of interpretation is for whatever reason no longer clear, works of art come to seem to need interpretations. This is likely to be increasingly the case. Che more art becomes autonomous, that is, once the painter is not painting the altarpiece in the Church of the Virgin quare a painting of a young woman in B with a halo and child underneath a white-bearded old man, and a dove does not require the provision of any extra information in the form of a titudis. Once paintings become things to exhibit in galleries, and the range of techniques, subjects, genres, associations, and so on, becomes unsurveyably large, the question of how the work is to be read becomes an important one. Assigning a title, then, seems an easy way to convey the necessary information, and determine the direction in which the search for meaning proceeds. Who, however, gets to assign the title? Why will the first painting I considered in this chapter continue to be called Dada is Dead rather than My Sug Hestion, Kant is Dead? When the National Socialists confiscated Dix's painting, they assigned it additional TTUI, degenerate art, in insult to the German military, attempting thus to control the direction of interpretation. The fact that they failed to succeed in their project, because, apparently, too many of the visitors to the exhibit emerged, king, rather than abominating, the works of art exhibited, is not directly relevant to the question of the status of titles. When artists gain a sufficient status and autonomy to do so, they can begin to assert themselves by signing their name to their product, and then also eventually they can try to channel the interpretations that will be given their work by assigning titles themselves. Once the institution of the title exists and an artist can choose one title rather than another, it becomes possible to assign a title, and this may be significant, or one can decide to assign a misleading, whimsical, or contingent, or even random title. This world of almost infinitely malleable meanings is the one we live in, and we need all the help in interpreting it we can get. Is the title of Chantal Joffe's 2004 painting Black Camisole as significant as Dada is Dead or Nickelodeon? Why name an image after an item of clothing? This would, of course, make perfect sense in a catalog or fashion magazine where types of objects for potential purchase are displayed, and it becomes important to be able to refer discriminatingly to one specific type among a large stock rather than another. This might be considered a kind of self-assertion on the part of the commodity in question. The size alone, 300 cm by -120 centimeters, suggests self-inflation. The fact that the painting is done on board, rather than on canvas, the positioning of the sitter, and the relative lack of fine-grained texturing contribute to making it resemble a huge playing card, or an entry in a glossy catalog that has been blown up into a poster for use on hoardings. We know nothing about the sitter's history, and the painting gives few clues as to the immediate context. It does not seem to be considered relevant. Unless her name is Black Camisole, for us she has no name. Perhaps she is a fashion or advertising model with the nom de guerre, Miss Black Camisole. Chantal Joffre, Black Camisole, 2004. Courtesy of The Artist and Victoria Miro, London. Copyright ~RR plus TPS. Since the 16th century, one of the familiar genres of painting was the depiction of a reclining or semi-reclining female, nude, the subject originally identified as goddesses, then, eventually, as courtesans. The women are depicted stretched out on greenery or luxurious-looking beds or couches. The middle of the 19th century had its nude images of grandes horizontales, of which Olympia was perhaps the most noticeable instance. In the 20th century, nudes flowed down staircases, du champ, or resolved themselves into multiple angular planes. Picasso. This painting belongs to a historical period, 2003, in which the human figure has in general reintegrated itself. The female figure in this painting is not fully nude. She is distinctly upright with neither nature nor a couch in sight. In fact, the painting seems to go out of its way to emphasize the vertical. It is itself 300 centimeters high and only 120 centimeters wide, and even the background of the painting is a series of striking vertical lines on a simple, relatively neutral bluish-gray surface, presumably either the joins between panels or planks, or conceivably a wallpaper visibly marked by a series of parallels. The body of the young woman in the painting is disposed so that it seems to fill the space entirely, with the top of her head just grazing the frame. She is wearing stylish shoes with very high heels. The frame cuts off the very tip of the right shoe. Even without the shoes, if she were to stand up, her head would protrude out of the top of the painting. The frame can just about contain her. There is a latent energy here, and the formatting is such as would befit a figure of some authority. Altogether, we seem closer to the world of Velázquez's painting of the Pope than Titian's Venus, and the young woman in this painting does not need the props of the Pope, jeweled rings, velvet cap, elaborate, throne-like chair, to support that authority. Unless, of course, the authority is given or enhanced by the black camisole she wears. The black camisole suits this blonde sitter, but it is also perhaps the analog of the flat black cap that judges used to need to put on before pronouncing capital sentences. The sitter is not depicted as absorbed in any physical activity that holds her attention, such as pouring out tea, writing a letter, or even talking with a companion. She sits up straight with her legs confidently crossed, the insouciance of the crossed legs indicating that she is at her ease and that immediate action is not envisaged, but she is also not absorbed in a reverie or a moment of introspection. She does not have the vacant look of the barmaid at the Folies Bergère in the famous Patiting by Manet, where part of the point would seem to be the extreme contrast between the publicity of the situation, a public bar, and the privacy of the activity. Nor is she depicted with a lot of empty space around her, as if to emphasize isolation. This sitter is half turned away from the viewer with her head tilted back and her nose in the air so that one sees only one eave under the thick black line of an arched eyebrow, the original meaning of supercilious. Her mouth has no traces of a smile or even a relaxed neutral expression, but is distinctly turned down at both ends, and the throat seems tense. Her demeanor is one of slightly aloof and perhaps slightly disapproving detachment from the situation. She is viewing and judging something or someone, not being observed and evaluated. The garment the young woman is wearing, a camisole, is a halfway house, not properly an outer garment, but also not really a dessous. It is in this respect like the boudoir in a traditionally furnished set of rooms, which has been described as a space situé entre le salon, ou rien la conversation, et la chambre en règne l'amour. Le boudoir symbolise fait du punion de la philosophie et parotique. The woman would then be, as it were, dressed for philosophical reflection and judgment, and although no one else is visible, she also does not seem to be alone. The special piquancy of the transitional boudoir, derived from its ambiguous status, straddling the sharp division often made in bourgeois societies between public and private. In our Western societies, this luminal position has lost mock of its ability to energize and focus attention. The deep décolletage half revealing one breast has in it so special significance in our post-prurient world, and the fact that the position of the sitter reveals nmach of the bottom halt of her very prominent thigh also seems just one more natural fact of no particular consequence. Or is it significant that the left thigh of the sitter is so prominent and fleshy, and is that of particular importance in view of the generally judgmental attitude of the sitter? What, or whom, in any case, is she judging so condescendingly? Given her expression and general posture, the pagement does not seem likely to fail out in his, or her, or their favor. Or is the presumed irrelevancy of her seminudity itself a mere appearance? Is she perhaps not so much condescending as wary or even apprehensive? Modern fashion might seem to be a realization of the Dadaist appeal for a breaking down of the bourgeois distinction between art and everyday life. After all, the carefully designed and aesthetically vetted items of clothing are intended not to stand in museums as objects of disinterested contemplation, but to be worn by people going about their everyday business. It is perhaps also significant that the camisole as depicted does not conform to the usual structure of such garments. The upper portion of a camisole is more usually in the form of the upper half of the letter 4, sometimes, to be sure, of a slightly distended H, that TS, the top is horizontal, or slightly rounded, with two vertical straps over the shoulders. Here the straps are very thick and the top of the camisole is in the shape of a very deep U or V, extending almost down to the navel. The fabric also seems to be oddly bunched near the bottom, rather than hanging crisply or falling naturally. Has the sitter put the garment on negligently? Is she on break between camera shoots? Has she been interrupted while doing something else that has disarranged her camisole? What was that she was doing? Is, perhaps, this camisole supposed to lie like that? The woman in the black camisole seems to be a denizen of the flat world, envisaged by Thomas Friedman, without three-dimensionality, nooks and crannies, chiaroscuro, the visible signs, or the results, of the passage of time, or, ideally, human inertia, cultural difference, or idiosyncrasy. The same fashion items are actually mass-produced literally anywhere: China, Malaysia, Latin America, Morocco, and given a pseudo-artisanal character by the addition of a designer label. In this world, history and ideology are said to be at an end. Greater than one-dimensional man has become the self-evident only reality. There is a uniform final framework of signification that is to replace history, philosophy, and politics, the consumerist society of late liberal capitalism and its aesthetic subdivision, fashion. A painting about fashion, in whatever sense a painting can be about fashion, is not necessarily in itself an instance of fashion, any more than a painting about an anatomy lesson is an instance of medical instruction or a painting of a fortress is a fortress. On the other hand, in a genuinely flat world, the distinction between painting and fashion can become setiolated. For those at home in the flat world, this is no objection. Is the worn-in in the black camisole a competitor in a game, and subject to the rules and forms of judgment associated with the game? What game is that? Glamour, beauty, marketability? If she is a model, are we supposed to be evaluating her? She is good at that. She is glamorous. She shows that outfit to its best advantage. That outfit shows her to her best advantage. Or are we supposed to be a Vahu, aiding ourselves, taking her as the standard, as thin, elegant, self-possessed, blonde as she is? Or is she herself a judge, finding our dress sense wanting? Or a second-order commentator on the game and its rules? Or all three at once? Is she merely subject to rules others impose in the way in which those pied must, at least for a moment, carry around the mask and identity imposed on them by those who throw the pies? Or does she enforce pre-given rules her SCLF? ISO. Pre-given, by whom or by what person of what set of systemic imperatives? Does she make, same of, the rules up herself, or does she act ad libitus with no reference to rules, engaging in a free and spontaneous act of evaluation? If she does all of these things at once, is it still in any DTE resting sense a game, and not, for instance, human life? Does it matter whatever she is actually doing, she thinks she is enforcing pre-given rules or making them up, or acting ad hoc? It does matter. For what does it matter? If she thinks she is enforcing her own rules, but is mistaken about that, does that matter? Say, Romanticism, the temperance movement, the third way, bimetallism, is dead, can mean at least two distinct things. It can mean that X was tried out in a serious way and definitely failed, or that X has become irrelevant. Both can arguably be asserted of the original Dadaist movement. The bourgeois conceptual world, with its strict dichotomies, hierarchies, and distinctions it wished to dissipate, has disappeared to be replaced by an altogether flatter world in which certain economic imperatives have significantly wider and more uniform sway. From the perspective of theorists like Adorno, the flat world would seem to be nothing new, but merely a fuller and more consistent realization of tendencies that made the old world of the bourgeoisie reprehensible. The dissolution of that bourgeois world was clearly not the result of Dada's intervention, but of wider social, economic, military, and political forces. So to the extent to which Dada was committed to being the major means for that transformation, it failed, and it is hard for us to imagine circumstances under which it could have succeeded. Even a Dada revised, and Dada expanded, art, could not have that power. So when Huelsenbeck announced in his 1916 manifesto, "We wish to change the world with nothing. We wish to bring the war to an end with nothing. Wir wollen die Welt mit nichts verdern. Wir wollen den." Greater than this is a sensible project only if Krieg mit nichts zu Ende bringen. The nichts involved means something significantly more than collages, sound poems, and Dadaist events. Even throwing pies is no effective alternative to or form of resistance against the armaments of World War I and the unspeakable horrors of the Internet. On the other hand, is concern for that which is not part of the flat present, really so obviously irrelevant or so obviously doomed to complete impotence? 15. What time is it? ACL poem. If poem, when PECRPEP to write something on Bernard Williams and Pindar, focusing on Pindar's fourth Pythian, one discovered that though I still had a battered old copy of the Snell edition, printed in 7964 trillion the then DDR and acquired in Freiburg in 1967, I did not have any commentaries Fortunately, L recalled that the Cambridge University Press had just initiated a series of reprints of out-of-copyright works, mostly from the 19th century, reproduced from clean copies in the university library, so I went to the City Press bookshop and bought a copy of Basil Gildersleeve's edition, text and commentary, of the Olympians and Pythians, originally published in 1885. I had vaguely known of Gildersleeve as an important 19th-century classicist, but associated him with a Latin school grammar that was still occasionally referred to in the 19,608. Reading Gildersleeve's introductory essay on Pindar, however, LWA's slightly surprised to find his discussion taking as its point of departure Pindar's relation to the Hellenic national cause, and his patriotism. Pindar was a Euboean aristocrat, and during his lifetime, the city of Thebes Medized, that is, they took the Persian side in the struggle between the Persian Empire and the coalition of city-states led by Athens and Sparta that eventually defeated the Persians at Marathon, Salamis and Plataea. Nationalism was a late 19th century obsession, but Gildersleeve's concern with it in this context still seemed misplaced and excessive. One part of his discussion struck me particularly. It was no treason, Gildersleeve wrote, to Medize, before there was a Greece, and the Greece that came out of the Persian War was a very different thing from the cantons that ranged themselves on this side and the other of a quarrel which, we may be sure, bore another aspect to those who stood aloof from it than it wears in the eyes of moderns, who have all learned to be Hellenic patriots. A little experience of a losing side might aid historical v. Sion. The first of these sentences seemed overcharged with content, expressed in dangling subordinate clauses, and its clumsily convoluted structure strongly suggested to me that the writer had something very pressing on his mind that he was not able or willing to express in a simple and direct way. Gildersleeve, I then learned, had been born in Charleston, South Carolina, in 1831, taken a Ph.D. in Göttingen in 1853, and was the first properly trained North American classicist. He also fought with the Confederate forces in the U.S. Civil War and was seriously wounded. Toward the end of his life he became a highly articulate defender of the lost cause of the American South. He thus lived through a period in which a political struggle about states' rights, an issue on which the Southern position seemed constitutionally impeccable, was retrospectively transformed into a national moral crusade against slavery. Pindar's fourth Pythian is addressed to Archesilaus, king of the city of Cyrene in North Africa, for a victory in the chariot race in 462. Archesilaus's rule was itself a bit of an anachronism. His was a traditional kingship by divine right in a world in which that particular political form was increasingly unusual, giving way to one or another of the manifold oligarchic, democratic, or tyrannical arrangements that came to be characteristic of the second half of the 5th century. In fact, Archesilaus's father seems only to have been able to maintain himself and his family in power by becoming a friend of the great king of Persia. In the fourth Pythian, Pindar gives a lavish genealogical account of Archesilaus's family, back over 17 generations, and of the divine warrant they have to colonize Africa and rule Cyrene, centered around a clutch of divinely inspired prophecies and oracles, the gift of a magic clod of African earth to one of the ancestors, and numerous mythic precedents. Their divine credentials are renewed again and again in succeeding generations. As Pindar will have it, the various prophecies and oracles refer backward and forward to each other and to what has happened and what will happen. Backward to mythic precedents, prefigurations, and other previous prophecies and divine commands. Forward to later repetitions of the divine message, to possible courses of history that would have actualized, had various people acted differently, but that now will Thane unrealized, and to the eventual fates of various members of the family, some of whom at the time the prophecy is issued are not even as yet born. The result is a dense, envoltilayered structure of crossing actual and merely possible timelines and nested cross-references. Even by Pinder's own standards, the poem is complex and it comes very close to giving the impression of ideological overkill. The dynasty is really that firmly established and its power so clearly divinely mandated, if the gods really did give them with that magic clawed the very earth of Africa itself to be their own and rule over. Does quite so much fuss need to be made about it? Brecht at one point remarks that we would quickly get suspicious of a person who kept repeating that his shoes did what pinch. In fact, not long after the poem was written, Archelaus was toppled and killed, and the monarchy was replaced by a democracy. Gildersleeve clearly found in Pindar what he took to be a kindred spirit. This attitude, victrix causa dits placuit, est victa catoni, does probably sharpen one's historical vision for the hypocrisies of the victors, and is not lacking in a kind of moral grandeur, but in itself it will not ensure a particularly high level of self-reflection and self-distance. Have not read Gildersleeve's later writings on the American South, so do not know to what extent he was able to turn his acute, historically informed eye dispassionately, and potentially critically, on his own preferred ideological formation, inability to learn from failure, setback, defeat, or trauma. Being on the losing side, however, is a serious cultural deficiency. Gildersleeve in one sense had it easy in that he was not even tempted to deny outright that his cause had lost or that this loss was deeply significant. Ronald Reagan reached high office by promising to help people forget that Vietnam had ever happened, a promise he, with the active collusion of a large majority of the population, was by and large able to keep. Some people did learn something. High military and political functionaries learned that they could not fight a colonial war successfully with conscript troops, and that the public would not tolerate too many casualties even among volunteers. Hence the Rumsfeld doctrine of war light. Serious public discussion of the defeat in South Asia, however, effectively ceased. What counts as failure is, to be sure, itself sometimes open to differing interpretation, depending in part on what is conceived to be the relevant goal. What might look like failure, relative to the publicly announced aim of installing democracy, might really be a success, if the real project is to topple a client dictator who has shown too much independence. As in Iraq, what will happen when the troops scuttle from Afghanistan is anyone's guess, but to learn anything from this episode will require resisting the strong political pressure that will exist to obfuscate the real reasons for the invasion and the real results of it. Obama's record of political weakness, lack of moral fiber, and sheer insouciance does not suggest that he will even try to initiate an honest public discussion of this kind. 2. Spectacle. My friend Gerald Garuti recently invited me to attend a theatrical event for which he wrote the script and that he directed at the XXe Théâtre, a pleasant, small theater in a part of northeast Paris near Père-Lachaise Cemetery that is off the usual tourist and academic circuit. The opening of the Channel Tunnel and the shift of Eurostar's London terminus from Waterloo to St Pancras is one of the very few developments in the infrastructure during the past roughly 20 years that has actually improved the quality of my life, because I can now leave Cambridge in the morning, have lunch with Gerald, see the afternoon matinee, and return home at a reasonable hour. For the Saturday matinee on March RO, the Vénitiome Théâtre is completely sold out, and the audience seems expectant and ready to pay close attention. The spectacle is entitled Heron, à la lumière pun félin, and tells the story of Chaim Lipsky, born in Lodz in the 1920s, who overcame the severe disability ties imposed by poverty to become a violinist and survive Geuss. Quits because he was put into the camp orchestra. After the war he decided not to return to Poland, gave up music altogether, and emigrated to Israel, where he became an electrician. Half a dozen of his children and grandchildren, however, are now professional musicians. His grandson Naaman Sluchin, taking the part of the young Chaim, plays the violin magnificently. The other classical musician in the cast, the pianist Dana Chokarli, also plays with brilliance and flexibility. Gerald, in addition to his practical activity as a director, is one of the world's leading experts on Brecht, and Brecht's epic theatre, as well, of course, as L'Histoire du Soldat, has clearly had a significant influence on the texture of the piece. Gerald's text is all sobriety and restraint, with not the slightest admixture of Holocaust kitsch. Anouk Grinberg as narrator is a luminous presence throughout. The paratactic structure of the piece with its succès, scion of extremely vivid but minimalistically sketched images appropriately deflects attention from unanswerable questions of causality and motivation and from pseudo questions about meaning. A piece of Rusik establishes its own internal relations of time that hold, without necessarily tracking the ticking of any physical clock. In a way, this spectacy is about the ways in which different kinds of time, lived time, remembered time, historical time, objective time, narrated time, dramatic time in the theater, intersect, and also about how they diverge, how time speeds up, and how it slows down. Shuchin and Chokarli play together, giving themselves over to the forward drive of the music, then abandon their instruments and dance together very slowly to time of their own making. At the end of Che performance, while the audience is clapping, Gerald goes over and takes a tiny, elderly man by the hand, leading him up onto the stage. Ir is Chaim Lipsky, who, implausibly, actually does exist, and shyly bows. Politics. After the performance, Gerald and I go to the bistro opposite the theater for a discussion with some members of the audience. A group of women closer to his age than to mine seem to get very excited when they hear I have just come down from Cambridge, and begin to question me intently. I slightly panic because my French, which had served me well all day, seems suddenly to have deserted me. I cannot understand what they are asking me about. What TTS Audiobooks? Gerald helps me out. Last night, it turns out, there was a demonstration at the Cambridge Union against Dominique Strauss-Kahn, who had been invited to speak. The assembled women are as pleased as punch that the horrid little man has had a smave quart d'heure, but are clearly disappointed that I cannot give them any further detailed information about exactly what happened. So instead of Strauss-Kahn, we talk about the Tory plans to privatize Higher Edu, Cation, and the National Health Service. The Tories are bright enough to realize they cannot get away with a frontal attack on the principle of universal provision of health services, free at point of delivery, because it is so obviously in the interest of everyone who is not a shareholder in a pharmaceutical company or an insurance firm. So, the plan seems to be to change the internal administrative structure of the health services so as gradually and imperceptibly to phone away potentially highly profitable medical services to private organizations on a variety of specious grounds, leaving a skeleton public structure that is responsible only for less immediately profit-able forms of provision. This public structure can then be expected to collapse of its own weight, thereby seeming to validate self-fulfilling claims about the inherent superiority of the private sphere over the public. The universities, on the other hand, do not enjoy the minimal protection provided by broad public support, so they can be attacked directly with impunity. The whole discussion, however, seen from this bistro, seems merely bizarre, because no one here can really imagine that one could after the events of 2007-2008, believe in the creed of neoliberalism. The world economic crisis is clearly the result of the Anglo-Saxon obsession with deregulation. Compared with that, the unprecedencies and sharp practice of a few million Greeks are utterly insignificant. How can the UK, regarded here as a model of the low cunning that often gives one material advantages, be so misguided as not to see that it is risking one of its few remaining world-class national resources, its university system, for the sake of conformity to an ideology that has just shown itself to be a colossal mistake? IV. Novels. In one of the bookshops of the Gare du Nord on my way back home to Cambridge, buy 2 novels. Fee first, Un Traître, by Dominique Yamet, Flammarion, 2008, is a novel, H. Brement inspiré de faits réels. The main character, Jacques Delot, is born in France at about the same time as Chaim in Lodz, and the exigencies of the occupation allow him to discover that he has one notable skill: he is an exceedingly efficient interrogator, a skill that assures him a meteoric rise in the security section of the French police in 1942. At the end of his life, he looks back on it and tries to make sense of it by reducing it to a formula: 22 plus 20 plus 20 plus 23 plus 3. That is, infancy and youth, cent 920-1942 equals 22 years, plus the period in hiding, 945-1965 equals 20 years, plus prison, 965, 1985 equals 20, plus life after prison, 2985 minus 2008 equals 23 years, plus the 3 years of 1942 to 1945. Alexis Génie's L'Art Français de F.A. Gerve, Gallimard, 2013, is about learning to draw and also about the 20 Years' War. We are accustomed to think of the period between 1914 and 1945 as a kind of 30 Years' War, and 194 grams to 1975 constituted an era of uninterrupted economic growth that might be thought to form a natural unit. When real wages and productivity began flatlining in the late 19,708, maintaining the illusion of ever-growing prosperity more and more frequently required recourse to administering non-repeatable jolts to the economy, such as by privatizing, that is, selling off, valuable national assets, to generating bubbles and to using gimmicks, mainly financial gimmicks. The gimmicks, however, seemed to work for such a long time, until 2007, that one lost the sense of the historical contingency and precariousness of their success. One might call the period between the mid-1970s and the beginning of the 21st century the 30 Years' Puffery. What, though, was the 20 Years' War? Victorien Salignon, the former soldier-turned drawing master who stands at the center of L'Art Français de la Guerre, describes it succinctly as France libre, Indo, Jabel, that is, the slice of time during which the French resistance, construed as beginning in 1942, merged smoothly into the colonial wars that lasted until the withdrawal from Algeria in 1962. The traditional novel was an inferior literary form, perhaps partly because of its predisposition to monodimensional narrative, relatively simple periodization, and homogeneous successive or parallel time sequences. Pindar would have thought this intolerably naive. Augustine on love, perspective, and human nature, Aninilba Bab Pono, Augustine Ross Goy inappropriately short shrift in the standard Histories of Ethics. They often contain some vague references to his fusion of Christian and older Greco-Roman Clements. Sometimes there is mention of his contribution to the development of the doctrine of the Trinity, and almost always there is some discussion of his analysis of original sin. Important as these topics are, I think that an important aspect of the doctrine of original sin is usually overlooked. looked, and that there are at least two other views that Augustine develops and that are highly original and well worth further consideration. So in this chapter 1 talk about his doctrine of the variability of human nature, his views about love as constituting the human essence, and his reflections on the need to adopt a non-monocular view of history and politics. Philosophers have overwhelmingly assumed that there is such a thing as a fixed and unchanging human nature, and that it made sense for ethics to begin by studying the invariant structures of that nature. As Aristotle says in his Nicomachean Ethics, just as fire burns everywhere in a similar way, in Greece and in Persia, so human nature is the same. We can study it without taking account of spatial, temporal, historical or eschatological variations, and this study can be the basis of an ethical theory that would have some universal validity. N 1134b 2527. Augustine, however, does not believe that human essence or nature is invariant in this way. He believes Adam had an uncorrupted nature in the Garden of Paradise, but that this nature itself was changed for the worse by the sin he committed. He has bequeathed to all the rest of us this abased and transformed nature. Duo primi homines, a quibus admissum est tam grande peccatum, ut in deterius eo natura mutaritur humana, etiam in pos teros obligation peccati et mortis necessitate transmusa. De Civitate, Dei 14:1. The two first humans by whom a sin so great was committed that by it human nature was changed for the worse, and a nature tied to sin and subject to the necessity of death was transmitted to later humans. Pipe. Similarly, Augustine believes the incarnation also changes human nature in that it gives to humans possibilities that simply were not available to them before. The human nature of a Christian in a state of grace is radically different from that of a Christian in a state of mortal sin, which is again different from the human nature of the pagan. Then, in addition, there is the eschatological dimension to possible transformations of human nature. The members of the Ecclesia, triumphans, the departed saints now in heaven, are still human, but again different in nature. This belief in the variability of human nature is part of the reason why Augustine can accept what might seem to be rather large forms of ethical variety. Thus he noted that the patriarchs described in the Old Testament were chosen by and beloved of God, although many of them were polygamous, so this must have been ethically acceptable, although in Augustine's time such polygamy would be deeply sinful. The second of Augustine's original thoughts is his denigration of ratio, noyos in favor of an understanding of human beings as constituted by configurations of desire and love, including, naturally, negative desires and forms of hatreds. Augustine does not deny that human beings are biological creatures endowed with the powers of speech and reason, but he seems to think that this is a shallow and superficial way to approach human life. To define man as animal, rationale is I am principle is misleading as defining him as a featherless biped or as che animal that laughs. His own preterred conceptual scheme is one that emphasizes love, in the most general possible sense of that term, as the masked central constitutive feature of humanity. This does not mean that reason is unimportant, and it may well be, or rather, it surely is the case that I could not have some of the more interesting, valuable, and highly developed forms of love if I did not also have reason, but admitting this does not in any way I am itself constitute an argument for claiming that reason constitutes the essence of man in the traditional sense. Remember that for Augustine it is not the case that all men desire by nature to know I am any interesting or fundamental sense. That state is curiosity, potentially a sin. The fall from a state of perfect happiness in paradise is caused by eating the fruit of the tree of knowledge. At the beginning of Book 11 of Confessiones, Augustine defends his attempt to inquire what God was doing before he created the heavens and the earth, and he gives some reason for thinking this is illegitimate. He specifically rejects the suggestion that God was preparing a place or hell for those who ask questions like this. What is interesting about this discussion is not that Augustine eventually decides that asking the question is legitimate, but that his default position is that it is potentially sinful. Even to take the objection that asking the question is sinful seriously at all, is to inhabit a different world from that of Plato and Aristotle. Finally, even sense perception for Augustine, as one can see from even a cursory inspection of the later books of De Trinitate, is a process in which a voluntative or desirous intention, animi intentio, holds our mind in contact with some feature of the external world, and without this desirous connection there would be no knowledge. Human nature is variable because a human being is essentially a mutable configuration of loves and desires, and his own identity is the particular constellation of specific libidinous and caritative components, as well as the history of its change. Not only do the individual objects of love change historically, both in an individual's history and in the history of a human collectivity, but the forms and possibilities of love themselves change. Human history is mostly about not learning to love new things but learning to love differently, and the most important part of history is the history of the epochs during which different kinds of love become possible or impossible. Adam's fall changes human nature, making certain forms of love impossible, and the incarnation does not just provide humans with a new love object, but potentially changes human nature by rendering a new form of love possible. We can look forward to other changes in our nature in an eschatological context. Before Augustine, there had been 3 full-blown traditional approaches to how to live our lives in the West, and he develops a 4th. The first approach is that of an ethics centered on law, rules, duty, obligations, and the whole apparatus of consistency and rationality that is associated with this. This view is instantiated for Augustine in the Old Testament, the domain of law, and we can see it continuing in Kant. For Augustine, this whole tradition is a dead end, rendered irrelevant by the Incarnation. Law is the province of the old dispensation, annulled and superseded by the new regime of freedom and grace through the incarnate Christ. The second approach to ethics is that of Greek thought, centered on happiness. It actually exists in 2 slightly different variants, one oriented to the satisfaction of desires, wants, and preferences, and the other oriented to some notion of healthy or maximal functioning. So, roughly speaking, you are happy if you get what you want or have your desires satisfied, or you are happy if you are functioning well. The third approach, which is definitely a minority one, could be called Stoic or perhaps Gnostic, and is centered on acceptance. It emphasizes the possible acquisition of some kind of enlightenment that gives us the ability to continue to live and function, and to accept the impossibility of satisfying our desires and thus of attaining happiness in this world. I take this to be the strand that later Freud developed. It is an ethics based on enlightened acceptance. This is not the same as eudaimonia. Freud says that the point of psychoanalysis is to allow the patient to overcome neurotic blockages and face the true horror of human existence, that is, the absence of the possibility of happiness as usually construed. Augustine's thought is structured not around happiness, law, reason, right, or enlightened acceptance, but around love. This becomes clearest perhaps in the following passage, De Civitate Dei, 1425, De Vira Beatidine, quam temporalis vita non obtene, quamquam si diligentius adtendemus, nisi beatus non vivit ut. Vult, et nullus beatus nisi tustus. Est etiam ips tustus non vivit ut. Vult, nisi eo pervenerit. Ubi mori folly of fendi omnino non possit ec. Sit certumita semper futurum. Hoc enim natura expedit, nec plene. Acqui perfect beata erit nisi adepta quod expedit. Nunc vero quis ho, minum potest ut vult vivere, quando ipsum vivere non est in potis. Tate, vivere enim vult, mori cogiter. Quo modo ergo vivit ut vult, qui non vivit quando vult? Verum ecce vivit ut vult, quoniam sibi, extorsit sibi comparavit non vel quod non potest, equi hoc vel, quod potest, sicut ate Terentius, quoniam non potest id fieri quad vis, id velis quad possus, num ideo beatus est, quia patienter miser est? Beata quip vita si, non amator, non habitor. Poro si amator et habitor, ceteris omnibus, rebus excellentius necess est ametor, quoniam propter hanc amandum, est quidquid aliud amator. Poro si tantum amator, quantum amari, digna est, non enim beatus est, a quo ipsa beata vita non amator ut, digna est, fieri non potest, ut eam, qui sic amat, non aeternum velit. Tunc igitur beata erit, quando eterna erit. On the true happiness that life and time cannot provide. If we pay attention more carefully, we shall see that no one lives as he wishes except the happy person, and no one but the just person ts happy. But even the just person will not be living as he wishes if he does not attain a state in which it is utterly impossible for him to die, to be deceived, or to be harmed, and is certain that this state will last forever. For nature seeks this, and life will not be fully and completely happy unless it attains what it seeks. However, what man is capable of living as he wishes when he does not have it in his power to cause himself to continue to live? He wants to live, but is forced to die. In what way ts he living as he wishes, if he does not live as long as he wishes? Consider then the case of someone who, purport edly, lives as he wishes by virtue of tormenting himself and commanding himself not to wish that which he cannot do but to wish, only, that which is he can do, as Terence says. Since that which you want cannot be, wish for that which you can attain. So is a man happy who is patiently miserable? If a, purport edly, happy life is not the object of love, it certainly is not led by the person whose life it is as a happy life. But if it's loved and led, of necessity it is loved as being more excellent than all other things, because whatever else may be loved is lovable because of contributing to this life. If it is loved as much as it deserves to be loved, and no one is happy by whom that life is not loved as it deserves to be loved, it cannot be that he who loves that life in the proper way does not wish for it to be eternal. Thus, it will be a happy life. Augustine canvasses the other three approaches before settling on his own, but philosophers are natural magpies and cannot help themselves from trying to appropriate the best of all that is good in other views. So it is not a surprise that devotes of each of these four approaches tries to appropriate for his own view all the good things associated with other approaches, and even to pinch terminology. So, of course, law and rights-based approaches try to show that one can only be truly happy by following the law, although in most cases this requires torturing the meaning of happy into unrecognizability. What is important then is not just to observe the vocabulary used, but to see what is the central driving structure, what the working parts are, and what is bywork. They all, or at least most of, the more important ones, talk about happiness, acceptance, good functioning, rationality, even rights. Augustine is no exception to this rule. Furthermore, to reject a law-centered view is not necessarily to deny that conceptions of law have any role to play in the understanding of human life or in giving us an orientation in the sphere of action. It is merely to claim that they play a subordinate or secondary role and are not foundational. After all, when Christianity claimed to superseded the Jewish law, this was clearly not originally intended as an invitation to radical antinomianism, if that meant that law had no standing whatever, that it never made any difference at all whether one contradicted oneself grossly, or that a good human light might well consist entirely in killing people indiscriminately. What it did mean was that law, an action in conformity with law, was not central, freestanding, able to be understood fully and finally in its own terms. Rather, it had to be given a place, perhaps a not unimportant, but still subordinate place, in a larger framework for thinking about human life. The real principle of understanding, validity, and motiva tion lay not in law, and its associated notions of reason, but elsewhere. And understanding this would not leave the substantive content of law itself unchanged, although how law, reason, a possible system of rights, and so on, were to be modified by understanding them as not self-grounding but as subordinate phenomena was a complicated issue and probably not one that could resolved at one stroke, and by a simple formula. That framework is, for Augustine, constituted by the phenomenon of love, even by the usual standards of philosophy, though the discussion in De Servatate Dei XLV 25 is so deeply weird as to suggest that a significant conceptual change is in train. Notice the phrase, beata quip, vita si non amator, non bebetor. The terst peculiarity is the connection of vita with the verbs amare and habere. This seems to me ready to break the mold of previous Greek philosophy and of the then existing discussion of happiness. It is hard even to imagine an ancient Greek philosopher saying anything like, X loves, or does not love, his fae. The very question of loving, or not loving, life, one's own life, is not one that is raised. And although biak is used as object of any number of verbs, it is hard to imagine any Greek philosopher using anything quite so colorless as an equivalent of abere, in connection with this sense of having a life to live. The second bit of apparent perversity is that although the discussion of happiness in this passage up to this point had been conducted in the active voice vivat, vult, potest, he or she lives, wishes, wants, is able to, now suddenly it is all reversed into the passive, amator, ametor. Amari, 7 occurrences of these passive forms in about 3 lines. And 2 occurrences of habitor. Some reasons for the peculiarity of the discussion will show themselves to those who read on, I hope. But for the moment suffice it to say that there is something odd and rather unclear being suggested about agency and love. Finally, I point out what might seem like a gratuitous addition or perhaps qualification, the claim that I am happy only if I love what is worthy of love in a way worthy of it, ut digna est. This raises the question of what it means to say that something is worthy of love and how we are to decide that. It is also what allows Augustine to claim that whenever we want anything we really want it for the sake of eternal life. Since love is such a hard category to keep in focus, I proceed ex negativo by first analyzing some mistakes that one can make about it. The first mistake is to reduce the phenomenon too quickly to categories derived from eudaimonia. Love does not have the same logic as either preference or functioning, or the pursuit of success in attaining more or less fixed goals, and it is much more fundamental than any of these. The ability to love may be an essential component of happiness, but that does not mean that an ethics of love can be adequately grasped through the categories of happiness. A conception of happiness based on the satisfaction of desires is not the same as one based on the idea of good functioning. I need is the central idea in accounts that emphasize good human functioning. I need X means if I do not get X I will not function well. I need, however, has a different logic and cannot be reduced to I want. I want lots of things I do not need, and I may need things I do not want. Similarly, I love cannot be reduced to I want. Just as I need does not mean I want very intensely, so I love does not mean I desire very intensely. I love expresses a kind of openness to something and a fundamental attachment to it. I allow it to touch and affect me. But the fact that I am attached to something, and what touches it touches me, may be the origin of my having certain desires, but it is not constituted by any set of such desires, certainly not any that can be maximally satisfied in the way Greek philosophers imagined. Hatred in this view is also a species of love because it is a way of being attached to or potentially affected by something. Despite the air of paradox that might be thought to surround this claim, the observation that certain forms of hatred can exhibit the same focused fascination with an object as is found in certain kinds of love is one that has been made repeatedly. Perhaps one can make this more comprehensible by thinking that the opposite of love is not hatred but indifference. The second mistake is Plato's in Symposium. Diotima was deeply wrong about love. It is not oriented toward moving ever upward from the concrete to the ever more abstract. Love is directed sometimes, and basically to the stubbornly individual and particular, what to this particular as stand I am for something more general or universal, much less as stand in for the universal form of the good. In particular, love is characterized by some degree of unsubstitutability in its object. UNIO the case of relatively low-level loves, the connection with a concrete particular is essential. If my cat dies, one do not want another. Tabby loathed this cat. At some level, our loves, like our hates, are irrational. The very concepts of reason and unreason have no purchase in the most primordial part of their domain. Audiobook does not go all the way down. Basic attachments and basic revulsions are beyond the reach of reason. This aboriginal latching on to the world without which nothing else would be possible is individual, contingent, and absurd. In De Trinitate, Augustine explores parallels between the Trinity and the human world, finding such parallels in such unlikely places as human sensation, but one could perhaps add to his account that this primordial effective or fastening on to the world that always takes place via some contingent detail, is God's utterly unmotivated choice of Jacob over Esau, when both were still in the womb. De Civi. Tate det 15e35 sine Iulis bonus meritus alligator minor motori reprobate. This was a divine primordial choice and had nothing to do with merit or rationality. The same is true of the primordial forms of love. It will always be something like a contingent fetish grain around which our attachment to the world constructs itself, without which I see would not exist, and that no amount of retrospective ratiocination will there do away with or transform into something that is really transparent and fully rational. The fact is that God loved Jacob and hated Esau, from TBE start while they were both still in the womb, and there is nothing that can be done about that. So although God's love is, it seems, unrelated to merit, desert or worth, our love, according to the passage from De Civitate Dei cited earlier, 1425, is subject to some conditions about the worthiness of its object, but these, to the extent to which they exist, must at best be rather general and indeterminate, and in no way annul the necessary individuality and rationally undetermined nature of the attachments created by love. But if this is true of love, it is a fortiori also true of cognition. Our knowledge, too, builds out from the bits of it that fascinate us, and we can never fully extract ourselves from that situation. Of course, our loves and hates are not just cognition enabling, they can also be cognition distorting. This is no reason to deny their role in the constitution of our world. Without love and the quirkiness whimsy and idiosyncrasy of its attachments there is no cognition, and not only can these never be fully left behind, they can have positive value. As Adorno wrote, der Splitter in deinem Auge ist das Beste. Vergrößerungsglas, the splinter in your eye is the best magnifying glass. Minima Moralia section 29. Even the ultimate object of love for Augustine, the Christian God, is not a mere abstraction like Plato's idea of the good, but a person, or a set of complex person-like interconnected processes, that is, the Trinity. Just to ward off an obvious misinterpretation of the position being presented here, to say that in some primordial sense or some very basic domain, the concepts of rational and irrational have no clear application, it ought to say that a human evaluation, liking, choice, is irrational in every respect. That all love has an aspect of the irrational about it is not to say that all love is in all respects completely irrational. The fact that my love is essentially constituted by an orientation to some feature of the world, and that both the orientation and the feature have an irreducible property of contingency and are radically prior to or radically beyond vatiio, one can see sense in both of these ways of describing it, does not mean that we cannot evaluate love in any way. Quite the contrary, trying to discover what is a worthy or unworthy love of a worthy or unworthy object is the central content of human life for Augustine. This requires us continually to negotiate the jagged edges of the world, where, as we might retrospectively say, contingency and reason meet, and also the smooth places where each almost imperceptibly merges with and love, then, is always individualized in its object, but, paradoxically, not in its subject. Hence perhaps the frequent use of the passive voice by Augustine in discussing it. It is not really the individual who is, finally, the unique bearer of love. For Augustine it is the Church, a collective, that loves God, and a person loves God as part of the Church. Love, Lamb suggesting, is like objective spirit for heal. A good example is the English language, which exists only as a collective social entity activated by individuals. It is true that English would not exist if there had never been individual speakers who made use of it, but it is also true that the language pre-exists any individual speaker. Every speaker finds it always already there. There is no path either from universal structures of rationality or from my individual consciousness or action to the language as a social phenomenon, a point that Herder and Hegel saw clearly, that Kant signally failed to grasp, with catastrophic consequences for his philosophical views, and that the Lace Wittgenstein rediscovered in the 19308 and Rohaus. Only when the appropriate collective structures exist can an individual love. Protestants may think every individual can have a direct relation to God, perhaps one mediated by individual reading of Scripture, but Catholics know that a church, a social institution, is required as a set of social structures to enable love of the proper kind to be generated, transmitted, exercised, and focused. Love, of course, in some sense can be ascribed a main locus in a particular individual, and for certain purposes this is sensible, just as English speech can. I love, just as I speak. However, this is dependent on the preexistence of a whole network of social structures, and love, like speech, is an individual activation of some of those fundamentally collective structures. Registered. So Plato got it wrong in #Posium, which tells the story of an individual subject in the throes of love moving by a series of internal steps to a realization that the true object of love is something very abstract, the idea of the good. However, the subject of love is not an individual and the object not something abstract. The interesting parts of Augustine are those where he gets this right, and tries to explain how a collective, like the Church, comes to love a highly individuated particular, the Trinitarian Christian God. Augustine's third good idea is that one must always look at politics and history from two distinct perspectives at the same time, that of the city of God and that of the city of man. These two cities, and thus the two perspectives, he emphasizes again and again, are themselves constituted by forms of love at E Civitate Dei 1428. The city of God is composed of those whose main love is given focus by vera religio, the city of man by one or another form of individual or collective self-love. The two cities are inextricably interconnected, the one with the other here on earth. Their respective viewpoints cannot, however, be reduced the one to the other, and their judgments diverge radically. The virtues that are necessary, and rightly praised, and cherished in the city of man, have no standing whatever in the city of God. The reason for this is that for Augustine it is not the actual external disposition to behave that is important, but the inner source from which the action springs, and the only truly laudable, virtuous action is that which arises from true religion, vera religio. Love of the right God in the right way, quod non possunt ibt verae esse virtutes, ubi non est vera religio. Proinde virtutes, quas habere sibi viduter, redelerit nisi ad diem, etiam ipse vitia sunt potius quam virtutes. Nam licita qui bustam tunc verae acqui honestae potentiae esse virtutes, cum refer unter ad se ipsasnec propter aliad expetunter, etiam tunc inflate et superbe sunt, ideo non virtutes, est vitia tudicanda sunt, that there can be no true virtues where there is no true religion. Unless the virtuous person refers the virtues he appears to have on his own back to God, they are vices rather than virtues. By some people it is thought that virtues can be true and honest when they refer only to themselves and are not sought for the sake of anything else. But then these purported virtues are puffed up and haughty, and so are to be judged to be not virtues but vices. De Civitate Dei 1925. Note that this is not the view that one can sometimes find, which has its source in Plato, that virtues have no fixity, consistency, or stability as habits of behavior unless tied down to something else more substantial. For Plato tied down in structures of that constitute true knowledge, but one could imagine a modification of this view that would have it that they needed to be tied down either by religious faith or church discipline, or some combination of both. Augustine thinks that this is probably right. Virtues are unlikely to be stable without some religious backing, but that is very definitely not the point here. These human dispositions may be stable enough on their own, but their stability is their rootedness in man's self-love, desire for glory, and so on. S0 They are for Augustine stable forms of vice, albeit forms of vice that have the adventitious advantage that by cementing the Pax Romana, they allowed Christians the respite of momentary, if illusory, worldly peace. All Roman virtues count for nothing toward Augustine, because they are forms of striving for glory, self-affirmation, or autonomy, and thus are forms of love of self, either of self in the narrower sense of the individual person, or my city, construed as myself writ, as it were, large, or finally myself as member of an imaginary cosmopolitan kingdom or republic encompassing all humanity. Since these Roman virtues did not arise from the right sources, were not activations of the correctly structured love of God, they were actually vices. Non virtutes est vitia judicanda suat regulus, the archetypical, virtuous Roman, in choosing to sacrifice himself for the good of the city of Rome, or choosing to be virtuous for its own sake. Virtutes cum referusur ad se ipsas, does evil in Augustine's view. If this seems harsh, recall that the Christian Augustine, who had been a Manichaean and knew what he was rejecting, became an explicit anti-Manichaean, that is, an opponent of the notion that there was a metaphysical dualism opposing good and evil. Everything that exists is created by God and thus metaphysically good. Evil is nothing but choice of a lesser good over a higher. So Regulus in one sense chose a higher good over a lower, in that he chose the good of the city of Rome over his own welfare. That is the judgment from the perspective of the city of man. However, in choosing the good of Rome rather than God, he did what can correctly be called evil. Of course, he had no real choice in this, because he lived before the Incarnation, so could have had no access to true religion, but that, for Augustine, is irrelevant. The two cities for Augustine are utterly different, yet inextricably connected. Each saved Christian is a member of the Church militant and a citizen of the city of God, but also a peregrinus, a wandering foreigner. Here below and in the city of man, 1926. The sinner and the non-Christian are full citizens of the city of man and would be a wandering foreigner in God's city. No one knows for certain which individuals belong to which one, but it is also true, as we have learned, that evil too, like love, is not a merely individual phenomenon. Rather, it is in an important sense a property of structures, the work of an apparatus in which individual humans are embedded and from which they cannot extricate themselves, so we have to try to de-individualize this account, too. After all, just as the city of God is a city, the city of man is a collective entity. If evil is a choice of lesser over greater good, then it clearly can be instantiated not just by individuals, but also by institutions, because they too can choose the lesser over the greater good. In fact, institutions can be set up in order to ensure that they systematically choose the lesser over the greater good. The Roman Republic, structurally arranged to pit groups of aristocrats against each other in such a way as to maximize a certain kind of aggressive imperialism, was an instance of this. Known to Augustine, just as Augustine recognized that the lawless, violent, polygamous world of the Old Testament patriarchs was not that of the Pax Romana, so we might need to recognize that our world is not in all respects his. We have our institutions of the city of man, devoted for better or worse to ensuring minimal forms of human peace and justice, the EU, the European Security Council, the UN, the Red Cross, but we also live in a landscape that has other occupants of a kind Augustine could not have imagined. What would he have made of the CIA, the National Front in France, Google, Microsoft and Amazon, and Murdoch's News Corp? International and other vehicles of systematic human spiritual, moral, and physical degradation? He had, of course, a conception of demons as disembodied human agents who prowled the world doing evil. He calls them spiritus nocendi cupidissimos, atustiscia penitus alienos, superbia tumidos, invidentia lividos, fallacia calidos, spirits most eager to do harm, ut turli alien to justice, swollen up with pride, green with envy, skilled in deceit. 822, and perhaps there is something of the demonic in these organizations. He also had the idea of the pirates and armed band of brigands, and perhaps some of these groups are Regulus, in the context of the earthly city, might deserve praise. But from the point of view of the city of God, all bis purported Tuesday were vices. When Stalin reportedly said that one death ts a tragedy Buddha million a statistic, he was also probably making a point about a shift between perspectives, not saying that each of those lion deaths was not itself an individual tragedy, i.e. was grouping and presenting these deaths cumulatively in this particular way, putting them in a certain framework or context that deprived them of their tragic character. Perhaps, if we succeed in avoiding ecological catastrophe, the members of the classless communes of the future shall love each of these cornermunes as the unique individual entity it is, and be able to dispense with the bifurcation, duality, or even multi-plicity of points of view. But for those of us still living in the present, under the current historical dispensation, this is something we cannot avoid. Appendix I. A theological note. One might say that when St. John the Evangelist writes, Zero adios, OTPS eiavetu, met verbum care factum est equals the Word was made flesh. This is only half the truth, and it needs to be complemented with 6. Adapthivetu adios, mesh became word, reason, intelligibility, and so on. Whatever logos actually means, meanie, so the full two-part assertion would read, 6 adios odp and iveto we cal 6 odips iveto adios. I Nate. The slippage between the Greek aorist and the Latin perfect, and the potential further slippage involved in the lack of a proper perfect form of fieri, so that factum est from a different verbal stern has to stand in, but will resist any further Heideggerian reflections on this. The Christian location of my addendum to the formula, the second half, is the doctrine of the resurrection of the flesh. Here, too, I merely note that even a cursory consultation of Denziger Schönmetzer's Conchiridion Symbolorum Defintionum et Desurationum, de Rebus Fidei et Morum, Lewes the Cherty 6th edition, Herder, Freiburg, 1965, will reveal an uncertainty in the early formulae about what exactly it is that is resurrected, as indicated by the shift between cap cac dv data oic, resurrectio carnis, even resurrectio buius carnis, avgotasic vexpov, and viotasic woific chi ow matic, resurrir cum corporibus sues, and eventually resurrection mortuorum. In any case, within Christianity the resurrection of the flesh is a hope for the future, whereas the assertion in John is past, timeless, aorist. If akpe is also a kind of metaphysical stand-in for prerationalized impulses and primordial attachments to the world, then my addendum, then my thought is precisely not that odpe is made, adioc, by some other person or thing who makes it that way, as a potter makes a pot, so that akpe is radically transformed while adiog remains itself. Recall Bernard Williams's example. My wife is on a sinking ship, and I am able to rescue only one person. If I rescue her, because I have reasoned, if I can rescue only one, rescuing anyone is licit, so I may rescue my wife, I have had one thought too many. The reason I save her is not that I have rational warrant to pick anyone, and so may pick her to save, but because it is her. Needless to say, I do not present the above speculations as in any way an interpretation of Augustine. Appendix 2. A note on non-substitutability and theodicy. There have been several different ways of approaching the problem of theodicy, that is, attempts to justify the existence of evil, especially human suffering in a world that is assumed to be in every respect the creation of an omnipotent and omnibenevolent God. One way is to try to deny, despite appearances to the contrary, that evil and suffering are really real, and to assert that in some way, if one understands them correctly, they shows themselves to be not fully real, mere illusions, only the superficial way things look to us, and so on. Earlier versions of this tend to be more visibly metaphysical. Evil as a negation or absence has no metaphysical reality. This view confronts the difficulty that no amount of ratiocination will plow, Sibley convince some people of the relevant unreality of the pain they themselves experience or the suffering they see being experienced by those who are closest to them. Later versions of theodicy often adopt a more economistic approach. It is not that pain, suffering, and evil do not really exist, to claim that flies in the face of all human experience, or that pain and suffering are really in some sense not evil, either they are actually good, or they belong to the Stoic category of indifferent things. This pain exists and is a bad thing. Buat, if one understood the full picture, and had a complete view of the world, one would see that this instance of suffering was necessary, because it was appropriately linked to other goods. Thus, the momentary pain at the dentist's is real pain, but is somehow justified by the good of avoiding much greater pain later. The econo-mystic view generalizes this from the limited case of balancing my real pain today against my potentially greater pain tomorrow to a theory of the whole world in which in principle this child's pain today can be seen to be counterbalanced, if one saw the foul picture, by enormous benefits to thousands of other in the future. Kant, in his essay Über die Unmöglichkeit einer philosophischen Theodizee, makes two objections to this economistic form of theodicy. First, the full picture does not exist. At any rate, it does not exist as anything humans as the finite beings we are could even potentially have access to, but an argument that appeals to a perspective that we could in principle never inhabit is not a philosophical argument at all, but best a gesture of faith. Kant's second objection, however, is, if possible, even more powerful. He claims that there is something morally reprehensible about even approaching the topic of individual human suffering in this way. Even to try to put this person's suffering into a larger picture in the context of which one can reason about it one way or the other is to have taken the first step on a morally reprehensible path, because it is to envisage the possibility that John's benefit can somehow compensate for, outweigh, counterbalance, or offset Jill's pain. This is not to take Jill's pain and Jif seriously. Sloat's preface. For further discussion of this, see my République, marked, Démocratie, which is reprinted as a commentary at the end of Jacques de Saint-Victor. Die Antipolitischen, Hamburger edition, 2015, 97-110. Dystopia, The Elements. This text is a translation and revision of my response to two unpublished papers, one by Richard Roch and the other by Georg Schaub. VHs were presented at a seminar organized by Professor Rahul Jaggi at the Humboldt University, Berlin, in autumn 2071. Some of the most influential papers of the earlier analytic movement can be found in Readings in Philosophical Analysis, H. Fay and W. Sellers, eds. New York. Appleton Century Croft, RO4Q, often reprinted, most recently in 2012. 2. C. Adolf Loos, Ornament and Verbrechen, in his Trotzdem, Prachtner, 1982, A Opel, ed. 78-89, reprint of first edition 193 U. 3. More, Utopia, Logan, Adams, Mahler, eds. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1995, bilingual edition. 4. Richard Roch, Geuss gegen die Herrschenden, unpublished. Manuscript. 5. Unpublished comment, and Bam aware that the form of normative political philosophy that has become canonical in the Pest-Ralsian period itself stands in a potentially pragmatic relation to analytic philosophy. 'Tis not at all clear that many of the original proponents of analysis would have had any time whatever for normative theories. Post-Ralsian standard form is also at best only ove of the possible forms an analytic approach can take. As people used to say about the real be existing socialisra of Eastern Europe, it had the advantage over all possible other forms of socializern of actually existing. 7. Nietzsche, in some moods, de Weff, Brecht. 8. C.Q. Skinner, The State, in Political Innovation and Conceptual Change. T. Ball, J. Farr, R. Hansen, eds. Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1989. 2. Realism and the Relativity of Judgment. I would like to thank the members of the Department of International Relations at the University of Aberystwyth for the kind invitation to give the LEC tour on which this chapter is based and to the audience at the lecture for their very helpful comments. I would also like to thank John Dunn, Lorna Finlayson, Peter Garnsey, and Eva von Redeker for discussions, and particularly Hilary Gaskin for her detailed suggestions for improvement of the manuscript. The editors of this journal, particularly Professor Kenneth Booth, and the anonymous reviewers, raised a very significant number of important points that aided me enormously in reworking the chapter and gave me much to think further about. Editor's note: V's article is based on the E. H. Carr Memorial Lecture, delivered by Professor Geuss at Aberystwyth University on October 30, 2014. The lecture series was inaugurated to honor the contribution to scholarship of E. H. Carr, who was the fourth Woodrow Wilson Professor in the Department of International Politics. During his time in the department, 1936 to 1947, Carr wrote, among other works, his landmark volume The 20 Years Crisis 1919-1939, An Introduction to the Study of International Relations, London, Macmillan. 1939. Second edition, 1946. The first memorial lecture was given in 1984 by Professor William T. R. Fox, Bryce Professor Emeritus of the History of International Relations at Columbia University. 1. By saying that Carr is underappreciated, I obviously do not mean that no one appreciates the importance of his work. See John Haslam, The Vices of Integrity. E. H. Carr 1892-1982. London. Verso, 1999. Michael Cox, ed. E. H. Carr, A Critical Appraisal. Basingstoke, Palgrave, 2000. See also especially Ken Booth, Security and Anarchy, Utopian Realism in Theory and Practice, in International Affairs, Royal Institute of International Affairs, 67, No. 3, July 1991. Section 27 to 545, which in many ways anticipates the position I try to outline here. 2. On the positive value of theoretical opportunism, see the comments on the bricoleur in the preface to Lévi-Strauss's La Pensée Sauvage, Paris, Plan. 1962. 3. E. H. Carr, The 20 Years Crisis, new edition with an introduction. By Michael Cox, Basingstoke, Palgrave Macmillan, 2001. 4. Ibid. 3-39. 5. Friedrich Nietzsche, Zur Genealogie der Moral, in Nietzsche's work, Tisch Studien Ausgabe, Coley and Montanari, eds. Berlin. De Gruyter, 1967, Volume 5. Bernard Williams, Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy. London. Fontana, 1985. 6. Kant feels obliged to have a theory of evil, but has extreme difficulty accommodating one within his general theoretical position. One of his late works, Religion innerhalb der Grenzen der Blow ben Vernunft in Immanuel Kant. Work in Sechs Banden, Wilhelm Weichedel, ed. Darmstadt, Wissenschaftliche Buchgesellschaft, 1963, 4. 649-878, originally published 1793, which contains a long discussion of the concept of evil, was particularly influential in the first half of the 19th century and strongly suspect that one of the reasons for its popularity is that it brings out the inconsistencies, limitations, and plausibilities of Kantian moral thought in a particularly striking way. It gave the idealists a strong motivation to try to think about morality in a way that would avoid the visible deficiencies of Kantianism. For later discussion of the difference between bad and evil, see Nietzsche, Genealogie der Moral, 51247-2809. 4. Plata, Protagoras. 8. The most interesting book on the history of preaching known to me is Robert Krull's Geschichte der deutschen Predigt in Mittelalter, Detmold, Männer. Shi Habukhandlung 187 grams. For a more recent view, see Werner Schietz, J. Geschichte der Christlichen Predigt Berlin, De Gruyter, 1972. Some theologians distinguish preaching, a sermon, from giving a homily in a variety of ways. Saint Stephen, of course, is stoned to death in Acts 7 after preaching and tra. Additionally, Saint Barnabas was supposed to have been stoned to death while preaching in Cyprus. G. Gospel according to Ladke 18, 9-74. 10. Gospel according to Matthew chapter 7 verse 1 approximately -3. Among the stories about the desert fathers is one about Saint Moses the Black, who apparently refused even to give spiritual advice, much less to preach. C. B. Ward, ed. The Desert Fathers. London, Penguin, 2003, so. See also the Farness anecdote about him in Ibid, 85. See also Jobin Wortley, ed. Tate Anonymous Sayings of the Desert Fathers, Kara. Bridge, Cambridge University Press, 2013, 304 n 476. Ob Kadenpiver Avtu VTT. Reuten. Also note the generally pejorative sense the term, Auyopdc, has in many of these anecdotes and sayings. Ix. Fee most sophisticated modern internal attack on the Christian practice of preaching was Kierkegaard's, and much of his philosophical work can be seen as the attempt to find a way to transmit Christian truth indirectly without preaching ir. Given the nature of this claim, one would not expect to be able to find a single clear passage in which Kierkegaard states that he intends to communicate with his readers indirectly, but one can console the point of view of my work as an author. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press. 1941, translated by W. Lowry. 12. Fee contemporary philosopher who has pursued this line most fully is probably Philippa Foot. See her Natural Goodness, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2001. 13. Even Plato tacitly admits this, although he tries his best to squirm out of it and to obfuscate his admission as much as possible. See My Outside Ethics. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2009, 78-114. IQ. Have used this example before, in my Politics and the Imagination. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2010, 34, but it is too enlightening to resist. R.S. Otto Fürst von Bismarck, Gedanken und Erinnerungen, Stuttgart, Kata. Tig, R1 Gram 8, I.G. Carr, The 20 Years Crisis, 62-83. 17. Bernard W. Williams analyzes the importance of the absolute conception in his Descartes, The Project of Pure Enquiry, London, Penguin, 1973. Also have some remarks in My Philosophy and Real Politics. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2008, I-17, 18. Plato, Gorgias, 511-513. 19. Nietzsche, Zur Genealogie der Moral, 5-365. 20. Les Mœurs et la Parole, ed. Julien Besançon, Paris. Editions Chew, 1968. 69. 21. C. M. Doyle, Kant, Liberal Legacies, and Foreign Affairs, Philosophy and Public Affairs 1-2, Number 12. 205-235, 323-353. 22. E. H. Carr, Dostoevsky, 1821-1881, A New Biography, London, Allen and Unwin, 1931. Carr's discussion of the idiot, 210-215, is especially relevant. 23. F. Rabelais, O. Webs Completes, Murray Hutchin, ed. Pleiades. Gallimard, 1994, 139-153. 24. Karl Popper, The Open Society and Its Enemies. London, Routledge, 1942. 2 vols. Note that this work was first published after the 20 Years' Crisis. 25. Marx's main criticism is found in Das Manifest der Kommunistischen Partei in Marx Engels' work, 6th ed. Berlin, Dietz, 1972, 4. 489-492, also in Die Deutsche Ideologie Marx Engels' work, Berlin, Dietz, 1958, Volume 3, Passum. 26. Gustav Landauer, Revolution, Berlin. Karen Kramer Verlag, 1974. 27. See also My W. Das Sagenhat in Mittelweg 3620, Number 6, 2011, 3-12. 28. Carr, The 20 Years' Crisis, 6-7. 29. Ibid. 10. 30. Ibid. 31. Ibid. 32. Friedrich Nietzsche, Der Antichrist, in Nietzsche's work, Kritisch Studien. Ausgabe, Coley and Montanari, eds. Berlin, De Gruyter, 1967, 6-170. 33. Carr, The 20 Years' Crisis, 65. 34. See works cited above in footnote 1. 3. Chaos and Ethics. 1. The Hellenistic philosophers spoke of ditapagia as the goal of philosophy. 2. It has often been claimed that what fascinates us in art is the possibility of undoing for a moment that conjunction, and allowing ourselves to be surprised without going numb from fear. Denn das schon ist nichts, als der Schreck. Like an Anfang. Den wir grad noch ertragen, und wir bewundern es so, weil es gelassen, verschmippt, uns zu zerstören. Rilke, Dwenes Allegion. I. Line 3f. 3. John Dewey, The Quest for Certainty. 4. Freud does not actually ever say exactly this. He says, Sie werden sich Tiber Zugen, das viel damit gewonnen ist, wenn es uns gelingt, IBR hysterisches Elend in Gemeins Unglück zu verwandeln. Gegen das letztere werden Sie sich mit einem wieder Genesenden Nervensystem besser zur Weber setzen können. Breuer and Freud, Stu. Den Tiber History, Frankfurt am Main. Fischer, RGGT, and he says various things about the unattainability of happiness as a human goal. S. Freud, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur in S. Freud Studienausgabe, Frankfurt am Main. Fischer. 1974, Volume X, 197-270. So this is what I hope is a conservative extension, to use philosophers' jargon, of his views. 5. L'intentionally speak here of the Platonist's dream, and not of Plato's dream, because it is not at all clear that Plato thought the knowledge of the good, which he compared to a certain kind of vision, could actually be reduced to the kind of thing Lamb calling a doctrine. 6. Plato, 4p40cq, 4 re8, Phaedo 67b7c3. 7. See the advice of Telocasta OT 977-00983, Eka XPDTIOTOVC Fly, DNWE. Sever Tick, 8. Plate, Gorges, 514 by 513. Also see Supra. G. Diogenes Laertens Vil RT. Cute SETHD Petri MPDS Evdorpavier. Undivs N Puda Opavak. STIUYLW Kapati Kati Yoibach. 4. Russell Brand, Lady T, Pisher Bob, and Preacher Jobin. Tam particularly indebted to Dr. Lorna Finlayson, who gave me the original idea to write this chapter. X. London. Century, 2014. 2. Pisher meets annoying young fellow, irritating person in Yiddish. 3. See below, Chapter RO. 4. Valerie Trierweitler, Merci pour ce moment, Paris, Les Arenas, 2014. 5. No entry for the word occurs in the index, and encountered only one instance of its use, on page 270, where it is being contrasted with draconian. 6. See Geuss, Philosophy and Real Politics, Princeton, N.J. Princeton Univer. City Press, 2010. 7. Brandt's interpretation of Ganesh, page 53, needs to be slightly revised. It is surely just as important to remove external obstacles as Iris to remove internal ones. Perhaps he did not mean to deny this. 8. Gandhi, Greber, Chomsky, Al Passam. 9. Editions Maspero. 10. Comité Invisible, Paris. La Fabrique Editions, 2007. The Idea of a Critical Theory, 40 Years On. See Robert Brenner, The Boom and the Bubble Condon. Verso, 2001. Thomas Friedman, FHE World is Flat. New York. Farrar, Straus and G.I. Rue, 2005. 6 FSTVDNA ONT Q 947-2013. These are comments prepared for presentation at the Memoria Service for Istvan Hant held at King's College, Carubridge, in August 2013. My thanks to Lorna Finlayson and Peter Garnsey for helpful comments on the first draft. X. Ik möchte die frei nach dem Worth der Erkenntnis behandeln wie ein kalter Engel, der die ganze Lamperei durchschaut. Genie base zu sein, aber ohne Gemeth. 9, 234. This is a fragment from 1872 to 1873 Friedrich Nietzsche. SCBE. Saintelici work. Kritische Studienausgabe, Coley and Montanari, eds. Berlin. De Gruyter, 1980, 7-493. Although this is a remark specifically about the value of cognition, it seems reasonable to adopt for the purposes described in a more general form. 2. Ind concilium mihi pauca. Tradere. Sine ira et studio, ab accessu. Divi Augusti, ed. Kostermann, Leipzig. Teubner, 1960, I.1. 3. Whether or not he actually succeeded in avoiding them in his history is, of course, another matter. Similarly, it is an open question whether this aspira tion could in principle be realized, even if it is not by Tacitus, whether it is a dangerous or an innocent illusion, or whether, even if it is realizable, it might retain value as an ideal to be approached asymptotically. 4. Friedrich Nietzsche. SDMT Leach work. Kritische Studienausgabe, 3-63, 7, 668-669. 5. GWF Hegel. Grundlinien zur Philosophie des Rechts in Work in 20. Banden, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1970, 7-11-28. Voreed. 6. In this they differ from Homeric gods, who are invulnerable but have both the capacity for complete detachment and for active engagement. Walter Benjamin's Angel of History is presented as essentially a passive spectator of what has happened. He stares in open-mouthed horror at the past as its trophies pile up in front of him, a single mountainous mass of ruins that reaches to the skies, and he is propelled backward into the future by a wind that blows from a utopian past. An angel, from the Greek word for announce, aeativi, is essentially a messenger. If they do intervene, it is as mere ministers of divine will, so without fully human forms of independent decision making. The history of angels is very complex, and these offhand remarks do not claim to be more than a crude first approximation of a full account. 7. This has been repeatedly emphasized by John Donne. See especially his The Cunning of Unreason, London, HarperCollins, 2008. See Bernard Williams, Ethics and the Limits of Philosophy, London, Fontana, 1985, chap. 9. 7. The Moral Legacy of Marxism. I am particularly indebted to Richard Roch for conversations about the topics discussed in this essay. 1. Gary Becker, The Economic Approach to Human Behavior, Chicago, Uni. University of Chicago Press, 1976, one of the sacred texts of the neoliberals. 2. Neither the shift to heliocentrism nor Darwin's theory of evolution had as much of an effect on undermining religious belief as the development of what is called historical consciousness in the 19th century and the application of the associated methods of textual criticism to the Bible did. 3. The Faculty of Philosophy at Cambridge now offers a special M.Phil program, funded by banks, for the study of how one can restore public trust in banks. This is a particularly ingenious ploy because how could anyone object to a philosophical study of such eminently important topics as trust, public institutions, debt? 4. So the mistake people make is to assume that because, in our society it is dog eat dog, in every possible society it must always be dog eat dog. 5. Vide Supra, 22-43. 6. Obviously the discussion in this paragraph is highly compressed and simplified. 7. To avoid misunderstanding, I note that this is a mere report of the way I think many people would think. Do not mean to endorse any final distinction between moral in the broad sense and descriptive. This distinction actually seems to me a subordinate one that is contextual and depends on point of view. 8. Karl Marx, Drei Moralabsurende Kritik und die Kritisierende Moral in Deutsche Reisseler Zeitung 28 and 31 October 11, 18, 25 November 1847. In Mu. 433 ff. G. See also R. Geuss, Point 4 World Without Y. Princeton, N.J., Princeton Oni. Versity Press, 2014, 45-67. XO. Foos. The book is eminently suitable for use as a set text in university. Coufses. T. John Rawls, Political Liberalism, New York, Columbia University Press. 1993. Is. L'Hommage de Lampedusa. Der Leopard. Munich. Piper, 1962, 43. 13. Lukerhand, 1968, especially. 584, 14. Mu. 23-90 ff. Robinson, of course, grew up in England and has corresponding powers and abilities, which cannot be understood apart from that formation. Also Mu. 23, 192-195 about the spiders and bees in competition with the human architect. T.G. Uhe whole notion of the starting point was an obsession for Hegel and philosophers who came after him, including Marx. Marx has a highly complex discussion of his method, where to begin, how to proceed, and so on. Suffice it here to say that he agreed with Hegel that there is not any absolute starting point, because there are no such thing as foundations in the traditional sense, but that he also distinguished clearly between the method one should use for doing research, the Forschungsmethode, with its appropriate starting point, and the method one should use when, at the end of one's research, one had the conclusions, no matter how tentative they were, and wished to present them in the best form. He, Darstellungsmethode, with its appropriate starting point. 16. Fiddle of a Book by Tom Nagel, Oxford, Oxford University Press, Rota. 17. 5. Kierkegaard, Concuting Unscientific Postscript, trans. Hong and Hong, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1992. 18. Like My Own Teacher, Sidney Morgenbesser. 19. Plato, Republic, 352d 6-7. 20. What one might call the North American school of Hegel interpreta. Tion fails because it makes no adder apt to formulate and interpret one of Hegel's basic claims, namely, that the descriptive and the normative, to put it in a vocabulary Hegel himself would not have used, are not, finally, distinct. 'Tis fully understandable that interpreters would shy away from this claim because it does seem hard to maintain. 2x. And, as Brecht has his Gallio say, woe to the land that needs her seas. 22. Marx could also hardly fail to wish to point out that even if a morality of this type was useful in helping a social formation like ours to maintain itself, it was not sufficient, and it would be a grass error to think one could succeed in allowing this society to maintain itself merely by continuing to cultivate the same kind of habits. 23. A constant theme in Brecht, cf. and Die Nachgeborenen, Die Gedichte, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1981, 722 ff. 24. See also Trotsky and Dewey, Their Morals and Ours, London. Pathfinder, 1973, 21-22. 25. I recall once reading the memoirs of a clown who expressed his deep gratitude to his father, also a clown, who had taken him out into the woods one day and intentionally broken both his legs, if he was to be a successful clown. The author of the memoir needed to have an irregular and ludic walk. 26. On the concept of need, see David Wiggins, Claims of Need, in Needs, Values, Truth, Oxford. Blackwell, 1987. Also Agnes Heller, The Theory of Need in Marx, London, Allison and Busby, 1974. Also Heller, Faher, and Marcus, Dictatorship Over Needs, London, Blackwell, 1983, and L. Hamilton, The Political Philosophy of Needs, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003. 27. This point is made repeatedly in Die Heilige Familie, Mu, 2. 28. Friedrich Nietzsche, SDMT work, Kritische Studienausgabe, ed. Coley and Montanari, Berlin. De Gruyter, 1980, 6-74, Geuss and Demmering. 29. Colin Turnbull, The Mountain People, New York, Simon and Schuster. 1972, 280. 30. Montaigne, Du Repentir, and De Vexperience, in Essays, Paris, Flamme. Marion, 1979. 320-33, 275-328. 31. C. Kierkegaard, Concluding Unscientific Postscript, trans. Hong and Hong, Princeton, N.J., Princeton University Press, 1992. 32. F. Dostoevsky, Aufzeichnungen aus dem Kellerloch, trans. S. Guier, Frank. Furt am Main. Fisher, 2006. 33. After Das Gleichnis des Buddha vom brennenden Haus, in Brecht, Die Gedichte, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1981, 664-665. 8 Economies. Good, bad, indifferent. I am particularly grateful to the members of the Cambridger Forschungsskole Loquium for discussion of this chapter. I have also greatly benefited from conversations with Lorna Finlayson about previous German versions of the chapter. 1. In an interview for the German television network ZDF in January 2009. 2. L. Hamilton, The Political Philosophy of Needs, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 2003. 3. Of course, one could add to this list the following: cultural needs, educational needs, emotional needs, and so on. Some would think it important to classify psychological needs as a distinct category, and there are, of course, in most advanced societies, legal requirements that must be observed in social interaction. In all these cases it is difficult to know whether some purported need is really a need and is really of a distinct kind from other needs. 4. Discussion of a fuller list. C. A. Maslow, Motivation and Personality, New York. Addison Wesley, 1970. 4. Recall Hans Castorp's astonishment in Thomas Mann's Der Zauberberg, said in 1907, that the men in the sanatorium Berghof do not wear hats outside. 5. See Edna Ulrand Margalit and Sidney Morgenbesser, Picking and Choosing. Social Research, 44, GA TDS T3775s. 6. This point was made with all requisite clarity by David Wiggins in his The Claim of Needs, in Wiggins, Needs, Values, Truth, Oxford, Blackwell. 1987, 1 Section 7. It is a commonplace in the literature that this is the origin of one strand of the modern concept of toleration. C. J. Dunn, The Political Thought of Fohu, Locke, Cambridge. Cambridge University Press, 1969. 8. Flavius Josephus, De Hello Judaico in Opera, Leipzig. Teubner, 1888, 2.224. 9. Si l'on vous demande la lune, demanda Sartre for Fidèle. Soyez si réfléchit un instant, regarda par la fenêtre ouverte vers le brilliard sur la lagune et way répondit. S'ils me demandent la lune, c'est qu'ils en ont besoin et il faudrait la leur donner. Toutes les demandes qu'ils font, qu'elles soient ils ont je droit de les obtenir, Sartre conchit. Le seul humanisme possible est basé sur le besoin. L. Otero and S. Vassallo, Sartre for Cuba, Le Chemin c'est fait. N. Marchant, Rue Descartes 147, 2005, 116-123. R.O. Becker, The Economic Approach to Human Behavior, Chicago, Univer. City of Chicago Press, 1976. R.T. See discussion of the liberal idea of anti-paternalisme infra. R2. Karl Marx, Marx Engels work, Berlin, Dietz, 1968, Erg. BD. 3. 54 I-542, 13. See Plato, Apologia Socratis, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1995. Especially. 77D38B, 14. Recent relevant discussions of these issues include the papers in Harry, Frankfurt, The Importance of What We Care About, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1988, Bernard Williams, Practical Necessity, in Williams. Moral Luck, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1982, 124-131, Williams. Shame and Necessity, Berkeley, University of California Press, 2008. 5. C. R. Wawuner, RBM Gold, Act Ul. 16. Aristotle, Ethica Nacaumacby, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 1894. Book H.L. 17. Agnes Heller Qvith F. Faher and G. Marcus, Dictatorship Over Needs. L. H. Ondon. Black Quell, 1983. 18. The complexities of the virtue of thriftiness have been noted since antiquity. See Cicero, Magnus Vectigul est Parsimoniae, in his Paradoxa Stoicorum. London, Macmillan, 1953. Alcn Machiavelli, Tay Prince, ed. R. Price, Carm. Bridge, Carnbridge University Press, 1988, Chaps. SVXVIL. XO, Max Weber, Gesellschaft Office zur Rhetoischen Soziologie I, Wiebinger. Moore, 1920, 43-48. 20. For instance, this is one of the main points of Brecht's Der gute Mensch. Von Szechuan, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1964. 2x. Philippa Foot, Natural Goodness, Oxford, Oxford University Press, 200%. 2a. C. R. Roch in his essay in the collection on the notion of sustainability, in Inquiry 55. 4, 2012, 361-385. 23. Max Weber, Wirtschaft und Gesellschaft, Tübingen. Moore, 1972, 44-45. Et Passum. 24. Again, using Aristotle and Hume as ideal typical terms to represent types of theories, not necessarily identical with those of the two historical individuals who here lend their names to them. 25. But see also Supra 361-385. 26. C. M. Friedman, Capitalism and Freedom. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1962. 27. H. R. Haldeman, The Ends of Power. New York, Time Books, 1978, 122. 28. The veto was a classic instance of what Max Weber would have called an action based on a Gesinnungsethik. See his Politik als Begriff, Berlin, Dunker and Humblot, 1982, 52-67. That is, one intended to be expressive of a certain ethos. Regardless of the results, the public rationale for the veto was to protect the City of London. Regardless of whether one thought that was a good or a bad thing, it was clear that vetoing the agreement was not going to have the desired effect, because the other members of the European Union simply made the agreement. Cameron vetoed outside the structures of the EU. This meant that the agreement was passed and Britain had excluded itself from any further discussion of financial arrangements that would deeply affect the city. So, the veto had the reverse effect from that which was cited as its rationale. Nev. Earthless, it had a strong symbolic significance for Cameron's Eurosceptic backbenchers. 29. See Raymond Geuss, The Idea of a Critical Theory, Cambridge, Cam. Bridge University Press, 1981, especially Chap. 2. 30. My thanks to Martin Eichler for this point. 9 grams. Can the humanities survive neoliberalism? 1. For further discussion of the history of classification of disciples, see Goals, Origins, Disciples, in My A World Without Why. Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2014, I-21. 2. G. W. F. Hegel, Grundlinien zur Rechtsphilosophie in Work in 20. Banden, Moldenhauer and Michel, eds. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1970, Volume 7, 21. 3. Plato, Meno, 93 BE. 4. Instruction and education would not, of course, be private matters in the society depicted in Plato's Republic. 5. Notice that this explains the seeming anomaly that the most socially exclusive and expensive secondary schools in Britain, such as Eton, Harrow, Charterhouse, and Rugby, have the technical name public schools. In principle, anyone could apply to Eton, although without money, minimal academic aptitude, and probably social connections, one would probably not be admitted. They were public in the 18th century compared with the aristocratic habit of having individual tutors hired to give instruction at home. The philosopher Hobbes was such a private tutor for the whole of his life, and in Central Europe this was a phase of life through which any number of people who eventually made significant contributions passed. Elderlin, Hegel, too, for a while. As various people pointed out, the combination of intellectual authority and social servility was not conducive to happiness. 6. G. W. F. Hegel, Vorlesungen Tiber die Ästhetik in Work in S. W. Minzy Banden, Moldenhauer and Michel, eds. Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, R.G. 70, Volume 13, 25. See also Volume 13, 50-92. 7. Gary Becker, The Economic Approach to Human Behavior. Chicago, University of Chicago Press, 1976. R.O. Identification and the Politics of Envy. Tr. Karl Marx, Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Rechtsphilosophie Mu, Berlin. Dietz, 1978, R. I. 934. 2. See Peter Garnsey, Thinking About Property, Carnbridge University Press, 2007. 3. See Raymond Geuss, Philosophy and Real Politics, Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2008, 76-80. 4. See Helmut Schoch, Der Need Freiburg, Alber, 1964. 5. Rhetorica, 1387b23. 6. For discussion of envy in general in ancient philosophy, see Milo Bensky, Der Need im der griechischen Philosophie, Wiesbaden, Harasowitz. 1964. 7. See David Constan, Nemesis and Thonos, in Gestures, ed. Bakewell and Sickinger, Oxford. Oxbow Books, 2003, 74-87. Also Envy, Spite, and Fallacy. Ed. D. Constan. Also the Essays in Envy, Spite and Jealousy, ed. Constan and Rutter, Edinburgh. Edinburgh University Press, 2003. Also Robert Castor. Emotion, Restraint, and Community in Ancient Rome, Oxford. Oxford University Press, 2005, Chap. 4, 8. Milobensky, Der Need in der griechischen Philosophie, G. Plutarch, Vita Caesaris, 54. XO. The Latin word vidia unfortunately seems to be used for both what the Greeks called veioig, and for what they called ipgdvoc. See Castor, Ezo, Tion, Restraint, and Community, Chap. 4. T. Note that positionality is something completely different from the comparative dimension of certain kinds of envy that was discussed above, is. Rawes never really seems to understand the implications of giving the kind of centrality he does to Pareto optimality. 13. Medea is the classic case from the ancient world. 14. See Richard Roch, Wohlhabende, Denk nach, unpublished, manuscript, Ix Identity, Property, and the Past, X. James Cuno, WGWN's Antiquity? Museums and the Battle Over Our Ancient Heritage, Princeton, M.J. Princeton University Press, 2008, abbreviated with O. 2. Margaret M. Miles, Art as Plunder, The Ancient Origins of Debate About Cultural Property, New York, Cambridge University Press, 2008, abbreviated AP. Additional books discussed in this chapter are Robin F. Rhodes, ed. The Acquisition and Exhibition of Classical Antiquities, Professional, Legal, and Ethical Perspectives, a symposium held at the Snite Museum of Art, University of Notre Dame, February 24, 2007, Notre Dame, in University of Notre Dame Press. 2007, abbreviated A. Colin Renfrew, Loot, Legitimacy and Ownership, the ed. ICAL Crisis in Archaeology, London. Duckworth, 2000, abbreviated LL. Peter Watson and Cecilia Todeschini, The Medici Conspiracy, The Illicit Journey of Looted Antiquities, From Italy's Tomb Raiders to the World's Greatest Museums. New York, BBS Public Affairs, 2007, abbreviated MC. 12 The Future of Evil. I should like to thank the members of the audience at the Zeno lecture, which I gave at the University of Utrecht in April 2010, for several clarifying comments that helped me improve this chapter. 1. Secunda secundae, quaestio c. 2. See Hans Blumenberg, Die Legitimitat der Neuzeit, Frankfurt, Suhrkamp, 1966. 3. KSA 5.152-178. All quotations are from Friedrich Nietzsche SDMT Leach. Work, Kritisch Studien Ausgabe, Coley and Montanari, eds. Berlin, De Gruyter, 1967, cited as KSA, by volume and page. 4. Ibid. 5.254-255, 261, 288-289. 5. Ibid. 5.263. I cite Theognis following Delectus ex iambus et elegies Grecius. Ed. M. T. West, October 6. KSA 7.386. 7. The poems of Theognis have come to us in collections that seem to comprise various poems by various authors, and it is extremely unclear which of the poems in this collection are really by the 6th century man from Megara, which are imitations by other people of poems by this 6th century figure, that is, poems in the manner of Theognis of Megara, and that are completely independent poems by completely different people that simply happened for one reason or another to have been copied together into the collection. This sort of historical philological detective work. Is this poem really by Theognis? Has an imitator added something at the end? If so, where does the genuine, material, end and the added imitation begin? Was exactly the sort of thing the young Nietzsche was trained to do, and one of his early published works was an article for a scholarly journal about which bits of the Theognid corpus were genuine, that is, written by the original 6th century man from Megara, and which were not. One can see the connection between this kind of enterprise and Nietzsche's later views about genealogy. So we can be sure that Nietzsche had read and studied his body of poetry with the greatest philology. I calcare. 8. The other classic discussion of the way ethical terms change meaning in extreme circumstances is, of course, Thucydides' discussion of the events in Corcyra during the Peloponnesian War, 3.82, g. Theognis 53-58, 2. Theognis 1109-1112. Theognis was keen to ensure that human marriages conform to the principles of eugenics derived from our knowledge of how to breed the best raras, asses, and horses. See Theognis 183-102. X2. See also a slightly later literary representation in Aristophanes' Nudes, 41-55, of a similar case to the one envisaged here. 13. KNA 5.254-255, TQ. KSA 6.98. XG. As 5.270-277. 16. Quaestiones disputatae de modo. Quaestio vitl. 17. Quaestiones disputatae de virtutibus. 18. Quaestiones disputatae de malo quaestio vil. 13. Satire, we whom. This was originally written as an exercise in French, then translated into German by Marie Daring and appeared in the journal 760 degrees under the macaroni title. Non. Je ne suis pas Charlie. Über Satire und die Grenzen der Zoo. Mietbarkeit. Lamb very grateful to D. Gring for suggesting that Ladsum fur their material to her German text. This is a translation by Lorna Finlayson of De Ring's German version. T. Friedrich Nietzsche, Kritisch Studienausobi, Calli and Montanari, eds. Berlin, De Gruyter, 1980, Band 8, 5. 454. IG The Radioactive Wolf, PMG, and the Goddess Fashion. Lane grateful to Manuel Dries, Lorna Finlayson, and Georg Schaub for some exceedingly helpful comments on a previous draft of this chapter. Dada Beifest im Rumänischen ja, im Französischen hat und Stecken. Piefert. Für Deutsche ist es ein Signum alberner Naivität und Zugangsfrober wir Bundenket mit dem Kinderwagen. Hugo Ball, Die Flucht aus der Zeit, as cited in Dada im Etirich, abbreviated DZ, ed. Karl Reba. Ditzingen. Reclam, 1994, 14. 2. Ebid. 33. Adio. Steit mir, Beider, den Ricken runter, auf Wiedersehen einander. Mal, DZ 40. 4. Tristan Zara, Sept Manifestes Dada Gaussiete Nouvelle des Editions. Povert, EO 7G, 4I. DL2. 5. On the Modern as the Ephemeral. C. Baudelaire, Painter de la Vie Mod. Ern, N. His Eretz sur part. Paris. Gallimard, 19741. 2133-103. Wiebrand were in Zivich. Spiegelasse 1. Das Kabaret Batter Ch. Wobte uns ge tilde. Genieberum der Sieben Strelgelsass. Nr. 6. Wenn ich nicht ihr, Herr Ulenau. Lenin. DST der Dadaismus Woblals Zeichen und Gest das Gegenspiel zum Bolschu. ISTHUSE Stelber der Destruction und Vollendetten Berechnung die Willig Donchichotisch, Zweckwiedrig und Unfruchtbare Set der Welt Geschontieber? DZ 25, 8. Plautus, Asinaria 495. See also Sigmund Freud, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur in S. Studienaussgabe, Frankfurt am Main. Fischer, 1974, Volume X, 240, 9. King Lear, Act 1, Scene 4, 2. Walter Benjamin, Humanation, Frankfurt. Suhrkamp, 1977, 136–169, 11. Ibid. 184, 12. DZ 20–21, 13. DZ 14. Ibid. 14–15. For a discussion of the contemporary political use and significance of puppets, see David Greber, Direct Action, Edinburgh. AK Press. 2009, 15. DZ 33, 16. Ibid. 29, 17. C. Joel Bakken, The Corporation, New York. Random House, 2003. 18. G. E. Lessing, Zerstrut Anmerkungen Tiber das Epigramm und einig der Vornehmsten Epigrammatisten in Work, Vienna, Verlag von Sigmund Ben. Singer, N. D. Edited by Heinrich Laub, Volume V, 42–99. 19. C. John Berger, Ways of Seeing. London, Penguin, 1972. 20. Alexander Nahamas, Only a Promise of Happiness, Princeton, N.J. Princeton University Press, 2007. 21. Préface by Yvonne Belleval to Chaudes La Philosophie dans le Boudoir, Paris. Gallimard, 1976, 7–8. 22. Thomas Friedman, The World is Flat, New York. Farrar, Straus and Giroux, 2005. 23. Daniel Bell, The End of Ideology, Cambridge, Massachusetts, Harvard University Press, 1962. Francis Fujiyama, The End of History, New York, Free Press, 1992. 24. Herbert Marcuse, One-Dimensional Man, Boston, Beacon Press, 1965. 25. DZ 29, 15. What time is it? 1. The gods smiled on the side that won, the party of Caesar, but Cato still preferred the defeated side, that of the Republic. Lucan I 135, 16. Augustine on Love, Perspective, and Human Nature. 1. Freud, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur in S. Freud Studienausgabe, Frankfurt am Main. Fischer, 1974, Volume X, 197–270. 2. David Wiggins, Needs, Values, Truth. Oxford. Blackwell, 1987, 1–57. R. Geuss, The Idea of a Critical Theory, Cambridge, Cambridge University Press, 1981, 46–8. R. Geuss, Outside Ethics, Princeton, N.J., Princeton City Press, 2005, 145–146. 3. See Appendix I. 4. Oddly enough, the person who seems to me to have seen this most clearly is Stendhal in Sur l'Amour. 5. The only book I know that pays any attention to this is Knecht and Kluge's Geschichte und Eigensinn, Frankfurt, Zweitauser Dienst, 1981. 6. I note that Augustine gets O entry in the 3 volumes of Hegel's His Story of Philosophy, in which such luminaries as Alexander of Hales and Julian of Toledo get a page or 2 each. The Church, of course, is prior to and much older than the Scriptures, having existed for decades before even the earliest of the Gospels was written down, and the Gospels have their standing as the recognized central texts of Christianity by virtue of a long collective decision process by the Church that did not get started until a century after Christ's death and was not completed until CWO centuries, at least, later. The only reason anyone reads, re-gospel, according to Matthew, rather than the 3 or so other Gospels that we know were circulating in the 1st and 2nd century, is that church councils authorized this version 50 rather than the church being based on Scripture. It is rather that Scripture, what counts as canonical, is based on the church and its decisions. 8. A note that what is said here about the need for collective structures like the church to give love its correct focus and form, might also mutatis mutandis be said about political parties or other social formations. 9. Remota aqua vuistitia quid sunt regna nist magna latricinia. Eleganter. Enim et veraciter Alexandro ili magna quidem comprobensis Pirate respondit. Nam, cum idem rex hominem interrogare, guidivi vidirischer ut mer babere infestum, libera contumatia, quod tibi, ingui, ut orbum terrarunt, est quia id ega exieno na, vigio facio, latra vicor, quia tu magna class, imperator. Thus, if justice is taken away, what are kingdoms other than huge bands of robbers? For the pirate gave an elegant and correct response to Alexander the Great, when he was captured. Alexander asked Byrne what he thought he was doing by making the sea unsafe. He replied with the outspokenness a free man uses. The same thing you think you are doing when you make the whole world unsafe. But because I do it with one little ship, Lamb called a bandit, whereas when you do it with a huge fleet, they call you Irreparer. I.O. See Appendix H. Index. Abstract, Abstraction. 5, 7, 20, 27, 32. IOO Tit. Lee. 137. 1 Section 4. 164 to 166, 170. 178, 180, 183, 93, 1 QG, 206, 269 to 271. Abu Ghrath, 132, 223, 233. Acceptance, 10, 43. T64, 266, Arts of 54 to 86, 59. Adorno, T.W., 21, 22, 23, 79, 142 to 143. 146 to 147, 251, 270. Agricola, work by Tacitus, 226. Analytic philosophy, 3 to 24, 83. Anthropology, percent 4, -15, $4, 100, 170, 217. Anti-paternalism, 196 to 157, 160. Anti-philosopher, 228, 239. Archilochus, 220 to 221. Avsa mention Bystericum, 265. Aristophanes, 98, 222. Aristothe, $7, 138, 141, 145, 165, 171 to 176. L7817Q, 224, 261 to 263. Archesilaus of Cyrene, 254 to 255. At 3, 80, 92, 148. I section OI5R, 184 to 203. 219 to 220, 223, 226 to 252. Art as Ph. Hander Plus, book by Margaret Miles. 184 to 186. L'Art Français de la Guerre, novel by Alexis Jenny, 259. Augustine, Saint, 22%, 261 to 274. Bad. See Good and Bad. Ball, Hugo, 226-228, 242. Becker, Gary, 160. Benjamin, Walrer, 199, 232, 242. Bismarck, Otto von 38. Black Camisole Gpainving by Chantal Joff, 246–251. Blair, Tony, 34–38, 225. Blair, Tony, GPCs of Fallacious Argument, 224–225. Bolsheviks, Bolshevism, 74, 228–229, 242. Brand, Russell, 6Q, 78. Brecht, Bertold, 137, 255, 257. Bechner, Georg, 239–240. Cabaret Voltaire, 226–228, 239. Cameron, David, 145, 225. Capitalism, 24, 81, 84–85, G8 tilde, Go. TOQTTT, 116, 168, 170, 250. Carr, B. HL, 25–50. Castro, Fidel, 125, 127. Cato, 177–179, 194, 255. Cervantes, 222–223. Chaos, 51–58. Charlie Hebdo, 218. Christ, 30, 71, 264. Christianity, 27, 29–33, 3842, 44, 58. 91–92, 96, 105. IT4, T15, 123, 176. 189, 205, 206, 209–235, 220, 235. 201–277. Christian Priak Hing, 29–33. Church, 147, 191, 187, 271. Catholic, 92. IGI, 204, 222, 224, 262, 271, 2733. Christian, 1490. CIAA, 92, 224, 274. Cicero, 1 and 5. De Civitate Dei work by Augustine, 221. 265–267, 269–270. Convifording, 12, 23, 63, 83, 86–88, 9 grams, 109. 161, 210–241, 242. Communism, 4, 163–167, 169–170, 182. Confessiones, work by Augustine, 263. Consolation, 30, 59, 83, 87–88. Go, 155. Context, 15, 19, 23, 27–29, 33–45, 48–49. 60–61, 67, 69, 75–76, 795–83, 94, 96–96. 99–100, 102–105. IIO, II2, 121–127. 133–133, 146, 153, 174, 177, 189, 192. 195, 196–198, 201, 222, 233, 236. 244–246, 254, 264, 275. Le Contrat Social, book by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, 78. Control, Arts of, Section 2, 54–55. Cosmopolitanism, 270, 190–194, 273. Criticism, critique. 4, 10 to 14, 18 to 19, 22 to 24, 39, 45 to 47, 7,984,115, 145, 170, 181, 193, 219, 222, 255. Kuno, James, 184, 189 to 203. Curiosity, 205, 263. Dada is Dead, painting by Adrian Geni, 226 to 246. Dadaism, 226 to 246, 250. Dante, 204, 242. Danton's Todd, play by Georg Büchner, 239 to 240. Degenerate Art, 92 to 93, 230, 246. Demand, 4, 27, 42 to 43, 45, 60, 74, 83, 123, 125 to 128, 131, 138 to 145, 170. Democracy, 15, 24 to 25, 43 to 44, 87 to 88, 99 IOO, 140, 150, 189, 194, 255 to 256. Demons, 227, 275. Desert, C. Merit. Desires, 41 to 44, 46 to 49, 50, 54, 59, 61, 63, 71, 89, 104, I12 I14, 118 to 122, 125 to 131, 139, 141 to 146, 154, 156 to 157, 160 to 161, 169, 173, I-80, 210, 223, 255, 263 to 264, 268 to 269. Dewey, John, 52 to 55. Diogenes the Cynic, 193. Distance, 2, 2, 59, 127, 145, 242, 255. Dix, Otto, 228 to 232. Doctrine, 57 to 63. Dostoevsky, Fyodor, 44, 114. Dystopia, 1 to 24, 184, 226. Economic Approach to Human Behavior, the G1. Economy, 47, 64, 66 to 70, 80 to 83, G8 101. IIO, II3, 116, 117 to 146. Egalitarianism, 71, 82, 166 to 171, 182. Envy, 163 to 183, 206. Eschatology, 226, 261, 264. Ethica Nicomachia, work by Aristotle, 261 to 262. Ethics, 4, 17, 18 to 19, 27, 51 to 63, 99 to 116, 154, 204 to 206, 261 to 262, 264, 268. History of, 261. Ethnology, 14 to 15, 20, 211. Evaluation, 2, 4, 6 to 7, 213, 16, 19, 24, 28, 31 to 33, 37, 42, 48, 50, 69, 73, 96, 98. IOOI 02, 109, II2, 133 to 134, 137 to 139, 152 to 153, 1 Section 9, 187, 204 to 205, 209, 212, 214, 223, 242, 249, 251, 270. Evil, 27, 32 to 38, 205, 273, 276. Explanation, 5 to 7, 16, 30, 33 to 39, 87, 169, 179, 201. Fanon, Franz, 76, 81. Fashion, 246 to 252. Fear, 3542, 54, 57 to 59, 61, 92, 169, 173 to 174, I-81. Feuerbach, Ludwig, 83. Foucault, Michel, 21, 81. Frankfurt School, 81. Freedom, 3, 25, 59, 70 to 71, 96, 141, 154, 161 to 163, 177, 185, 212 to 214, 218, 223 to 225, 251, 264. Free speech, 218 to 225. Free will, 32 to 33, 206, 213. Freud, Sigmund, 55, 264. Friedman, Thomas, 250. Function, functioning, 11 to 12, 24, 28. 32 to 33, 36, 71, 86, 97. I00, 102, IIOIIT, 120, 122, 130, 146, 222 to 223, 228 to 229, 264, 266. 45% or Wearbesfabig, painting by Otto Dix. 230 to 232, 241. Gallery Burchard, 228 to 230, 238. Gandhi, Mahatma, 75. Garuti, Gerald, 256 to 258. Genealogy of Morality, the work by Friedrich Nietzsche, 203 to 217. Geschichte und Klassenbewusstsein, book by Georg Lukács, Rohr. Gildersleeve, Basil, 253 to 255. Gluttony, Gia, 205. Good, 3 to 4, 2, 18, 27, 31 to 35, 41 to 42, 94 to 98. IOI, 106, 108, I13, I15, I17, minus 119, 132 to 133, 135, 137 to 139, 142, 154, 157 to 158, 172 to 175, 177 to 180, 199, 205. The 275, 33, 34, 57, 210, 269 to 271, 2735. The Human, 45. Good and Bad, 32, 205 to 210, 212 to 218. Good and Evil, 32 to 33, 242 to 218. Google, 17, 274. Grace, 33, 262. Green Heinrich, Der, novel by Keller, 159. Guantanamo Bay, 132, 22. Guilt, 210, 212. Gernermans, 159. Hayam et la lumière when Vieten, play by Gerald Garuti, 257. Happiness, 55, 61, 190. 263 to 268. Hayek, Meridric, 82, 182. Hegel, G.W. and 7, 50, 79, 83. Rohr, 106. So 151, 271. Heidegger, Martin, 275. Herder, 271. Hesiod, 15. History, 11 to 12, 23, 33, 36, 45 to 47, 49 to 50. $41.58, 72 to 73, 775, 79, 82, 8 Section 90, Go 105. Liz, 115, 120, 128, L4T, 43 pounds, 145 to 149, 153, 1 Section Q, L70I7T, 184, 187, 9I90, 192, 197 to 198, 200 to 2C1, 203, 205 to 217, 239, 222, 228, 231 to 232, 236, 240, 242 to 244, 240, 248, 250, 294 to 275, 277. Hobbes, Thoras, 22. Hoch, Hannah, 228, 241. Hollande, François, 69. Hone, Istvan, 85 to 90. Hope, 59 to 63. Horace, 222. Hulsenbeck, Richard, 227, 235, 241, 252. Humanities, the 148 to 162. Human Nature, 261 to 264. Human Rights, 15. Hume, David, 139, 141, 142, 145. Ideal Language, 8 to 9. Idea of a Critical Theory, The Chook by Raymond Geuss, 79 to 84. Identification, 176 to 183. Identity, 135, 184 to 203, 263. Ideology, 82, 156 to 157, 200, 221, 250. Ignorance, 73, 256. Illusion, 24, 61 to 62, 193, 212. Impossible, the 42 to 50, 264. Incarnation, the 262, 264. Incentives, 63 to 70, 62, 127. Individual, the 263, 269 to 271. Individualism, 66, 77, 101 to 104, 163, 200. Inequality, 66, 82 to 83. Infern, part of poem by Dante, 204. Inquiry, 10, 16, 62. L'Insurrection qui vient anonymous. Pamphlet, 78. Int tests, 13, 39, 49, 52, 93, 145, 157 to 159. Intervention, 12, 16, 17, 19 to 26, 80 to 8t, 93. Intuitions, Moral, Section 5, 72, 2 Tor. Yamet, Dominique, 250. Jealousy of Trade, book by Istvan Hont, 85. Jenny, Alexei, 259 to 260. Jotfe, Chantal, 246 to 242. Jolin the Evangelist, Saint, 275-276. Julius Caesar, 177 to 179, 188. Justice, 4, 16, 24, 27, 31, 7 to 72. Lore. Justification, 18 to 19, 21, 76 to 77, 104, 276. Juvenal, 222. Kant, M. Manuel, Kantian. 6, 27, 40, 42, 44, 58, 61, 73, 32, 06, Og, 105, Ig, 137, 235 to 237, 264, 271, 277. Keynesianism, 139 to 136, 155. Kierkegaard, Søren, 106, 113, 114. Knowledge, 12, 24, 33 to 34, 40 to 41, 57 to 58. 60, 68, 73, 88, 103 to 103, T35, 438, 196, 173, 188, 196 to 198, 207, 24.4, 263, 270, 272. Kunstwerk tin Zitator Seiner Technischen. Reproducerbarkeit, work by Walter Benjamin, 109 grams. Lady UC, 66, 69, 76 to 77. Landauer, Gustav, 46 to 48. Law, 8a, 88, 111, 124, 190, 186, 188, 190. TQ2, 200, 207, 219, 242, 264 to 207. Learning, 1 gram 8, x 5 cents. De Legibus, tract by Cicero, 78. Lenin, VL, 106, 228, 239. Louis Chalk by Hobbes, 78. Liberal Democracy, x, 24, 87, GG. Rocks. Liberalism, 3, GI. Life, 47, 120, 129, 142, 147, 267 to 268. Comfortable, 63, 116. Eternal, 41, 268. Everyday, 1, 16. Form of, 24. Good. Valuable, 57 to 58, 66, 116, 154, 215. Human, 13, 16 to 18, 26, 40, $2, 55 to 56, 59. GR, 63, 65, 67, 69, 75. OT, 107, 114, 117, 120, 127, 129, 145 to 146, 161, 170, 182. IQOIOI, 2IO, 215, 251, 263 to 267, 270. Meaningful, 65. Modern, 8. Philosoph. ICAL, 129. Social, 122 to 124. Traditional. Form. Of, 132, 134 to 135. Lipsky, Chaim, 257 to 259. Love, EO1, 107, 228, 239, 261 to 271. Lukács, Georg, Rohr, Luther, Martin, 130. Lycombays, 220 to 221. Malfunctioning. C function, functioning. Malraux, André, 199. Mani, Manichaeism, 130, 273. Marcuse, Herbert, 81. Market, 68, 132, 143 to 144, 154 to 157. 161 to 162, 167, 182, 187, 190, 192 to 197, 200, 203, free, 143 to 144, 154 to 156, I-61, 187, 190, 192 to 193, 196 to 197, 200. Marshall, 222. Marx, Carl, 21, 45 to 46, 71, 75, 97. IOI 26, 159 to 160, 163 to 171, 242. Marxism, 91 to 116, 236. Masks, 238 to 241. Meaning, 2, 21 to 23, 230 to 236, 246, 257. Merit, 66 to 70, 140, 181 to 182, 269 to 270. Merkel, Angela, 117, 131, 134. Matelli, 218 to 219, 221, 222. Method, 1 to 5, 56 to 57, 86 to 89, Rohr. Microsoft, 224, 243, 274. Miles, Margaret, 184. Mill, J.S., 223. Minima Moralia. Work by T.W. Adorno, 270. Montaigne, 114. Morality, 31 to 33, 94 to 116, 203 to 217. Moralizing, Moralism, 25 to 39, 69, 94 to 98. 115, 149. Moral Judgments, 26 to 27, 31, 94 to 98, 134. Moral Legacy, 94 to 116. Moore, Thomas, 3 to 4. Murdoch, Rupert, 180, 243. Musée sans Murs, book by André Malraux, 199. Museums, 184 to 203, 245, 250, 188. Nevius, 218 to 219, 221. Napoleon, 188. Narcotics, 65, 73, 78, 137. Nation, Nationalism, 44, 189 to 201, 203. 253 to 254, 259. Necessity, 2, 17, 31 to 32, 40, 55, 61, 64 to 65. 67, 69, 76, 82, 87, 102, 106, IOG. 23 I-14, I-17, minus 128, 130 to 135, 137 to 138, 141 to 142, 144, 166, 170, 172, 178, 181, 195, 198 to 199, 211 to 212, 245, 251, 257, 262, 265 to 266. Needs, 1, 46 to 50, IOI, 112 to 116, 117 to 132, 139 to 147, 150, 268 to 269. Neoliberalism, 84, 142 to 145, 148 to 162, 258 to 259. NHS, National Health Service, 75, 78. 89, 166, 258. Nickelodeon. Painting by Adrian Geni, 237 to 242. Nietzsche, Friedrich, 21, 25, 48, 83, 86 to 87, 104, 205 to 217, 222 to 223, 239. 1984, book by George Orwell, 4, 20. 184. Normative turn, in political philosophy. 17. IOI. 114. Normativity. 17. 108. 111. 114 to 116. Old Testament. 262. 264. 274. One-Dimensional Man, book by Herbert Marcuse, 81. Optimism, 33 to 34. Ordinary Language, 8 to 9. Orwell, George, 4, 20, 184. Ownership, 72, 134 to 135, 151 to 152, 165. 184 to 189. Pareto Optimality, 179. Parsifal, 159. Parthenon, the, 189, 200, 244. Participant Observer, 15 to 17. Paul, Saint, 73. Pedophilia, 205, 207. Pharisaism, 29. Philosopher, Tasks of, 2. Philosopher King, 27. Picasso, Pablo, 248. Pindar, 253. Pisher Bob, 70 to 72, 77. Plato, Platonism, 27, 28, 38, 40 to 41, 42. 44, 47 to 48, 56 to 63, 73, 150 to 151, 165. 169, 184, 235, 263, 269, 271, 272. Political Philosophy, 1011, 17 to 22, 70. 99 to 116. Politics, Real, 11 to 13, 2 to 50, 88 Go, 125. 168 to 169, 271 to 277. Positivist, Positivism, 8, 91, 142, 146. Possible, See Impossible, Power, 13, 39, 49, 58 to 59, 80, 180 to 181. 219 to 220. 236, 265 to 266. Praxis, 19, 88. Go, 96, 104, 106. Preacher John, 70, 71, 73 to 74, 7. Preferences. C. Desir S. Program, 5, 6, G2, different from a. Philosophy, 7. Prussian Archangel, Preußischer Eisengel. Work of Art in Galerie Burchard, 1920, 236 to 237, 235. Public, 148 to 154. Pyrene, Monsieur, 228, 2390. Pythagoreans, the, 191. Pythian, Porth, poem by Pindar, 253 to 254. Rowantibian, 220. Roch, Richard, 12 to 19, 24, 138. Rabelais, François, 45, 78. Rand, Ein, 83. Ratio, 202. Rationality, 58 to 59, 61, 103, 130 to 144, 174. 195, 225, 264, 266, 26 grams, 271. Rawls, John, 14, 19, 17, 21, 81 to 84. G. G. Roth, 11 grams. Rawlsianism, 12. Ray, Man, 232. Reagan, Ronald, 82-63, 256. Realism, 12-14, 21, 25-50. Reason, 7, 13, 18, 21, 25, 56-597, 100-101. 104, I.O., L. 12 115, 190, 263, 265, 267. 269, 276, 275. Reasonable, the 5, 13, 22, 20, 40, 60, 76. 80, 10G 102, 104, 143, 187. Reaches Philosophie Ge, Grunetin und der Philosophie des Rechts, work by G.W.F. Hegel, 150. Regulus, 273-274. Relativity, Relativism, 28-50. Religion, 3, $4. 77, 80, 137, 148, 185-187. 189, 204, 272-272. Republic, Raymond. See Rome. Republic, the Dialogue by Plato, 165, 149. Research, 152-153. Volution, 8, 64-65, 74-78, 86, 168-166. 228-229. Rhetoric, 3, 149, 216. Rhetoric, work by Aristotle, 171. 194-175. Rights, 14-15, 24, 72, 88, 154, 163. 163-166, 187-3188, 190, 206, 254. 265-267. Rome, 86, 89, 107, 124, 150, 177, 184-188. Og, 218-221, 261-262, 273-274. Rules, 19, 44, 53-54, 57-62, 36, 94. T08 log. Fit 313, 135, 169, 186, 189 grams. 20L, 234-235, 291, 264. Rumsfeld, Donald, 225, 256. Saddam Hussein, 34-38, 224-225. Sartre, Jean-Paul, 76, 81, 125, 127, 145. Satire, 218-2245. Schaub, Georg, 20-21. Science, 1, $2 to $3, 55, 148, 153, 160. Simony, 204-206. SEM, 33-34, 113, 2IO 217, 261-263. Skepticism, 23, 88, 156, 201, 204. Lit Société du Spectacle Cook by Guy Debord, 81. Socrates, 21, 57-63, 129-130, 191, 184. Stalin, Joseph, 275. State, the 81, 100, 143, 181. TBO, 1 QOIGI, 20, 202. Strauss-Kahn, Dominique, 258. Summa Theologiae, work by Thomas Agpinas, 204. Sustainability, 138-139. Swift, Jonathan, 222. Symposium, Dialogue by Plato, 260, 271. 155-156, 168. Vabatha, 224. Pacitus, 86-87, 220. Vathan, Vladimir, 228-229. Thatcher, Margaret, 82-83, 134, 155. Themistocles, 150. Theodicy, 87, 276. Theognis, 206-209. Theogony, poem by Hesiod. See Hestod. Theology, 3, 23, 30, 33-35, 235, 275. Theories, 1-2, 9-7, 10, 16-17, 19-21. $8-93, 96, Tog 112, 14g, 192-152. Theory of Fustus, book by Foon Rawls. SI 84, OQICT. Thomas Aquinas. Titles, 244-246. Totality, 7, 21. Tor. RO2. Traitra, Un. Novel by Domenegu Yamet. 259. Tranquility, 41-56, 61-63. Transcendence, 23, 45. De Trinitate, work by Augustine, 263, 269. Trotsky, Leon, 53, 204, 255. Zara, Tristan, pseudonym of Sammy Rosenstock, 227-228, 233-237. Über die Unmöglichkeit einer philosophischen Theodicy, tract by Kant, 277. Universities, 148-158, 258. Utopia, 3-5, 22. Utopia, book by Thomas More, 4. Utopian Impulses, X. Utopianism, 25, 26, 28, 42-50, 155, 166. 169, 226. Value Judgment, 26, 49, 66-67, 82, 93, 95, 204. Vers, Geuss, 185, 189. Vice, 204, 272-273. Virtue, 204, 272-273. Voltaire, 221. Wagoner, Richard, 159. Wants. See Desires. Weber, Max, 26, 134, 140. Who Owns Antiquity? Book by James Kuno, 184, 189-203. Wilhelm Meister, 159. Williams, Bernard, X, 25, 253, 276. Witch Doctor, 14-15. Wittgenstein, Ludwig, 18, 19, 20, 21, 271. Work, 68-69, 77, 135, 143, 164. Woden, 130, 141.